My real name is unimportant, but my in-game one is. I, the player known as Vaile, was the best tamer in the whole of Neon Genesis Fantasia and had the most powerful and dangerous creatures from the game on my side. One-off bosses, limited time exclusive mobs and even raid bosses made up my sizable horde of companions. None of this would have been possible without one specific attribute that I chose early on when I began as a beta tester. That skill was a reversed attractiveness. On the surface, the skill was absolute garbage, as it meant that no matter how many points you put into boosting your charisma, all you would do is go deeper into the negative and make the NPCs hate and despise you just that much more. This at the very least increased shop prices and at most made it practically impossible to enter any town without getting ganked by the entire NPC populace. There was a rather broken upside to this skill that made it well worth it for someone looking to minutes max their tamer build. A reversed attractiveness did indeed make the civilized NPC races hate you, but it also made the random mobs, bosses and creatures in the game love you. The way I played, I was better off alone, and with my chosen skills and attributes being what they were, there were always bounties on my character's head from the civilized races due to my hideous visage. What made it ironic was that I had painstakingly worked on my in-game avatar to make him look as physically attractive as possible. Interestingly enough, anyone that wasn't a player or civilized NPC, such as a vendor, quest giver, town guard, etc., counted as something I could capture and tame. So I became hated by even more people and even a few human rights groups for enslaving bandits, humanoid mobs and the like. I kept quiet about all of this, as it was just being blown out of proportion. It was a game, after all, and it wasn't like I was doing this kind of stuff in reality. I didn't actually want to enslave anyone, but they were just ones and zeros, not real people. The whole of my time in the game was a blast. There was nothing like the thrill of shadowing a raid party from a while away and then swooping in like a devil and making all their hard work against the raid bosses worthless due to me taming them. I became a bane for everyone in the game who wanted to be the first to do a new dungeon, encounter or raid, as I would always be there, just waiting for the foe to get weak enough for me to capture and thereby keep the precious loot out of everyone's hands. Their only joy was that once I got the creatures that I wanted, I would never enter that raid, dungeon or encounter again unless something new was added. I wasn't in the game for loot, and I was certainly not in it for social interactions. After all, a half a year into the beta and I was already despised by players and civilized NPCs alike. Nope, I was a collector, and I was heedless to the anger and hatred that was rising with each boss I snatched and each unique mob I pilfered. However, all is fair in love, war and full-dive virtual reality massively multiplayer online role-playing games. By the time the game was reaching its last year of service, I was universally despised by everyone in-game and by many outside of it. Not that I cared. The game was going to shut down and everyone would have to find something else to play. I was so hated by this point that the entire server I was on decided to let past grievances between players and guilds be set aside for one last in-game event of their own making. I was given an ultimatum by every guild on the server: release all of your tamed beings or face a year of ganking. What else was I to do? I informed them that I would indeed release all of my tamed entities. The next day I appeared before the leaders of the guilds and about 50% of the total players in the servers. We were far from the nearest town, so far in fact that we were more than 30 real-world minutes from being within teleport range to enter it. Where erased thine creatures, scoundrel? Thou hast said to meet thine pox-ridden, misshapen and villainous form upon this far location. Sost thou couldst release them afore our own eyes? Shouldst we come to the belief that thou hast decided to face our righteous wrath instead? The first to speak was Thoughtslayer. Thoughtslayer was the leader of the largest guild in the server, a guild he named after himself. Relax, man. He is just one guy. We could kill him right now. Lampson was the leader of the fourth largest guild, mostly made of low-level players who made up most of the 50% of players who didn't follow the gank squad here to park me. Easy, easy, I said, trying to look scared before I pulled out a surprise question. Do you remember the precise wording that your ultimatum had? No one seemed to notice what I was going on about. You geese distinctly told me to release all my tamed beings, right? You do know that there is a better way of saying that would have actually had the desired effect? Chair Lampson and a few of his guildmates didn't seem to understand what the rest of the gang squad were now fully aware of. I had indeed released my creatures and mobs, just not in the way they wanted. As we stood out in the middle of nowhere, far away from being able to reach anyone or anything, my massive number of monsters and miscreants were running roughshod over the whole of the server. I had released them in the same way Zeus had released the Kraken. I still had complete control over them, but they were released now, weren't they? You fucking wanker. You call them off, right now. I swear on me mum that if you don't, I'll fucking snap you in half like a fucking twig, you bell end. Thought Slayer had abandoned his in-game persona and had begun cursing me out in his native dialect. While some of the gang squad were arguing over whether to simply park me, others were desperately trying to get me to call off the boss rush that was ravaging the server, while still others were taking the time to summon their flying mounts, a process that required their mount to travel an in-game distance to reach them first, usually from their guild hall, so they could try and fight off the army of raid bosses that were likely annihilating the towns and NPCs. While everyone was deliberating over what to do, I tried to sneak away. Tried being the correct word, as I was caught by what I assumed to be a kind of trap spell designed to keep me from escaping the murderous players who wanted my head. Light engulfed me, and I assumed that I was going to be kicked out of the game for a few hours after I was killed. But much to my surprise the light slowly fell away, and I found myself in the middle of a throne room. I got up and looked around, only to see the faces of people who looked like they were going to empty their stomachs. I heard the sound of vomit hitting the floor and saw a girl with yellow drill curls voiding her guts onto the red carpet that was under her feet. As she finished vomiting, she cried out in a shrill voice that gave the impression of nails on a chalkboard. "It's a broken bar. It's hideous. It's repulsive. Get rid of it. Get it out of here. Guards." A broken bar, and that is how I ended up here over 2 weeks ago. Any more questions? My cellmate was laying facing away from me, mostly due to my reversed attractiveness being enough to turn a former murderer, rapist and pedophile into a man trying desperately to control his gag reflex. Ever since I was thrown in this cell, something about me had felt a broken bar off or broken bar, and I hoped that talking with my cellmate would help me feel better. It didn't. "Yeah, just one." I reclined against the cold stones of our shared cell in the depths of the castle dungeon. I was still wearing my equipment, as the guards were too disgusted with me to even bother trying to touch either me or my stuff. True, I could just bend the bars to escape. The HP bars above the heads of the guards outside my cell made it clear that they were elites, and I didn't want to risk my life just to see if I could respawn in this world. Shoot. If you have such an elaborate lie about yourself, couldn't you at least make it a bit more believable? I already told you several times that you would find it hard to believe, and I already went over the story several times. My story is not going to change. After the 10th time I tell it a broken bar. But seriously, it's freaking unbelievable. No wonder you're down here with me, though. Making the princess empty her guts in front of so many people. Broken bar. Well, you really are a fucking ugly ass bastard, aren't you? A broken bar? She wasn't the only one to need to clean their mouth. I guess about 40 to 60% of everyone that puked their guts out a broken bar. My cellmate snickered and said, "Wish I could have seen those shitty nobles and shit tooth at a broken bar." I pulled up the hood of my cloak and turned over away from my cellmate, allowing him to get up without throwing up. The sound of banging on the cell door from our side and the words of my cellmate pleading to be moved to another cell could be heard for the umpteenth time, and the cycle was starting to get annoying. Just for shits and giggles I decided to check my menu to see if I could contact my tamed beings. Much to my surprise, the menu displayed that there was a connection between myself and them, but only a partial one. They were there, somehow, but I couldn't bring them to me, nor could I order them around. Their names were not crossed out, which would indicate their deaths, but they were colored gray. My eyes perused the formerly large list of various beings I had tamed, and I realized something interesting. Most of the mobs that I had back in the game were no longer there in the menu, but thankfully they were not the most powerful of my menagerie. There were a few names that still were there from before the transfer, but they were much fewer than the number that had once made me the top tamer. I pulled out a mask from my item box and put it on using the menu. Rising to my feet, the despicable piece of human trash who was still pounding at the door was startled and initially tried to avoid looking at my face before realizing that the mask that I wore prevented him from seeing even a hint of my hideous visage. I paced around the cell for a while before stopping and noticing something peculiar. There was a large black rat that seemed to gaze at me from outside of the cell door with its red eyes. I would walk over out its view and it would scurry over to a position where it could see me. I would move to the side a bit and its gaze would follow me. The rat was watching me, almost studying me with a gaze that displayed an intelligence that it should not have had. I figured the rat would run away if it saw my ugly face, so I unequipped my mask and sure enough the rat looked at me for a brief moment before scurrying away as fast as possible. I re-equipped my mask and sat down inside. Although the rat did give me an idea that I wanted to try the event that I could access my menu again. "Hey, ugly," one of the guards called out to me in a gruff voice. "I have a name, you know," I retorted. "No one wants to be called ugly, do they?" The guard chuckled and said, "Not here you don't." There was a pause before he started talking again. "That rat was looking at you. That's bad luck." A rat was bad luck? This was a dungeon. There had to be tons of fucking rats down here and being looked at by one of them was a bad luck. I was explicitly told that no one left this section of the dungeons alive. At least, no one left it and survived for very long, so how could my lucks be any worse than that? As if knowing the confusion I was experiencing, the guard elaborated. "That rat in particular is called Final Night. It's the only one down here that big, with fur that black and eyes that red. Every person that Final Night has taken an interest in ended up either missing or dead the next day when we do our inspection. Those that go missing end up being found in various states of dismemberment later on. No one knows who or what kills or takes the victims, and no guard who tried to stop whatever did it has been seen again." Seriously, a broken bar? I was unconvinced. "So, what? Do you think it is some wraith or something?" "A wraith would be able to phase through walls and are capable of serious debuffs, but it would need to work with some other being to deal with locks and such a broken bar." The guard laughed aloud and got up from his chair. "Even if you don't believe that myth, it doesn't matter. You've been down here long enough." My cellmate raised his hands into the air and let out a shout of joy. We both understood what this meant. "Oi, get away from the doors and put your hands against the opposite wall, legs apart. And you, keep that mask on." As I walked out of the cell, my hands bound behind my back, something inside me felt different. It was almost like whatever had felt wrong before was no longer there and in its place was a feeling like everything was normal. I was a smart cookie, or so my first grade teacher had said, and I opened the menu and was giddy with excitement. "Eyes up front. Watch where you're going, dead man." As I was led through the dungeon, we eventually reached a place that seemed to be an open courtyard, and in it stood a single wooden structure. It was a set of gallows, complete with a trapdoor for its victim to fall through and break their neck. Princess Puke, as I had come to call her, was seated along with her father and several other people, waiting for me to swing. My, isn't this a grisly form of entertainment? A broken bar? Do they not have blood sports here? Nothing better to do than watch an innocent man die? My remarks were met with a smack to the head, which rather remarkably didn't hurt at all and didn't drop my HP at all. I could tell that the guy who hit me put his all into the blow too, as his mace had been swung with force enough that it should have at the very least have seriously shaken me. However, I had no real time to contemplate my predicament as I had the hangman's necktie placed around my throat. I panicked and summoned a being I probably shouldn't have from my now available repertoire of Tamed Beings. I glanced around to see if the Kingslayer from the 4th expansion had appeared and, to my horror, the assassin of kings had not made herself known. "Do you have any last words, you filthy, subhuman animal?" Princess Puke yelled her question at me in her shrill voice, obviously not caring about what I had to say. I only had one thing to yell, and it was misinterpreted by Princess Puke. Squeak. There were creatures in the game that could be called beastmen by the standards of other games, but they were instead called Rian instead. The sight of what would be called a cat girl by anime and manga standards or a man with rabbit ears and a rabbit tail would be enough to call someone a Rian. What had been summoned to aid me was a true beastman, and not a Rian. I had brought forth something more animal than human and truly monstrous in design, action and thought. There were many different types of beastmen, each with their own culture and behaviors. There were the cloven, who were a mix of goatmen, minotaurs, centaurs and other types. There were the canine, who took their look from wolves, foxes and other dogs. There were other types too, but the ones that were before us were the rattan. Standing at least a meter tall and at most 1.3 meters tall, the rattan were, as you might expect, ratmen. There were other variations, such as the smaller mice men who were slave to the larger rat men, but both varieties of rattan were known for being some of the cruelest beings you could ever face. The AI of the game was adaptive, and the rattan seemed to be programmed to take full advantage of this. It eventually became impossible for low-level players to deal with the rattan, as they would take full advantage of their numbers and ability to learn by adapting and improvising new and cruel ways of dealing with the races. Thankfully, they were confined to certain areas of the world by the game's programming, and were it not for that they likely would have taken over large parts of the game world. The rattan were known for tormenting their victims, and some players quit the game after facing them. The only upside about facing them in the game world was that they were programmed to eventually kill their target after a set period of time. And I had no idea if that was the case in this world. Why am I going over this? It was quite simple. The fourth expansion to the game was called A Rise of the Under Empire and revolved around the rattan. One of the prelude events to the release of the expansion was the assassination of the King of Londil by the hands of the greatest rattan assassin. That assassin's name was Squickface Stealer. And when the time came to face her, she was certainly a tough fight. Although this was to be expected from a Mythic Plus endgame raid, one of 5 that made up the final battle against the highest-ranked members of the Fiendish Five. What Puke Princess assumed was me trying to demean myself to get out of death was in fact me calling out to the end boss of the Mythic Plus raid called Ather Verminus Assassinorum. As the hangman pulled the lever and I plummeted towards the ground, the rope snapped. Or rather, the rope was cut cleanly, faster than anyone could see, including myself due to the sack over my head. Then came the screams. My God, the screams. I could make out what was going on by the few bits of sensible dialogue I could hear in between the shrill screeching that banshee Puke Princess. Squick was there, and luckily had been ever since I called her out, and she was taking names. Or rather, she was taking faces. I felt it was likely, based on the shrill cries of a certain bitch, that after my noose had been severed, Puke Princess had been the first to be attacked by the force of nature I had set loose. She was likely missing her face, a pure guess based on Squick's last name. The sounds of magical spells being shot in various directions and metal striking stone intermittent with the gut-wrenching noises of flesh being torn painted a grisly picture that was not in favor of the human royalty and their accompanying guards. Occasionally I'd hear an act eagle cry out along with the horrible sound of skin being peeled from someone's body, which was the telltale sign that Squick had just torn someone's face off in one of the raid's most twisted attacks. Other times there would be a nightcrawler-esque bamf sound followed by someone crying out their death throes as the rattan assassin stabbed them in the heart with her twin daggers. But worst of all was the terrible, nails on a chalkboard screams of the goddamn bitchy Puke Princess. I eventually overheard the sounds of more guards rushing in to deal with the A-rat bitch as they called her, only to be swiftly silenced. This cycle of guards entering and being cut down went on for about 40-odd minutes before there were either no more soldiers or they were too terrified to face the Kingslayer. 5 more minutes passed, and all through the past 45 minutes I had been forced to endure the unending howls of a mad bitch. Finally, the ropes binding my hands were cut and the canvas sack was removed from me. I turned around to see Squick herself, standing roughly 198 centimeters tall and dressed head to toe in tan leather clothes made from people's faces. She had a look that seemed to say, "Praise me." Behind her back she crossed her curved, serrated and poisoned daggers in her little paw-like hands. It was strange. In the game, the rattan weren't this tall, or this busty, or this hot. A broken bar. On her hip was a sack which seemed to ooze blood, likely filled with the faces of everyone she had taken them from. Notably, there was one face that was not in the sack, and it was the face that I assumed belonged to the screaming bitch that was writhing in agony over behind me. Squick seemed especially proud of that trophy in particular, as she was wearing it like a mask on top of her own face, kept in place by small hooks attached to her headgear. Noticing my gaze on her new prize, she took the princess face off of hers and offered it to me, showing her face and her lustrous, soft, deep black fur in the process. She once again offered Puke Princess surgically removed face as a gift, but I politely refused. I patted Squick on her head and motioned to her to follow me towards the entrance I had come through, but rather than do so she turned and went over to the princess. It was then that I heard something that I never thought that I would. Squick talked, and not in the scratchy, inhuman sound you might expect from a rat man, but the sweet voice of a young and attractive woman, roughly somewhere in her late teens to early 20s, although with a higher pitch overall and a barely noticeable rasp caused by her inhuman vocal cords and mouth. To players in the game, Squick and the rest of the beastman race made unintelligible animal noises. Even after taming them I never heard even the slightest word from any of my tamed beings, even their human ones. And you ate a broken bar. You shitty little bitch thing. You tried to kill my master husband, but now you are at his mercy. You were cruel evil to him, and now we leave you in pain agony. Screech cry all you want, bitch thing, for no man thing can save rescue you from my poison. You will curse your choice decision with every breath gasp you take. Squick then kicked the shrieking banshee and strutted like a runway model over to me and almost took my hand in hers, but turned around and ran over to the wailing wench and gave her a few more kicks. Skank slut, bitch whore. She kicked the writhing mass of tears, meat and now soiled finery a few more times while screaming rattan obscenities at Puke Princess before stopping eventually and running over to me. Grabbing my hand again, tugged me over to a sewer lid and opened it with ease, motioning for me to enter first. Wait a broken bar. There was something off about how she addressed me before, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Master husband, hurry, let us go, move from this place. More man things will be coming soon. Wait a broken bar. Master husband, a broken bar. What the a broken bar? As I landed at the bottom of the sewer, I looked up and saw Squick crawling down after me. I moved aside and the Grand Master of the Verminous Assassinorum landed beside me, making a small splash as she impacted the liquids that flowed beneath our feet. I silently thanked the guy who made my clothing for bothering to put in a useless passives, such as auto-clean, scent eraser, contaminant immunity and waterproof. Squick grabbed my hand and tugged me down the winding tunnels. I could tell she intended to take me somewhere. But where would a being that never existed in this world want to take me? Where are we going? Do you have somewhere in mind? It's not like you know this area. A broken bar. I tried to get clarification, but Squick merely pulled me harder as we began to go even deeper into the sewers. Finally, Squick stopped and motioned for me to keep quiet. She bamfed out of existence, and a few moments later I heard the screams of men being cut down echoing from up ahead. After the shrieks faded, Squick slinked out of the darkness from in front of me and motioned for me to follow her. This time we were going far less quickly as she sauntered along, her hips popping with every step. Occasionally she would look dry and sneakily back at me through her mask made of face, only to quickly turn back to face in front of her. Finally, I had had enough. The questions that were filling my head were too many to ignore and I had to ask at least a few. Squick, you can talk. Squick turned around while walking backwards, seemingly knowing where her every step was falling. Her paws were held behind her back and her tail was wrapped around her waist like a belt. Of course Squick can talk. Everyone can talk. Silly master husband. Did you think Squick was silent mute? Okay, stupid statement on my part. Not really. I had just never heard you speak basic before. Squick giggled, and from behind her face mask I swore I saw a playful smile. Master husband jests. Squick is not speak-talking in nasty icky basic. Squick is speak-talking in queekish. So is master husband. Squick put her index finger to her chin and continued. Although master husband is special unique. Squick is glad to confirm that you do talk every language at once. We were worried that you maybe might not understand us. This is a good omen sign. Squick laughed and turned around, her hands now on her hips as her tail reached towards my face, its tip caressing it as if it were a third hand. You'll see. Everyone has been waiting for you for a great long time. More questions filled my mind and I decided to ask just one more. Where are we going? Squick stopped in her tracks and took a long, thin spike made of magicite from her actual belt. She held it in front of me for a while before jamming it into a crack in the wall. The sewers shuddered as the bricks in the wall began to shift with the visible traces of magic, and before long, the wall had opened up as the bricks had faded from reality altogether. Not going here. Squick made a come here motion with her index finger as she walked through the opening in the wall. I followed her with growing trepidation as we moved down a hallway well lit with magicite lamps, a far cry from the occasional flame sconce that burned in the sewers. Once we were far enough inside the hallway, the bricks moved back into place behind us as Squick's A key flew over to her. She stowed the A key into a pouch on her belt and gestured for me to stop once again. Squick will go ahead and make sure there are no danger threats. Stay put and keep your mask off and hood down. It could keep you alive. With that, Squick bolted off down the hallway. A broken bar. I had been waiting here for what felt like several hours. Rather than standing, I had decided to sit and had reclined against one side of the hallway. There was a rumble and the entryway to the sewers opened. I jumped to my feet and prepared to defend myself and came face to face with a wall of rattan warriors. Their haphazard mix of leather and chain mail, along with their weapons being those that were likely taken from the dead bodies of their foes, led me to assume they were low level, and thus easy enough to kill. I hoped my taming abilities would help me avert potential conflict, but I was not going to risk getting killed if push came to shove. The rattan warriors entered the hallway and then noticed me. We stared each other down for what felt like about 5 minutes before one of the rattan, the one that was more well-equipped than the others, pointed at me with its mouth wide open in shock. Vermin King. I hastily turned around to face the threat they were talking about but saw nothing there. The Vermin King. He is here. I turned and pointed towards myself, implying that I had no idea if they were talking about me or not. The rattan warriors began to cheer in their scratchy, raspy voices as they rushed over to me. I could not sense hostility from them, and even if they attacked me all at once they would barely be able to damage me before I beat them. Soon enough the mass of flea and sewage-covered rat people had begun to dance around me and were obviously admiring me and my attire. It was then that Squick returned, bouncing into the middle of the miniature party. As she appeared, the rest of the mob of rat men quickly fled away in abject fear. Squick made a mix of hissing and squeaking noises that I could not understand before grabbing my hands and pulling me close to herself. Squick is sorry for that. We hoped that your reveal would have been a broken bar more appropriate. But now a broken bar. Squick rushed off after the fleeing rattan warriors and after a while she returned. Problem issue dealt with. But no more risks should be allowed taken. She wrapped her arms and tail around me and pulled her face-covered face close to my neck. Then there was the feeling of falling, followed and preceded by the surroundings growing thick with black smoke. We all landed, and Squick removed herself from me in a hurry. As the cloud of twisting black smoke faded, I beheld Squick, along with 4 other tall, feminine rattan women. Squick, the third tallest, 1.98 meters tall, was on the far right, followed by rattan with steel-colored fur that was the second tallest at a little over 2.1 meters. An extremely tall pure white rattan roughly 2.45 meters tall, with a bust the size of some pumpkins, was in the middle. Then a brown and black-colored one who was the shortest at 1.8 meters, and finally the last of the 5 females was a rattan with light brown fur with a height of 1.9 meters. Rather than wearing anything, the 4 others were entirely naked and giving me looks one might attribute to a succubus. Squick quickly removed her clothes too, and as my head and eyes moved around, I now realized that I was in a large room that had hastily been converted into a regal bedroom with a massive bed straight behind me. The other furniture that had likely once been in place was now pushed and piled away near the walls, and my only hope of escape lay in the heavily reinforced door that was several dozen meters away. Over in one corner, there was the remains of a portal spell, and the remnants of mana from magic circle that had fused with the wall were more than enough to clue me in on the immeasurable power needed to make such a sigil. My gaze at my surroundings shifted back to the white rattan. The towering, snow-furred rattan woman strutted forwards and walked around me, ravishing me with her eyes until she was once again in front of me. She grabbed my shirt and pulled me into a kiss, complete with tongue, as her tail slipped out from behind her and began to worm its way into my pants. I tried to pull back, to even move or speak at all, but my movement and speech were locked by an incredibly powerful spell. As her tail made its way into my underwear and down to my groin, she pulled her lips away from mine, and a playful, yet impressed smile crossed the face of the Amazonian rattan woman. She gazed back towards Squick and the other three and beckoned with her finger for them to approach. The four smaller females quickly began to remove my clothes, layer by layer, until I was completely down to my underpants, with the tail of the white-furred rattan still coiled round my cock. The white-haired one lifted her clawed foot and quickly pulled down my underwear, eliciting gasps from the other four that I assumed meant that they were impressed. Even the white-furred one seemed pleasantly surprised, and I could completely understand. And yet, despite everything, I felt, well, I wasn't able to get it up at all. I mean, from a certain point of view they were certainly attractive, but it seemed that the limited raunchiness of the MMO affected me more than I had expected. Sure, you could have a massive dong, but sex was just right out, and so they never modeled it. As a result, while they were hot, I was essentially in a state of being perpetually asexual. The creator character limits were practically non-existent, and so many players gave their male and even female characters massive broken bar assets. I was no exception. I often asked myself how my character could even fit such a thing in his pants. However, seeing as how I had not noticed my massive girth before this moment, I assumed that it was just part of the game that somehow bled over into the new world. I was only able to marvel at my own massive dong for a short period before the same magical force that had rendered me immobile and mute launched me backwards and onto a large bed. I was now free to move on my own, albeit barely, and I looked up only to see the 5 rattan females approach with the intent to mate, fully plastered all over their furry faces. Well, they would be very likely to be upset when they realized that I was both as impotent as could reasonably be possible and that they were unable to get my first mate up and ready. Under Empire's side, Vaile, the exile from the old world, and the Repulsive Tamer. Description: Vaile is a Caucasian male who, were it not for his trait reversed attractiveness, would be the most eligible bachelor among the races. His race is human, his eyes are purple, his hair is white, although this is due to his character creation rather than any albinism. He is not overly muscled, nor is he overweight, nor is he too skinny, rather he is a perfect mix of all three. He is tall for a human of the New World, roughly several centimeters taller than a normal human and roughly the same size as an average elf at about 1.97 meters. His attire is quite the ensemble, consisting of a highly detailed leather, chainmail and cloth outer layer, high-quality undergarments and a cloak that is made of the fur of one of the last expansion's endgame Mythic Plus raid bosses, Fimbul Vinterfenra. Naturally, the fur was not taken by force or on death, but it was cut after the boss was tamed by Vaile himself. Vaile was the best tamer in the entire game, even going so far as to sneak around behind the backs of other gamers to be the first to face and tame any new entity. After the transfer to the new world, Vaile ended up accidentally landing on death row due to no fault of his own. He was rescued by one of his tamed beings, Squickface Stealer, who had somehow been in the new world before he arrived. The new world is both radically different and incredibly similar to the game world, and Vaile is still trying to figure out what exactly is different and what is the same. One thing is clear to him: his tamed beings, or those that still exist, are living in this world naturally and without issues. They have their own niches that they have carved out, and due to what is likely a connection to the game world, they are exponentially more powerful than any natural part of the new world. Vaile must be careful. There are many forces in the world that want the godlike beings the Vaile has control over either gone or under their control, and Vaile's build is not geared towards combat. A broken bar. Squick Face Stealer, the one who stalks in shadows, and the poisoned dagger of the Under Empire. Description: Squick is a roughly human-shaped, black-furred rattan with red eyes who stands at 1.98 meters. She wears outfits made of the faces of those she has killed, and some from those she has not. She has twin curved, serrated daggers that are covered in a fast-acting neurotoxin and a terrible corrosive agent that together make the daggers nearly unstoppable in the current world. She is the Grand Master of the Rattan Assassins and is one of the members of the Five-Clawed Paw. In-game she and the other members of the Five-Clawed Paw were much shorter than they are in the New World, roughly the same size as the normal rattan in the game and in the New World. Now, however, they are tall, and were it not for their inhuman features they would be true femme fatales that no member of the races could match. Her attitude towards anyone not part of the Five-Clawed Paw or Vaile is one of utter malice and hatred, and even her own subordinates try to keep from achieving too much or risk her turning on them. She, along with the rest of the Five-Clawed Paw, view Vaile as her master husband and will do anything in her power to help the massive hunk of handsome love that she cares so deeply for. P.S. Please remember that an extremely tall rattan is just over 1.3 meters tall at most, and only if they straighten their back out of their perpetually hunchbacked stature, which makes them even shorter, roughly the size of an average dwarf, at just over 1.06 meters. The members of the Five-Clawed Paw do not have hunchbacks and therefore are even taller than the tallest rattan. A broken bar. Ripper Steel Whiskers, the butcher of the dwarven race, and the clawed fist of the Under Empire. Description: Like Squick, she too is human-shaped, but with fur that seems to be made of steel. At around 2.1 meters, she is taller than all but one rattan and is a leader of the rattan military. As a member of the Five-Clawed Paw, she has a great amount of power that she can wield, as a single word or gesture can force entire clans to make suicide attacks. She usually wears sharp metal armor pieces over her black cloth/leather and chainmail outfit, and either dual wields falchions or a single halberd. Like the rest of the rattan, her eyes are red, and she wears an eye patch over her left eye, which was removed and replaced with an eye made of raw magicite crystal. Thanks to the nature of magicite crystal, she can see perfectly well as though she was never missing her left eye. She is just as busty as Squick but uses cloth wraps and a metal plate to keep her annoying meat bags from getting in her way while she fights. Like Squick, she is absurdly cruel to anyone who isn't either a member of the Five-Clawed Paw or Vaile, and has an attitude towards training her forces that would make even the harshest drill instructed believe that she was going way too far. She, along with the rest of the Five-Clawed Paw, view Vaile as her master husband and will do anything in her power to help the massive hunk of handsome love that she cares so deeply for. A broken bar. Grisks, the one who moves technology forward at all cost, and the mad mechanic of the Under Empire. Description: Like those mentioned before, she too is human-shaped and stands at 1.9 meters, and yet she is flat as a board unlike the rest of the council. Her fur is brown, and her eyes are red, even if they are hidden behind her brass-rimmed goggles. She oversees the Rattan Under Empire's research and development regarding new technologies and normally wears brown leathers, brass fittings and various cloths that have visible oil stains, among other things. Her battle equipment is a giant mechanized rat made of her most advanced technology that can seamlessly transform between normal rat mode and rattan mode. Her attitude towards others is one that values her pursuit of improvement and twisted knowledge overall, including but not limited to the hundreds of thousands of lives that have been sacrificed in her pursuit of building and designing better implements of destruction and torture. The only things she will not sacrifice for the pursuit of her aims are the Five-Clawed Paw and Vaile himself. She, along with the rest of the Five-Clawed Paw, view Vaile as her master husband and will do anything in her power to help the massive hunk of handsome love that she cares so deeply for. P.S. Her name is pronounced Agrimu, a broken bar. Snictikutso, the molder of flesh, and the psychotic surgeon of the Under Empire. Description: human-sized and with meat bags that are larger than squicks but smaller than those of the leader of the five-clawed paw. She stands as the shortest of the five-clawed paw at 1.8 meters and her fur is a patchy mix of brown and black. Over her body she wears formerly white clothes that have been stained in the blood and bile of her numerous victims and test subjects. She is the member of the five-clawed paw in charge of overseeing torture, interrogations, medicine and of course the cruel surgery that creates some of the most monstrous beings that serve the Under Empire. She works closely with groomers Greasks in the pursuit of creating the most twisted and sadistic masterpieces that exist in the Under Empire and takes a special delight in pushing her boundaries ever further in the art of creating new masterworks of meat, bone and sinew. Once she gets inspiration, there is almost no more terrible a place to be for any living creature to be than within her gaze. She, along with the rest of the five-clawed paw, view Vaile as her master husband and will do anything in her power to help the massive hunk of handsome love that she cares so deeply for. A broken bar. Chasnofa, the leader of the five-clawed paw, and the sorceress vermin queen of the Under Empire. Description: Cho is massive, towering over even the tallest of elves at a height of 2.45 meters. She is not only massive in height, but also in the size of her chest and her pride. She stands several heads over the other members of the Rattan ruling council, the five-clawed paw, which makes her much taller than even the largest natural Rattan. She has the regal presence of a woman that is not only confident in her power and control, but one who is absolutely certain of it, and even her clothes show her confidence in herself. She wears some scant cloth and leather with a white lace veil over her face, but aside from that she wears next to nothing, as she is proud to show off her lustrous and perfectly groomed pure white fur. Mastery over the arcane has put her in the position that she is in, and may the myriad gods have mercy on anyone who she thinks has a chance to threaten her domination over her kind. Her main weapon is her staff, in whose head sits a large chunk of refined magicite shaped vaguely like a skull that she has imbued with her own power, thus making it nearly impossible for anyone else to use without being driven utterly mad. The skull-like magicite crystal is rumored to be all that remains of an ancient dwarven god that dared to stand against her, but she has had her staff for so long that anyone who knew its true origins is either dead or has sealed their lips. Her fur is a color that is so rare that it is said to be a sign of divine nature, as no other Rattan has it, and her eyes back up her claim to divinity by glowing with a green light that causes all her gaze falls upon to be overwhelmed with the urge to submit, even when shining from beneath her ever-present veil. She is the greatest of her kind's magic users, and her strength with magic and intense cruelty when using it are so strong that it eclipses anything that even an army of max-level humans in the New World can do. From the back of her head sprout even more proof of her connection to the beast god of the Rattan, as four curving horns made of pure magicite or infused with her own ruinous magic grow from her skull, while a much smaller one juts up from just behind her nose. Even the combined force of the other members of the five-clawed paw have no doubt that to try and rebel against the Vermin Queen would be suicide, even if they threw the entire Under Empire at her in the process. In the Under Empire, there are none foolish enough to challenge the immortal Vermin Queen and her four fellow council members. Although, within the hordes of vicious and sadistic rat beastmen, there is a rumor that there exists a being so perfectly handsome and so flawless in form that even the Divine Queen herself is enthralled by his existence. This rumor is so widespread that it has even been heard by those who are not members of the Under Empire, and that very fact is what has created the only potential threat worth mentioning that the Vermin Queen could ever face to her rule. The mythical Vermin King could very well be the only being in the world that could truly control the implacable ruler of the Under Empire. Throughout the world there exist several organizations, both human and otherwise, that seek to curtail the growing power of the Under Empire and stop its inevitable war against the surface that would be greatly interested in securing such a being. After all, If there exists a man capable of controlling the Vermin Queen, then he and his puppet masters could, by proxy, command the entire Rundra Empire. There are many who would wholeheartedly agree that such a person would make an immensely powerful tool indeed, even if the risks in securing and controlling him might very well immeasurably outweigh even the most optimistic estimates of potential rewards. A broken bar. A broken bar. Gilder Ironheart's Kingdom Side. Gilder Ironheart 9, the Rune King, descendant of a dwarven god, and the last Bulwark King who stands against the Vermintide. Description: Gilder Ironheart is the 9th to bear his name and the tallest living dwarf at roughly 1.5 meters. He is the descendant of King Gilder Ironheart I, a godlike dwarf who, along with several other godlike dwarves, rescued the various dwarven kingdoms from total annihilation. His kingdom is the one that is currently under siege by the villainous Rattan Under Empire, which has already claimed 2 of the other kingdoms that stood against it. The strength of a god still flows through his veins, and he will be damned if he lets the lineage that saved his kind and started his kingdom end by the craven claws of a bunch of oversized rats. He is taller than an average dwarf, with a large, perfectly cared for beard that seems to sparkle with the glint of iron. His eyes are deep bluish gray, and his body is built like the warrior that he is. As he is one who bears the blood of a god, he has lived past the lifespans of other dwarves born at the same time and therefore has had the time to study the arts of warfare as well as the arts of runecraft. He wields a relic from the Age of Gods, an axe that hums with immense power and whose head is wreathed in a silvery light. Upon his left arm is a shield said to be forged from the body of an ancient monstrosity of unparalleled power, and upon his body is the armor of the first king. Even though the rest of the dwarven kingdoms ignore the threat of the Vermin Queen and thrust the responsibility of defeating her upon the last surviving godkin who dwells beneath the mountains, Gilder Ironheart 9 fully intends to be the bulwark against the nightmarish tide of hideous rat men. His duty to his people is all he needs to stand as the final wall between his people and destruction, and the wall that he and his kingdom have become will not break until his dying breath. Prophetic words, to be sure. A broken bar. Old Ironsides, the great protector of the children of the gods, and the metal knight who guards the gate. Description: Old Ironsides has never had a moment to rest since his creators left him to try and destroy the Under Empire's leadership. Ever since that fateful hour he has been assailed by everything the Rattan could throw at him, from mechanical monstrosities to fleshy nightmare fuel. The massive work of a divine engineer, Old Ironsides is a technological marvel of aerobotics and runecraft, with the arsenal necessary to act as the gatekeeper that holds back the Vermintide. It was not until the most recent Dwarven kingdom fell before the onslaught of the Vermin Queen that Old Ironsides relocated himself and stood defiant alongside the last true bastion of Dwarven warriors outside the kingdom of one of his maker's children. Towering at over 19 meters tall and made of an iron-looking metal that has resilience greater than steel, this colossus of a golem wields a vast assortment of built-in weapons alongside his 6 arms, each carrying massive long swords that can launch crescent-like waves of light, water, fire, earth, wind and darkness respectively with a single swing. Old Ironsides cares not for the needs of the living, such as sleep, food, drink and rest. There is only the drive to protect the people his masters cared for and to slaughter any that do not belong to the races. For over 4,000 years, Old Ironsides has maintained what he referred to as a great crusade against the taint of the Rattan Under Empire. However, every crusade must eventually end a broken bar. A broken bar. Morgrim No Beard, the unseen blade of the dwarves, and the one who hunts the elusive Vermin King. Description: Morgrim No Beard is a mystery. There are some who say he does not exist, and other who say they have seen him. There are some who say he is not one dwarf in particular, but that Morgrim No Beard is merely a name given to those who fill his/her position. There is only one thing that is true about Morgrim No Beard. He/she is on a relentless hunt for the rumored Vermin King of the Rattan. It has been that way for as long as anyone can remember, that the rumored Vermin King was the prime target of the A-blade of the Dwarven people. It has been that way for so long that no one even questions why it is that way, or how Morgrim has been around for so long. It is rumored that Morgrim is, in fact, one of the dwarf gods from ages past, one who rejected the call of the others and did not disappear into the deep, dark domain of the rat men. If this rumor is true, then the last true god of the dwarves is still alive and has been trying to avenge their kin for the longest of times. No one knows what Morgrim looks like, or even if they have no beard at all or have a beard fit for a god. All that is known is that there is a rumor that the elusive and mythic Vermin King has been found in our human kingdom and that he disappeared with the help of one of the dreaded five-clawed paw. Morgrim No Beard's hunt is coming to an end, and whether that hunt ends in the death of the Vermin King or their own demise has yet to be seen. However, the runes do not speak well of any attempt on the being who all under the mountains call other Vermin King. Whether this is due to the very act of assassination being impossible, or due to the inevitable retaliation that would come from it either succeeding or failing is unknown. The great rat hunt is almost over, but will the predator become prey? The rat women crawled across the makeshift bed towards me, looks of passion covering them like they were deep in heat. I was barely able to move even the slightest bit of my own accord, and due to the magic that was manipulating me I was helpless to even voice any kind of complaint. I desperately struggled to keep my arm and hand from reaching out to grasp the breast of the over 8-foot-tall white rattan female, but to no avail. Just as my fingers on my right hand began to sink into the soft fur and supple flesh of the white rattan's left breast, there was a massive knock on the door behind us. The 5 advancing rat people paused and tried to ignore the endless banging that was trying to keep them from claiming their prize, but eventually they caved and dressed themselves. The tallest of the rattan females, the white one with 5 horns made of raw magicite crystal, snapped her fingers on her left hand and her staff materialized in her right hand. Tapping the staff onto the ground, a spell covered the bed that I was on, obscuring both it and me from view with a rippling translucent field. I managed to let out a sigh of relief that I had been spared from what would have come and silently thanked whoever or whatever was now pounding on the door like a suicidal madman. The door finally opened and a relatively tall, for regular rat person entered in a hurry, only to be lifted into the air, choking nearly to death. Not held aloft by a hand, but instead by magic. The grey-furred rattan male's bones audibly cracked as his arms and legs were twisted and contorted. His fur began to burn away until his skin underneath was shown. The torment continued as green cracks spread out like spider webs from various parts of his body, and only after the rattan male had screamed in agony for what felt like an eternity did his limbs return to normal and the green cracks vanish. The now furless rattan male prostrated and scraped, begging for forgiveness and mercy. But his pleas were silenced as the white-furred female ground his face into the floor with her foot. After further humiliating the male for a while longer, she kicked it across the room. The diminutive male slammed into the stone wall with a sickening crunch before more sounds of bone and flesh mending were heard, evidently saving his life. Once the healing was done, the male was once again flung across the room with magic, landing in front of the females before quickly begging and scraping before them. What is so important that our meeting fun needed to be interrupted? The deep, yet highly feminine and sensual voice of the leader of the 5 female rattan boomed throughout the room. Her words were laced with not only magic, but various other skills and abilities that I was familiar with from the game. Among the skills being used were regal authority, succubus charm, higher-tiered intimidation and more. The powers were layered over each other to form a force that the rattan male could not stand against. Well, talk quickly. The white-furred one was obviously enraged that she and the other 4 had been interrupted, and they all had looks that could kill. They each were emitting a heavy dose of lethal intent, and the level of bloodthirst in the air was seriously preventing the poor furless rattan from even telling them why he had come. Eventually the terrified little rattan managed to stammer out one word: "Dwarvis, a broken bar." It was at that moment that the sound of an explosion ripped through the tunnels and reached the room we were in. The white-furred one clicked her tongue and kicked the male rattan out the door. She peered over her shoulder back at me before tapping her staff on the ground. Several summoning circles appeared in the room and from them came creatures that I recognized. The beings summoned were only able to be summoned by the end boss of the final Mythic Plus raid in the 4th expansion. It was only then that I realized who each of the 4 unknown rattan women were. The 5 females were as follows: Squick Face Stealer from the Mythic Plus raid, the Verminous Assassinorum, Ripper Steel Whiskers from the Mythic Plus raid, the Rat War, Grimmer's Greasks from the Mythic Plus raid, A Fatal Engines, Snicticutso from the Mythic Plus raid, the Flesh Shaper's Pit, and finally, the endgame boss for the whole expansion itself, Snowfur from the Mythic Plus raid, Ascension of the Vermin Queen. All of them looked radically different from what they looked like in-game. They were taller, more humanoid and, in all but Grimmer's case, busty beyond any normal reason. Their fully dressed attire looked like what one might expect from a sexy cosplayer, not what their original outfit looked like. Cho was not wearing the flowing and heavy robes from the game, but rather a skimpy, borderline lingerie ensemble of mostly dominatrix-like leather/cloth with a few metal pieces thrown in for good measure. Instead of her in-game staff, she held one far larger with a magicite crystal that looked to be an oversized dwarven skull held in place by strings made of pure magic. In fact, each of the fearsome 5, as they were called by players, wore attire more suited to one of those older games, like Terra or one of those old JRPGs where heavy female armor was basically just a bikini made of several metal plates and some cloth. Even Squick's coverings were more designed to accentuate her features while also keeping her sizable bust from bouncing around. Ripper, the one who was supposed to be the frontline fighter of the group, was wearing mostly leather and chainmail with some spiky and serrated metal parts at various places aside from the breastplate designed to not only protect her chest but also restrict it. Snicty was basically a slutty nurse with her attire stained with stuff I didn't even want to guess the identity of, and as for Grimmer was inside what appeared to be a powered exoskeleton, much like the ones used by the UN, just with more brass, sinister-looking attachments and glowing pieces of refined magicite crystal. Another explosion shook the tunnels and the sound of a collapse was heard. Ripper, Squick, Snicty, Grimmer. Cha yelled out towards the other 4. Her face was contorted with rage and malice as her glowing green eyes burst into emerald flames. Her mouth twitched before a sadistic grin slipped out. Killed I ear broken bar killed I ever to thing. No mercy, no retreat, no surrender for the races. Killed I them all, wait a broken bar no. Bring deliver their head leader to me. Alive. Now. The other 4 members of the Rattan ruling council made a slight bow before rushing off to deal with the dwarven threat. Cho was shaking with rage as her tail violently swished around like the thrashing of a kraken's tentacles. Eventually the sounds of explosions died away as the sound of rattan feet rushing through the tunnels replaced it. The reinforced door slowly closed on its own, before the audible sound of the locks falling into place rang out, snapping Cho out from her hatred-induced trance. She slammed her staff down onto the floor with force enough to crack it and a greenish mist flooded out from the cracks in the ground. The mist filled the whole room and eventually the forms of what I assumed to be invisible dwarves could be seen as the mist clung to them and made their transparent bodies stand out like sore thumbs. The invisibility faded and about 7 dwarven rogues made themselves known. Damn, didn't expect to die this way. A broken bar. Remember the mission. Death here is a preferable alternative to the deaths of our kin and king. Ye speak the truth. The dwarves reached into their cloaks and pulled something, but before they could fully do so they were held in place by the same magic that had robbed me of my free will. Looks of terror slowly creeped across what little was visible of the faces of the dwarves as Cha snapped the fingers on her left hand and the suicide vests beneath the cloaks of the dwarven rogues teleported off of them. Cha looked at the vests for a while before once again snapping her fingers, teleporting the vests away. She laughed at the dwarven rogues before cocking her head. How many times did you think to try that? How many times did you try it? Too many to count. That is how many. You dwarves need to think of better assassination styles. Little Squick thought of that method centuries before you tried it for the first time. The dwarven race had a resistance to magic, but even they could barely respond to what was controlling them. Where broken bar? One of the dwarven rogues managed to stammer out a single word. She giggled before levitating the dwarf who spoke into the air and into her face. She leaned over to his ear and spoke in a whisper that everyone could hear. What do the races do with mail they don't want? Return to sender. Smack, crunch, RIP, schlick splat, crack, splat, smack, whack, crack, smack, crunch. I was hiding under the sheets of the massive makeshift bed as the sounds of abuse and cruelty echoed throughout the room. Crunch, crunch, smack, crack, crunch, splat, smack. What could be heard over all the gruesome noises was a mix of the mad cackling of a certain white-furred rattan woman and the screams of 7 dwarven rogues. Crunch, smack, whack, crack, splat, whack, crunch, smack, crack, smack, splat, whack. How long had this gone on for? Should I even check the time to know for sure? Why couldn't she just kill them already? Whack, a broken bar, whack, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, whack, a broken bar, 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 a broken bar. I slowly poked my head out from under the covers as the savage beating drew to a close. The room was dyed wall to wall in copious amounts of blood, and shards of bone and gore lay strewn about the place like the remains of dozens of pi a tilde plus minor satyrs. The 7 rogues looked perfectly fine, aside from being huddled up in fetal positions and silently weeping as the tattered remains of their attire clung to their healed bodies. Chu gave one of the dwarves a good kick to their crotch before walking over to the bed and sitting down. Out of sheer curiosity, I decided to check the in-game clock to see just how long Chu had been beating the dwarves for. Time when the beatings started roughly 2 p.m. Time when the beatings stopped exactly 7:49 p.m. A broken bar. She had been beating them for at least 5.5 hours. A broken bar. Chu was panting heavily due to exhaustion, rage, or likely a mix of both. As a spellcaster, she likely wasn't used to physical exertion, but the fact that she had the stamina to not only paint the room red with the gore of the dwarves for several hours, but also had the mana pool to heal them back from every bit of damage they sustained was astounding. Chu's pure white fur had been soaked in blood and her clothes were caked in gore and bile. The stench of urine and excrement was heavy, alongside the iron-scented odor of the over 100 gallons of blood that the dwarves had lost. Thankfully, most of the fluids were draining out of the room through various openings, but the odor was still overpowering for me since I wasn't wearing my mask and or clothes. I secretly tried to re-equip my outfit that had been removed by the 5-clawed paw, and found it was still technically equipped, just disabled. This feature seemed like the infamous beach party event that took place back in the game's first year of service, where everyone's clothes were disabled from view and were replaced with the visuals of swimwear. The fact that this affected everyone and there was no opt-out during the initial run of the event led several Muslim players to leave the game temporarily, while some other players left for the duration of the event since some player characters looked hideously misshapen. The developers and players quickly learned that when you give people nearly unlimited customization options for their characters and then put them in swimsuits, you often get things straight out of H.P. Lovecraft's Dreams: A Broken Bar. I quickly re-enabled my clothing and it went from being a bundle that had been tossed to the side to actually being on me. The small magical traces from this were picked up by Chu, who wheeled around as my clothes rematerialized on me. My face paled as I beheld the blood-soaked fur of her face and the gore-stained black studded leather that made up her cowl. Her eyes had gone from calm and collected to immediately engulfed in emerald flame as her horns shone with ominous green light. I raised my hands up to show I was fine, and her look quickly shifted from what it was to shock and then a bit of fear. She reached out her hand to my face before pausing and pulling it back. She now had a look of concern and apprehension as her eyes darted between my face, the sheets and her own gore-stained body and clothes. Not like these a broken bar. She managed to whisper a few words before rising to her feet and summoning her staff, which had been embedded within one of the dwarves. The grotesque sounds of the staff being ripped from the dwarf's flesh were quickly replaced with potentially even worse sounds as bone, organs and muscles regrow and stitched themselves back together. Her magic brushed the 7 dwarven suicide bombers to the side as the other 4 council members hesitantly entered with the naked, beaten and bruised body of another dwarf. They looked around the gore-soaked room before their eyes landed upon the broken dwarves who were silently crying in the corner. They immediately put two and two together, and after throwing the naked dwarf at Cho's feet, they moved over to the 7 mentally crippled ones. Cho cleared her throat and gestured towards me, and the other 4 immediately understood what Cho was implying. Cho let her staff hover nearby as she and the other 4 gathered together and whispered among each other for a few minutes. While they were preoccupied, the naked dwarf managed to get to his feet and pick up a broken dagger that had been sent fling when Cho struck one of the rogues. As both the 5-clawed paw and I were focused on trying to hear what was being whispered about, we were unaware of the actions of the naked dwarf until it was too late. For the king. With a suicidally loud battle cry, the dwarf lunged towards me and shoved his shattered dagger into my throat. The 5 raid bosses turned around in shock and horror as my body slumped into the bed and the dwarf continued to stab me repeatedly. The shock of what I was experiencing was so intense I locked up and couldn't process what was going on. All I could feel and see were the impacts of the broken dagger slamming into me again and again until the dwarf was ripped from my helpless body. As I lay in shock at what had just transpired, I hesitantly felt over my body and looked down on myself. I glanced up into the bottom left-hand corner of my sight towards my health bar, and as the terror I had just experienced wore off, the sound of flesh being ripped and bones being shattered began to fill my ears. I got up and looked at the dagger that had fallen from my would-be assassin's hands and withdrew a mirror from my item box so I could get a better look at my utter lack of wounds. My HP was only diminished by a few points, like each and every one of the blows had only done 1 damage. If this was indeed the case, then even if he had stabbed me for several days straight, then he would have no chance at killing me, as due to having reached max level and wearing my current equipment I had an amount of hit points numbering well over 150 million. Couple this with my equipment giving me passive regeneration and higher resistance to status effects like a bleed, and even if the dwarf had stabbed me without pause for a whole year, I would still be perfectly fine. As the savagery committed by the 5 raid bosses continued, I realized that I was, for some odd reason, no longer concerned for my fellow member of the races. I tried to rationalize my lack of concern for both the one being torn to shreds and the ones over to the side. After all, they did try to kill me, and while I was almost certainly sure that king didn't exist here, only murder. I walked over behind Ripper as she repeatedly stabbed and twisted her barbed knife into the dwarf's flesh and gently tapped her shoulder, only to be met with a hiss as her tail swatted what she assumed to be another of her race away. Each one of them that I tried the same with ended in the same result, so I wandered over to the 7 psychologically scarred dwarven rogues that were still huddled in a corner and checked their stats. Average level 23, average HP 3800, etc. A broken bar. Fuck a broken bar. These guys were weak. They were newbie fodder for sure. What kind of starting area did these guys wander out of, and did they really think they could take on the endgame raid boss of the 4th expansion? At the end of the expansion, Cha had a level of over 550. Turning back to the 5 females who were still tearing the idiot dwarf to pieces repeatedly, I checked out the stats of the one who should have been roughly 1,000 levels beneath my own, mostly due to subsequent expansions where the level cap increased by 100 with each. The level cap at the end of the 4th expansion was 500, so her level shouldn't be that high. A broken bar. Snicktykutso's level and HP were a broken bar level. This means the level is at least 50 levels higher than the player's level. HP 3.875 billion. A broken bar. She was so far beyond me that it didn't make any sense. Her level was supposed to be 500. This was so broken that it wasn't even funny. What the actual fuck had happened since the game became reality? I walked over to the bed, sat down and absent-mindedly watched the 5 female raid bosses repeatedly gut my would-be assassin. This was something I was surprisingly okay with, and it was seriously unnerving how perfectly fine I was with watching this guy get his entrails torn from his body over and over. My eyes wandered around and I eventually looked over toward the clock that ticked away in the top left corner of my HUD. Any day now, a broken bar, any day a broken bar, I was whistling to myself. For the past few minutes, the few minutes before that I was twiddling my fingers, and the few before that a broken bar. I can't remember a broken bar for the past hour and a half. The idiot dwarf who thought it was a good idea to attack the boy toy of 5 overpowered raid bosses had been learning the hard way that yes, he was in fact an idiot. It was a quick yet endless cycle of gutting, bone-breaking and healing, and one that was intermittent with the screams of rage and despair of the 5-clawed paw and the screams of agony and despair of the dwarf. Enough of these. A broken bar. I leaned over and gently kicked Ja in the back, which was not a smart move on my part. In her grief and fury, she grabbed my leg and held me across the room by accident, and only realized she had done so to me a moment after I had entered the air. Time entered slow motion, or at least it seemed like it, as I hurtled towards the gore-covered wall. Well, fuck, I thought as I hurtled in seeming slow motion towards what I assumed to be terrible damage. When at last I impacted the wall, I only heard for a short bit of time what sounded like a sack of meat slapping against a hard surface before my vision failed. A broken bar. Respawn in 24 hours, or wait for teammate to revive you. I was in a pitch-black void with only this damned sign in front of me. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak, and were it not for the utter lack of sensory input, I would have assumed that I was under the same type of spell that had robbed me of my movement and speech several hours earlier. Respawn in 23 hours, or wait for teammate to revive you. This is both terrifying and concerning. Do I even have a respawn point in this world? Will one of my tamed beings revive me? Why is it that I have no mouth or ears, yet can hear myself talk? Is this what death in this new world is like for everyone? I have so many questions. Respawn in 22 hours, or wait for teammate to revive you. My non-existent voice echoed off into infinity as the abyss gobbled up the utter lack of sound that my lack of a mouth created. Respawn in 21 hours, or wait for teammate to revive you. God, this is disturbing. A broken bar is plaza. Respawn in 20 hours, or wait for teammate to revive you. It was then that I saw a light. It was as though someone was shining a spotlight through the sea from above. There was a calming and pleasant feeling to the light, a welcoming feeling. It was calling me somewhere, and while I wanted to go to the light, I knew deep down that if I did go to it, I would never come back. It was a haunting feeling, and almost subconsciously I began to move towards it. Respawn in 19 hours, or wait for teammate to revive you. As I neared the light, I felt something else. It was a force unlike the light, and yet at the same time it was like the light. It was pulling me, dragging me in the opposite direction. As I began to be yanked away from the ever-shrinking light above me, I looked below to what was pulling me down. Respawn in 18 hours, or wait for teammate to revive you. There was a hand. It was a clawed hand like you might find on a twisted mockery of both human and animal. Its claws were digging into my formless form, and as I screamed without a mouth, more hands erupted from the growing rip in the void and pulled me towards the rip with ever-increasing force. I struggled as hard as I could as a monstrous noise echoed from the rip in the void. Respawn in 17 hours, or wait for teammate to revive you. This is the end. A broken bar. I am going to hell. A broken bar. Respawn in 16 hours, or wait for teammate to revive you. The countless clawed hands dragged me into the rip, and the soothing blackness of the void was replaced with the eerie blackness of something familiar. I felt heavy and tired. And a broken bar. Revival complete. I felt a broken bar. There were noises that sounded distant and yet were also very close, and a broken bar. They sounded familiar. A broken bar. Wap 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 wap. I'm up. I'm up. Stop slapping me. As I shot up after being repeatedly slapped awake, I bumped into the snout of a very concerned Snicktykatso. We stared at each other for a bit before Snickty pulled away and straightened her outfit. I cleared my throat and looked around. Where the hell was I? I wasn't in the room I had been in before, and I certainly wasn't in the cramped and confined corridors of the sewers and rattan tunnels. This place was too different and filled to the brim with some kind of strange contraption that thrummed with a power that made me question if it wasn't alive. I was on some kind of flat, bed-like piece of metal, and my hands and feet were held in place by clamps. Over my heart was a device that looked like a makeshift defibrillator, and on my head was something that Doc Brown might have worn. I could feel the charge of static electricity and magical power in the air, and my hair was standing on end. For the second time I was aware of I was completely naked, and what made the Frankenstein-like lab that I was in more disturbing were the piles of rattan corpses that looked like they had died incredibly brutal deaths. Their faces were contorted into silent screams of pure agony, and I could almost feel the mixture of pain and hatred that they must have felt in their final moments. I stopped looking around and noticed that Snickty was now accompanied by Grimmer, who looked even more like a jubilant mad scientist than she did when she had donned her exosuit. It works. It works. Yes, it works. Grimmer was bouncing around the place like a rattan possessed. After her victory jig went on for a few more minutes, my eyes settled on something on the chair next to me. It was a copy of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, A Broken Bar. How the hell did that end up in here? I looked closer at the book and realized that the author listed was not Mary Shelley, but in fact someone entirely different. The book was still written in English, which was not an in-game language, which is what made the fact that the book was in this world even more bizarre. Grimmer continued to prance about for a few more minutes and didn't stop until Snickty pulled a lever. No, not yet. I wanted to celebrate a little more. Snickty was having none of it and kept her weight on the lever, preventing Grimmer from pulling it back to its original position. Ding. No. Grimmer wailed as the wall behind her opened up and Cho, Ripper and Squick walked out. Another failure? We need him alive. Stupid fools. We cannot keep this secret for much longer. Ripper was obviously angry at the two of them. Had they tried to revive me several times before? Couldn't they have used magic? Cho would have gladly revived our husband King, but you told Cho that you could handle it. Stupid Grimmer. Stupid Snickty. Should Cho kill you like Cho did those pesky nasty dwarf things? Cho was obviously upset as well. A broken bar. Maybe Squick should investigate, spy on you too. Squick might uncover more failures, more mistakes, maybe treason, maybe more. We're disappointed in you too. For two of the council to fail so bad terribly is a mark of shame, humiliation that we may never recover from. The 5 rattan females looked in my direction and yelled out in unison. What? We stared at each other for a while before I broke the silence. For 10,000 years I lay dormant, awaiting the day that some fool would unleash my twisted and divine power. Stupid rats. You have set free a force you cannot hope to deal with. I am Oz, the great and powerful. Know my might and tremble in terror. The only way to appease me and save your precious loved one is to bring me the broom of the Wicked Witch of the West. Do not resist. The 5 took up a battle stance as they yelled at each other about how reviving me using a machine was a terrible idea and how they knew that from the start. None of them wanted to take the blame for awakening some kind of evil god that had, through the Rube Goldberg machine that had harvested the life force of countless rattan, possessed the body of their precious A Broken Bar. SNNRRKT. I was ultimately unable to keep a straight face and my far section 8 gave way as I cracked up. The 5 realized what had happened and how foolish they looked, and as they straightened up I could honestly not tell if they were more relieved that I was fine or disappointed that they couldn't fight the evil god named Oz, the great and powerful. Detached from the machine that had revived me, I re-equipped my clothing and was immediately given a bare Hugo Broken Bar at hug by Cho, who seemed particularly ecstatic that I was fine. Trapped between the inhumanly strong vice-like arms of the white rattan and her massive breasts, I was forced to watch in horror as my HP bar slowly declined down towards 0. This was a different fear of death than what had assailed me when I was sent flying by Cho before, as the creeping inevitability of death by crushing was far more immediately noticeable than the instant death I had faced before. Chew you A Broken Bar. Please, A Broken Bar. Stop A Broken Bar. per broken bar in the red. She snapped out of her murderous cuddling of me and let my body slump to the floor. Ha ha ha. I almost a broken bar went back a broken bar to that place. As my HP recovered and I got to my feet, I was met with concerned looks from the 5 rat raid bosses. I assured them that I was fine, just very fragile in comparison to them, and that seemed to wipe the worry from their faces. I now had a better movement range compared to when I was locked to the table, and so managed to get a better look at the infernal contraption that I had been strapped to. Over to the side and attached by tube-like wires that led to the base of their brain stem were the corpses of thousands of ratans. It seemed like they were either quite low-leveled or perhaps were from the slave caste of the Under Empire, as the collars around their neck were clear giveaways that they were disposable workers at best. In the game, when an entity was killed, it would simply act as a movable part of the environment as the items from said entity were deposited in your item box. After a set amount of time later, the bodies would fade from existence altogether. What I was seeing was different. Bodies stacked on bodies, all of them with faces full of pain and anger that could not be replicated in the world that was. Aside from the even more exquisitely terrible detail that everything possessed, there was the smell of burnt meat and rotting tissue that flowed like a malodorous breeze from every orifice of the dead rattan slaves. Smell in-game was bland, as was pain. For if the full dive system linked too deeply into your senses, there was a risk of something terrible happening to the user. So, to experience the static electricity, smell and more that this world leveled upon him further reinforced the truth that he was no longer in a game, but in a real world with some game-like elements. We built this ahead of time. Yes. Experiments on giving life to new tools were going quite well. Yes. Only small modifications needed to be made to revive you. Feel no discomfort? Revival sickness tends to be quite potent and tense on first-timers. Yes. Grimmer and Snickty were intent on checking me out to make sure I was in peak physical condition, but I felt fine. This wasn't my first brush with resurrection. At least not if you counted the game world. I remembered the first few times I died and resurrected and the mix of shock and fear that had made me question whether I should even continue the beta. I do remember that once I exited the dive, I almost immediately voided my stomach due to the sensations of being killed and brought back. Full dive games were definitely not for everyone, and there were many A-game reviewers who proclaimed that the games were too hard and too damaging to the minds of its players. Fucking lightweights couldn't even beat the tutorial in a more than 28-year-old game. I believe it was called a Cuphead. Looking back on how easy games had gotten, it would have been beyond surprising if those expert reviewers had managed to even beat the opening area from an even older game like Assassin's Creed Odyssey on normal difficulty. But I needed to focus on the present, not the old world. A broken bar, failure. One word was all that was written on a scroll in the hands of the current king of the Ironheart Dwarves. Written in a language brought to his kind by the hero gods of the dwarves, those who arrived in Dwarfkind's darkest tower and rescued the mountain's children from destruction. The runic scroll of the Vaile was decipherable by only a handful. It was a language that was both foreign and native, spoken like basic, yet with sigils that were not of it. They called it English, and it was a language that the dwarven hero gods shared with those of the elves, humans and Rian. The hero gods of each race arrived at the same time, and their merits were still sung about by bards to this very day. But while the man who read the one-word missive was a direct descendant of the dwarven hero gods, he had none of their true power. It was said that the hero gods could level mountains with a single gesture, and no beings save for the dreaded bringers of the apocalypse could hope to match them in combat. The villainous beastmen, demons, Urkos, Nagara and even the righteous races counted those labeled bringers of the apocalypse amongst their ranks, and the hero gods had endeavored to vanquish these foes at all cost. But not every story has a happy ending, and while the hero gods managed to halt the advance of the apocalypse, they paid the ultimate price. This last fact was a state secret for every nation, for it was still widely preached that the immortal hero gods were still fighting the bringers of the apocalypse. But people like Gildir Ironheart 9 knew the truth. The fact that the dwarven hero gods had either perished against the Rattan Under Empire, or worse had been captured by them was something that he intended for his line to take to the graves. and they just might have to. The one word from the one known as Morgrim No Beard let him know that the elusive Vermin King had either not been where it was rumored to be or was there, and the attempt on its life was a bust. As the Rune King of the final Bulwark Kingdom held up a special monocle to his eye, the truth came to light. The Vermin King was not just a myth, but a reality. There were too many witnesses, too much proof of its existence, and the actions of the Vermin Council seemed too strange to knock up to chance. For the Vermin Queen to send her best assassin to rescue a single human, a hideous freak of a human but a human nonetheless, was unthinkable. There was only one reason that the ruinous Rat Council would gather together outside of their capital, and only one being who would have the importance to merit the Grand Master of the Verminous Assassinorum attempting a daylight rescue in front of so many witnesses. The unseen blade of the dwarves confirmed the suspicions of the most recent Bulwark King of the Ironheart Kingdom. Broken bar. I had hoped to my ancestors that this was just a ruse by the rats to put us off for a bit, but this is far worse. Grumbling like a true dwarf, Gilder Ironheart 9 picked up his quill and began to write a request for aid from the other dwarven kingdoms. If his hunch was right, and it often was, then the bringers of the apocalypse that had infested the caves and ruined dwarven lands beneath the earth were about to start something truly terrible. Gilder steeled himself for the future and what would come. He knew he would soon have to deal with the worst possible thing a dwarf can face, a vermintide. The only question was when the rats would strike. A short while after I had gotten my bearings, Cho wove a spell around me to hide me not only from sight, but also from smell and hearing. As they were rat people, the rattan were very sensitive to sound, smell and touch, especially touch regarding the whiskers on their face. The magical shroud that covered me was designed solely to keep the masses from noticing me and thus prevent mass confusion, celebration, anarchy and more. She would not have the well-oiled cogs in her nation's mechanisms be stalled in or damaged just because she wanted to parade me through the streets. She knew full well the potential hell that such a move would cause, with rattan females charging the parade to get to me and rattan males causing absolute havoc as they partied like it was the end of the world. As such, the parade was kept to a minimum, with the procession having a massive turnout, but this was only due to the fact that failure to witness the parade of the five-clawed paw would be a death sentence at best. The people viewed their living goddess as they were expected to. They were rattans, and they viewed those above, beneath and at the same level as them with hatred and malice. When they worshipped Cho, it was with both reverence for her power, beauty and control, and hatred that she was not being dragged down to their level or lower. Every rattan, male and female, wanted to be Cho or one of the other four members of the council, but they lacked both the power, connections and control that they had, and thus their lives were forever at the mercy of their cruel and despotic council. There was no hope of reaching the top. All they could do was vainly believe that they had what it took, and that with a bit of sadism, a bit of deception and a bit of backstabbing they could one day rise to reach that level. There was no way that the short-lived rat people would be able to live long enough to do so, but that didn't stop them from holding on tightly to the many delusions that kept them from simply committing suicide. Salarymen from black companies knew nothing on the hell that no rattan could ever escape from, and if they lived but a single day in the shoes of a rattan, they would welcome their black company as heaven. As the procession wound its way through the maze of crooked and garbage-filled streets of the rattan capital, the parade found itself flanked on either side by hordes of rattans who bowed, scraped and sang praises about the five-clawed paw in the foolish and pointless hope that they could be elevated from their position in life. I personally was flanked by 4 of the 5, with Cha in front acting as regal and pompous as she could. As the procession moved into the final straightaway before the palace, a small female rattan squeezed through the crowd and into the path of the heavily armed rattan elites. It was a child, a little girl carrying a poorly made doll that remotely resembled Cha. As the doll swung from one of her little paws, she held aloft a small shard of magicite crystal in the other. It was obvious what she was trying to do, at least to me. She was one of the freaks among the rattan, those who honestly loved their leaders with every fiber of their being. She was innocent, a trait that no rattan worth their salt would be found possessing, and Cho was not amused. As the elite bodyguard of the Vermin Queen picked up the orphan rat girl and brought her over to Cho, I felt a sickening, sinking feeling that I knew what was going to happen. Cho reached down with eyes that seemed motherly and lifted the little rat girl up. As the girl tried in vain to muster a semblance of resistance, Cho's hand tightened around her neck until an audible snap resonated throughout the entire city. Cho tilted her head even as her motherly gaze washed over the dead rat and child, who had the remains of tears streaming from her dead eyes. With an unfeeling swing of her hand, the little rat girl was flung into the crowd that dared not look up. At Cho's feet were two things: the magicite shard and the doll. Cho grabbed the shard, and as she looked it over, she ground the doll into the floor of her palanquin with her foot before kicking it away. Eventually she grew disinterested in the minuscule shard of raw, crystallized magic and tossed it over the side like it was nothing but garbage. The procession moved on as if nothing had happened, but as we moved away, I heard the sounds of starving rat people tearing apart the little girl's body as they desperately fought with each other over even the smallest scrap of meat. After the girl was gone, they turned their attention to the coin-sized piece of magicite and the fighting began once again. I shuddered as I realized the true extent of the utter cruelty and sadism that pervaded the entire existence of the Rattan race. From top to bottom, with very few exceptions, they were a race truly worthy of being called evil. The sound of the snapping of the little girl's neck and the tears of confusion and disbelief were still stuck in my mind, and no matter what I tried to do I could not rid myself of that sound and sight. Don't be like that. It was worthless. They all are. Compared to us, they are nothing. Yes, yes. I marveled at the sheer lack of care that they all felt for their own kin. But that sense of wonder was added onto by their next line. It is wonderful that you care for everyone so much. Your compassion mercy is something we can use to our advantage. Yes, yes. A broken bar. On every street of the city there came the sounds of metal clashing against metal and the billowing smoke of furnaces and smelters. For as long as anyone could remember, the kingdom of Ironheart had been in a state of war economy, where the needs of the civilians were less important than the needs of the military. However, even for the always mobilized nation, this was on a whole other scale. Bolts and bombs were being commissioned in numbers never before heard of, while the need for weapons and armor was so immense that grumbling old men and women were leaving retirement to help shoulder the load. Children helped their parents and parents helped theirs as the whole nation began to truly take on its role as the final bulwark between the rats and the less militarily minded dwarves. As bolts were shipped directly to the front lines from the forges, gradually the endless tide of rats was pushed back. More ground was gained and thus traps could be placed, and when the line fell back, and the tide of ratmen surged forward, they were met with terrible suffering. The cycle continued again and again, but there was never an end in sight, for the rats were without number, and the dwarves only had so many. But now, with the nation mobilized on a scale never before seen in anyone's lifetime, it was believed that the valiant defenders of the kingdom could slowly begin to push back the rats to their holes. There was hope that perhaps with a bit more effort on the part of the civilians that even one of the two lost dwarven kingdoms could be retaken. For the first time in what seemed like an eternity, the Ironheart Kingdom seemed poised to bring the fight to the ancient enemy. At long last, a blow, no matter how minor, would be stuck against the Vermin Queen. Even as the pleas of their king fell on deaf ears and all that was sent to aid the kingdom were slightly larger shipments of ore and foodstuffs, it was believed that they now had the means to deal with the rats. After all, it was only a few days ago that the first sighting of the dwarven race's guardian idol in over 1,000 years was made. Old Ironsides had begun to wade through the river of bodies that tried to drag him down, and its destination was the next target it had to protect. The more than 15-meter-tall metal man crushed countless vermin with every step and obliterated countless more as it swung its massive blades. Primary objectives: defend, there, dwarves; terminate, Rattan, menace. Declaration: their creators is, will, shall, be, done. Complete, genocide, of, all, non-humans/dwarves/elves/Rian, will, be, executed. Death, comes, for, all. That was excessive. Don't be like that. It was weak, unfit for survival. Better that it died at my paws than at the paws of others who would have made it longer and more painful. You choked her to death for a good 3 minutes before killing her. I choked IT for a good 3 minutes. Which is better than the alternative? And what alternative would that be? She sighed as her beloved husband King tried to argue that she had been excessively cruel. 4 minutes? 5 minutes? Even if it hadn't gotten in the way, it would have suffered immeasurably sooner or later. The innocence and childish adoration that it suffered from are antithetical to our existence. Given enough time and enough experience, it would have ended up either dead, broken, eaten, mutilated, or as a being that exemplifies everything that we rat ants stand for. It was better to spare it from such a fate than to allow it to be turned into a monster. Yes, I couldn't take it. If killing the little girl so cruelly wasn't enough, the fact that her own kind cannibalized her, and her own god had so callously viewed her not as an Uashi but as an it was certainly proof that this was not a good place. I had tried to argue for betterment for everyone, but time and again I was rebuked for my naivety and compassion and told that I could not hope to change the way things were. There must be some way to feed your kind without resorting to something like that. There is. But it would doom our race to extinction. What do you mean? She sat down in a massive chair and crossed her legs. Her eyes closed and she held her hands together, wringing her fingers as she went over the hypothetical situation that would temporarily keep her people from cannibalism. It is simple. We all rush out from the empire and consume everyone and everything in the world. All the animals, fungi, plants, everything and everyone. Even you. This would keep us from starving for a time. Maybe about a century or two at most, but then what would happen? Without any plants there would be no ability to filter the air, and with no more animals we would turn on each other. We would destroy ourselves in an apocalyptic orgy of destruction, as our massive birth rate would result in the entire planet being overrun. With no more meals beside our own kind left, civil war would erupt, and in that hell we would do even more damage to the already mortally wounded ecosystem. The result would be extinction, not only for us but for everything. The way things happen to be are cruel and against your morals, but we have no other way to continue to exist without destroying ourselves. Chu's eyes opened as she gave me a chilling glance. This is how things must be. There is no other way to do things. It is in our biology to be this way. And only through the daily sacrifice of hundreds of millions can many billions live and hundreds of millions more be born. We are not the races, so don't expect everything to be solved with sunshine and rainbows. She was right. As much as I hated to admit it, this was the way that they had existed in the game, and while undesirable it was the only way that their twisted society could continue to exist. They had to throw themselves endlessly into horrible meat grinders just so that the dead could feed the innumerable hordes of the starving masses. With the birth of hundreds of millions each day, hundreds of millions more had to be culled, or the entire society would be unable to sustain itself. It was a house of cards, but one that they had no choice but to live in. As a look of sorrowful resignation filled my face, Cha flashed a self-assured smirk. Glad you see it our way. The clock on the wall of the room we were in chimed with a bell that sounded like something from a horror movie, sounding ominous and instilling a sense of dread. At the same time, a similar, but much louder bell tolled over the entire city, and the sounds from outside slowly faded away. She opened her mouth and seemed to breathe in a breath that lasted for far longer than it should. I felt something off about Cha and the air, so I donned my mask and saw something extraordinary. Magic, or at least mana, was flowing from outside into Cha's mouth. Her eyes and horns were glowing with a light that shined brighter than the sun and yet was still a sickly green. As I turned away to avoid blinding myself, I saw what seemed to be screaming faces flowing through the thick soup-like mana storm that churned around Cha. The mana storm was slowly sucked into Chu's mouth, and as the last traces of the soupy mess of mana fled down her throat, the bells chimed once again. I removed my mask and checked the time, only to realize I had stood enraptured by the phenomenon that was occurring for a good long while. What was that? A broken bar? Cha chuckled and stood up. Walking over to me, she placed her paw on my shoulder. The alternative to sending meat to the grinder. Still lots of new food for the starving masses, but at least they died in service to their goddess. right? I had a sinking feeling that I knew exactly what that bell had forced her kind to do. Nothing truly beneficial for the nation comes without a broken bar. Sacrifice. A broken bar. Old Ironsides trudged through the thick shag carpet made of churning rat people that reached up past its ankles. With each step it crushed so many, and as it moved it constantly was forced to use its many tools that the makers had built into it. Everything had to be thrown at the swarms of rats that flowed like a stream beneath him, but it was like trying to swat all the water in a kiddie pool away using your bare hands as it was continuously filled back to capacity. It was an exercise in futility to try and render the rat an extinct single-handedly, but old Ironsides have not been programmed to understand that. Thus, the machine continued to trample its hated foe underfoot as it unleashed mass amounts of destruction upon those around. It only had one way to truly push back the pool of rat bodies that constantly and futilely tried to destroy it. Execute. Protocol Holy. Wubs Torm. Declaration Drop. There. Base. It was at that moment a noise that was unlike anything that any being in the world, aside from Vaile, had ever heard echoed like an ungodly storm throughout the cave, echoing off of every surface and amplifying the sound to levels unbearable for even a hardy being like a dwarf. The noise was so loud that it instantly killed every rat and rat-ham within earshot and even kilometers down the tunnels in every direction. As the OST for a very old show about sunlight-wielding vampire hunters boomed in the darkness, old Ironsides marched on towards its goal. It had been a month since Vaile had been put under what effectively amounted to house arrest. Not once since he had arrived in the twisted palace that Cho called home had he been allowed beyond a few certain rooms, all of which linked together. He had at first preoccupied himself with trying to exercise, but after Cho had forced him to stop due to his scent carrying outside he had become beyond bored. He had no way to entertain himself, and he was almost certain that his imprisonment was meant as a form of retaliation from Cho due to his outburst about the little rat girl. Given no other recourse, Vaile did the only thing he could do in this situation. He escaped. There was no tracking device or spell placed on him that he was aware of, and with an item granted to everyone in the game who visited every nation capital he was able to teleport himself out of his confinement. All he needed to do was select a destination and activate the item and he could escape even from the harshest raids. Vaile was unsure whether the item would even work, but he was running out of ways to keep himself from dying of boredom. Let's see a broken bar. The human kingdoms are out, for obvious reasons. The elves can see through my mask, or at least they could in the game. A broken bar. The Rian would find me out due to my smell, so I guess I have to go to a dwarven nation and then make my way to the surface from there. Unfortunately, the item in question had a severe limit to its effective range, and thus you had to be within a certain distance from another nation for it to work at all. Thankfully, Vaile was just in range of a new kingdom that he could go to, a dwarven nation called the Ironheart Kingdom. Donning his mask and a special outfit designed to counteract his skill, Vaile activated his item and the countdown began. A broken bar. Cho was in the middle of a council meeting with the other 4 members of the Five-Clawed Paw. She had been wanting to get the current topic of debate out of the way ever since Vaile had been secured, but only now was there time to deal with this issue. Between the suddenness of Vaile's appearance, the incident that resulted in his death, the process that resulted in his resurrection, their triumphant return to Verminblight and the outburst Vaile had released regarding her merciful killing of a single being, Cho had been swamped. Now, however, there was time. Not a lot of it, but there was still time. The 5 were getting anxious, and they wanted to solve the issue at hand as quickly as possible so they could enact the plan they had all unanimously agreed upon. All in favor of having a statue built in honor of our husband king alongside our own. Raise your paw. As you would have expected, all 5 members of the council raised their paws. Good. Then the motion has passed. Cho rose from her seat, followed by the other 4. Now then, shall we get back to the business we were going to conduct before the dwarves so rudely interrupted us? The other 4 nodded in unison, their tails twitching in anticipation of what was to come. They had been forced to wait a month for this moment, and now that Vaile had been fed a strict diet designed to reinforce his stamina and virility, there was no better time than the present. Based on Snicty's estimates, which were based in a substantial amount of highly unethical experiments, Vaile should have reached the point where he could easily satiate the lot of them. As they were far superior to their lesser subjects, they needed to give him a diet specially designed to allow him to last against them, as well as magical reinforcements that would help build his potency over a longer period of time. In truth, they likely could have waited longer, but they were true to their biology and lacked the patience necessary to achieve the fullest effect from their little plot. Cha began to open a portal, but quickly began to expedite the opening process. It was obvious that something was bothering her terribly, and the other four were unsure of what it was. As the portal opened, Cha raced through, followed by the other four who were now feeling quite concerned about the haste that their vermin queen was exhibiting. Once they exited the other side of the portal, however, they realized what had forced Cha's paw. A glowing runic cylinder was partially formed around Vaile, and before any of them could interfere he was swallowed up by a blinding light and was gone. No, a broken bar. Cha's body began to tense up as her divine power started to force a change in her form. Her eyes started to smolder and then burn with green flame as emerald lightning crackled around her now significantly more muscled frame. No, 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 no. At that precise moment, throughout the entirety of the underground and in every single rattan in Dwarven settlement, a scream of demonic proportions echoed like the shockwave from a high explosive. Even those who had not viewed the Vermin Queen as a serious threat were sent reeling in pain as the magical storm of anger and malice flooded out from Cha's even larger form. The other four members of the council had already taken cover the moment that they realized Cha was going to rage, and they were using whatever means they could to flee Verminblight as fast as they could. The entire population of the city itself and those in the immediate area around emptied themselves of occupants as the rage of the Vermin Queen sent waves of terror throughout the realm. Fleeing for their lives, they abandoned anything they had and everything they were doing and ran, for the fury of the God Queen of the Rattan was not something that could be stopped. All you could do was run and hope she didn't level her malice in your direction. With the absolute power of the white-furred Vermin Queen on display, there was no way that the Dwarven kings who had so vehemently denied Gilder Ironheart IX's call for aid would refuse now, right? A broken bar. In the center of the town square, a runic cylinder appeared and from within emerged the form of a tall human wearing a mask and heavy robes. As the citizens of the Ironheart Kingdom cowered due to the rush of killing intent that flowed from the Rattan capital, Vaile merely began to walk along the path leading to the exit of the kingdom. He couldn't get a ride, nor could he tempt fate by summoning one, so he relied on his feet to get him to the end of this kingdom and to the beginning of the next. Completely unaware of the fact that he had just directed the entire force of both the Rattan and the Dwarves upon a single place, Vaile continued to walk without a care in the world as he attempted to get to a place that would let him reach the surface and escape from the lecherous Rattan females that had imprisoned him. Had he just stayed put and let them do what they wanted to him, then who knows what might have happened. But now there was no turning back. Cha had already determined that he was in a Dwarven kingdom due to the tracing spell she was able to cast at the last moment, but as Vaile had already started to leave its area of effect, Cha was in the dark about everything else. Vaile had inadvertently focused the unbridled power of the five-clawed paw and all the Rattan Under Empire on a single objective. They would destroy the Dwarves and get back the Vermin King, and may the gods help whomever or whatever stood in their way. The past few weeks had vanished, as if they were never there to begin with. Cha slowly regained her sanity, and as the ruins of Verminblight settled and the death toll was made apparent, the populace slowly started to approach the even larger and massively muscled form of their goddess. Cha had grown another few feet taller, but ultimately remained the same height as before due to the fact that her body was now in the same hunched-over position that her lesser kin suffered from. Her horns had grown substantially larger and longer and not only glowed even brighter but also had small, short-lived emerald flames and lightning sputtering over the surface. Beneath her fur and skin were seen glowing green blood vessels, and her eyes no longer were anything animal and instead were pits in which burned eldritch fire. The entire city was in ruins, and no one who had stayed behind had lived. The Vermin Queen was no longer anywhere near the being she was before. Her feminine beauty and charms had been swept aside by the twisted form she had taken. She was no longer attractive, even by Rattan standards. Instead she was an abomination to be feared and respected, a demonic god whose will must be followed at all cost. Gone were any trappings of loveliness, and in their place was a towering rat person wrapped in torn cloth, whose flaming eyes shone like perverse braziers from underneath a leather/cloth hood. She had fully become the monster that the dwarves feared. She had accepted the true mantle of the Vermin Queen, the living god of the Rattan and the ruin of all under the mountains. With every breath came shivers of terror from even the other 4 members of the council. With every twitch came wincing and fears of unspeakable brutality. No, the Vermin Queen's gaze fell upon the other 4 members of the 5-clawed paw, and the 4 of them immediately were forced to their knees by the overwhelming power that was directed towards them. Gather, every one, find, and return their Vermin King. Destroy their dwarves. No survivors, no mercy. Their cities shall fall before their vermintide. They want war. They will have it. The Vermin Queen's right claw pointed towards the distant place where the hated foe cowered in fear. With her left claw tightly gripping her staff, she raised her arm into the air and slammed her staff to the ground. Glowing cracks spread out like a twisted spider web across the ground, and the earth split open as the Vermin Queen pulled her magical pawns into the real world. The stuff of nightmares had been given form, and now colossal monstrosities that matched her in all but raw power walked the world beneath the surface. Prepare for war. Go. With but a few rather corrupted words, the Vermin Queen had given her divine command to her slaves. No one among the Rattan dared to voice a complaint or even offer advice, for to do so was beyond suicidal. The mass of bodies that surrounded the living goddess began to flow like furry, malicious water, and the whole of the Under-Empire began to mobilize en masse and as one cohesive whole for the first time in their entire lifespan as a species. The abominations of Snicty's flesh pits were herded towards the last great bulwark between the Dwarven kingdoms proper and the hordes of murderous rat people. The warped war machines that Grimmer had spent untold ages perfecting were moved towards the foe's fortifications with the intent to obliterate even the sturdiest of dwarf-made constructs. Squick led her agents through hidden passages to prepare for sabotage, assassinations, and to sow discord behind their foes' lines while searching for the Vermin King. Ripple upped her drilling of the elites of the Under-Empire until they feared her more than they feared the dwarves and would gladly die in absurd numbers to take even the smallest spot of land. The vermintide had begun to surge towards the last great wall between dwarf kind and the inescapable damnation that the Rattan would deliver. All the while Vaile had no godly idea what had happened and what was happening, and was being escorted along with every other non-dwarf in the whole of the underground to the surface. A broken bar. What do you mean that you can't spare anything else? Gilder Ironheart the Ninth yelled at the dignitaries from the other dwarf kingdoms. You can't honestly expect us to hold out against the full force of the rats with this paltry assistance, can you? Your lordship, please understand that we have the fullest confidence that you, the mighty heir to a long line of great kings who come from the hero gods, can handle a few measly rats. Surely you don't think that the vermin could use such a weapon more than once? Gilder stood from his throne. He could not believe that the bulwark of the dwarven race was going to be abandoned. No, that the people he was protecting could not grasp the enormity of the threat that they were going to face. You cannot say that the reports of the movements of the rats have been found wanting. Can you? Can you not see the fuse that has been lit? Can you not see the dragon waking up? We must stand united or we will fall to oblivion. You and your kingdoms must honor your oaths and come to our aid, or does honor mean nothing to bureaucrats like you? Surely you are not afraid, a little mouse, Lord Ironheart. Oh, sorry, King Ironheart. As for our oaths, those were made by those long since past, and even if there was a threat, which there isn't, we would not be obligated to assist you if it meant putting our kingdoms at risk. Gilder slowly closed his eyes and sat back down as the envoys from the other kingdoms walked off. He had grown too used to the other kingdoms treating his nation like a disposable shield, and now his lack of retaliation in the past had come back to bite him. What did my grandfather say? United we stand, divided we fall? Then, I guess we can only put our faith in the stone and hope for a miraculously broken bar. Gilda didn't hold out hope for something like that and began preparations for a last stand of epic proportions. He would make the rats bleed for every inch of ground they took, and he hoped that somehow his kin would see the writing on the wall and come to aid him. If they didn't, then all hope that the children of the stone would exist outside of bondage was non-existent. The last king of the Ironheart Kingdom began to put a weapon into every hand and a helmet on every head. Multiple lines of defense had to be prepared in advance for when the Vermintide flooded into his home. Both sides of the war under the mountains moved towards their great confrontation, but which would emerge victorious was anyone's guess. Neither side knew the full power of the other, and neither knew that the very cause of the war had already been removed from the playing field. Without the Vermin King, the Rattan Under Empire would continue to advance at any cost, and without the Vermin King the dwarves had no way to stop the vermin. As Vaile reached the surface and breathed his first breath of surface air in what felt like ages, the war under the mountains started, the extermination of one race with a battle filled with blood and pain. It was cause for celebration when Old Ironsides arrived at the gates of the Ironheart Kingdom, towering over the very race he was created to protect like the being out of myth that he was. With the unstoppable engine of pure destruction that was Old Ironsides now protecting them, many of the citizens in the Ironheart Kingdom now believed that they could weather the storm to come. It was only after the several dozen dwarves were found mutilated in their own homes, their faces removed and their homes stripped of any worldly possessions, that the brief calm brought by Old Ironsides ended. Never before had the rats managed to get behind the stalwart lines of defense that the children of the stone were known for. How they were able to sneak past the walls, the gates, the numerous patrols and more to make such heinous attacks was a true mystery. Of course, if they had managed to actually do a thorough inspection of their own labyrinth of mining tunnels, sewers and air vents, they would have easily come across the myriad entry points that the Rattan had used for centuries to engage in observation, sabotage and more. If the dwarves had only known that the accidents that had occasionally resulted in master smiths and engineers dying were far from being accidents, they might have realized that the lack of innovation in the Dwarven kingdoms was due not just to their stubbornness, but also due to literal acts of industrial sabotage. What made the whole matter worse was that not all of those who lived in the homes that had been attacked had been found dead, or rather they had not been found at all. It was widely speculated that the ones who were missing were taken by the rats for nefarious purposes, a theory that was far truer than they could have ever realized. Now that the Rattan had a strong, yet undeserved, vendetta against the dwarves, their acts of wanton hatred and brutality against their foe had escalated to a previously unseen level. A night after a night would pass for the children of the stone, with the masses slowly coming to terms with the fact that their patrols, walls and other fortifications could seemingly do nothing to stop the rising fatality and kidnapping rate in the Ironheart Kingdom. All the while, their king tried in vain to gain even a modicum of extra support for the war that was soon to come. Even when the other nobles of the kingdom petitioned their brethren and the citizens sent letters calling from their distant kin to assist them, very little was done despite many speeches taking place. The dwarves from the other under kingdoms had long lived without fear of any threat, and even when their last true line of defense was about to be attacked by a greater force than they could deal with, they still languished in their childishly ignorant fantasies of their own unassailability. It was merely a few months after the surge of murderous intent had swept across the Under-Kingdoms that the Vermintide's first assault began. The dwarves of the Ironheart Kingdom had long since cut their teeth on what they had believed were the best that the rats had to offer, but what came to their doorstep was far worse than they could meaningfully deal with. With the sounds of bells being rung as alarms, the defenders rushed to their positions and aimed their weapons into the distance. At first they could see nothing but darkness sweeping out across the underground horizon, but it soon became clear that the darkness was moving towards them, and the very ground so far away was undulating like a rippling lake of matted fur and snapping jaws. Rats that were as large as or even larger than wolves barreled towards the first line of defense, a series of pitfall traps with spikes at the bottom. Not even bothering to avoid the traps, the wolf rats just kept coming until the traps were filled to the brim with dead bodies, despite being over 5 meters deep. Those that made it past the pitfall traps were then met by the second line, a minefield, but even this was not enough to truly thin out their numbers, and over 10,000 wolf rats lost their lives as they were blown to bloody chunks by the explosives. Even when the dwarven artillery opened up on them, they still rushed onwards in what seemed to be an endless flood of bodies. The third line of defense was a massive maze of barbed wire that was designed to force a foe to either funnel them down a single choke point or risk the long way by navigating the twisting maze of deadly wire. Neither of these choices were what the endless tide of wolf rats chose, as they threw themselves at the barbed wire to make a pathway made of bodies for those behind them to cross. Initially this had stunned the dwarven defenders into inaction, but they soon began to open fire with crossbows and rifles directly into the ever-encroaching mass of rodents of unusual size. The only light at the end of the tunnel was that the number of wolf rats seemed to be steadily dropping, and at last there seemed to be an end to the tide of oversized vermin. The wolf rats managed to create a blanket of bodies over a good portion of the barbed wire maze before they ran out of bodies, which would be dangerous to let remain if a broken bar. A bell rang out across no man's land. It was not one of the warning bells that had been mounted along the wall, but something deeper and far more sinister. The chiming of that sonorous bell echoed through the tunnels, and even could be heard beyond the walls and gates that reached up to the roof of the cavern. Beyond the final wall that separated the dangerous outside from their, relatively, safe inside, the gong-like noise filled the citizens of the Ironheart Kingdom with a primal dread. If Vaile had been there, he would have said it sounded like the bells salvaged from the ruins of Notre Dame after the Third World War, just deeper and more intimidating. Bong 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 bong. The bell chimed 5 times in total, with each time it tolled instilling more fear and apprehension in the normally fearless defenders of dwarf kind. Then, immediately after the bell chimed its last, the sounds of other, smaller bells began to ring out across the cavern. The cacophonous noise that emanated from beyond the line of sight indicated that the bells that chimed this time were more numerous and varied greatly in size and makeup. Any dwarf could tell that some of these haunting bells were made with standards, but many were not, likely made using subpar materials and/or had metal distributed unevenly through the entire chime. This noise sounded something like a perverse mockery of the ringing of hundreds of church bells from the human kingdoms, only driving home the point that this attack was nothing like what had previously been endured. A flash of emerald light appeared to illuminate the darkness beyond the last rune fire braziers before the light began to rocket towards a section of the walls. As the ball of green, burning and sparking spell grew closer, the dwarves on that section of the defenses scrambled to leave as the glob of destructive magic the size of a steam tank slammed into it at an ungodly speed. Chunks of metal and stone went flying as a massive hole was gouged out from the base of the wall. The blob of mana had taken a sharp dive merely a few moments before it would have hit the defense positions, and had instead directed itself into what the dwarves considered a worse position. Another flash of green light came from the darkness, followed by another and another after that. All of the blasts of eldritch energy were seemingly aimed at the occupied positions, but all veered off course at the last moment and carved ever larger holes into the wall's base. More than 20 of these blasts struck the wall at its lowest point, but still that section held firm. It was only after the 31st impact that the walls started to strain themselves in their effort to keep from crumbling, and shortly after another 5 shots hit the wall the ramparts could not hold itself up and crashed to the ground. Bong 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 bong. The big bell chimed again, followed shortly thereafter by the hundreds of other smaller bells ringing out from beyond sight. A rumbling from the darkness drew the attention of the defenders away from the collapsed wall section and back out towards the shadows, where the glow of over 100 rattan siege weapons barely illuminated the silhouette of the onrushing tide of over 80 million rat people. The roar of explosions echoed through the cavern as the dwarven artillery tried in vain to make a substantial dent in the numbers of rattan slaves that swarmed across no man's land like a living tidal wave of black fur and glowing red eyes. Barely clothed beyond a loincloth and a metal collar and armed with only rusty shifts and wooden clubs, they were the disposable bulk of the rattan military. Normally they would not have been a problem, but in their current numbers and with the threat of what was behind them preventing retreat, they had become a threat far greater than they originally were. In past assaults, only about 5,000 slaves would have been seen rushing towards this gate, but now the oncoming force eclipsed even the largest ever prior attack by a ludicrous amount. To make matters worse, the barbed wire maze, minefield and pitfall traps were no longer a problem for them due to the sacrificial charge made by the wolf rats, and the rat ant slaves were more than willing to scurry all over their sacrificial lambs to escape both the threat in front and the threat in back. If they could only make it to the gaping wound left in the wall of the beard things by the efforts of their goddess queen, they would be able to potentially earn their freedom and maybe even a chance to rise in the ranks. The cries of those who were shot with bolt and bullet and blown apart by shell and shot were constantly drowned out by the cries of the rest of the rat ant slaves as they screamed profanities and taunts at the beard things. Each time one of their fellow slaves was slain, the survivors were just happy it wasn't them, and in a macabre case of holy rat ant schadenfreude they relished the thought that they would be able to have some free meat after the battle was over. As bodies were crushed under the stampede of rat ant slaves, occasionally someone would trip and be trampled to death by the following vermintide. The surge of figures stopped for nothing, and no one and those who were too slow or were injured were ground to gristle beneath the charging feet of the slaves. As the first rat ant slave managed to reach the breach in the wall, it cheered for itself and its accomplishment. No rat ant had ever managed to enter these walls and a broken bar. Bang! In its moment of pride, the rat ant slave had stopped and turned around, exposing its backside to the fire of a group of very disgruntled beard things. Like a scene out of the Second Battle of Berlin in the Resource War, otherwise known as World War III, the dwarven defenders had managed to take the ruined wall and make a suitably defensible position. The dwarves let loose volley after volley into the horde of vermin, but with each lull in the firing the horde got closer and closer. Even though they were not reloading and were merely trading their guns for preloaded ones, the numbers were not against them, and the ramp of rubble leading to their position was quickly being filled with snarling and shrieking rat people. There was no time for the defenders to pick targets of opportunity, something that was usually enough to send the rat ant packing in the past. There was only the imminent threat of being overrun, and thus they could not stop firing for anyone or anything. Old Ironsides had been ordered by King Gilda IX to guard the gate, which was a good 5,000 meters from the edge of the 49-meter gap in the wall. Without the king expressly ordering the massive golem, it could not move and thus could not aid the defense of the wall. All hope seemed lost for the men and women on the wall until the sound of a massive horn echoed through the cave. As if on cue, Old Ironsides rushed towards the rat ant slaves and began to obliterate the swarm of rat people with ruthless efficiency. With every footfall, swing of his swords and activation of his built-in weapons, hundreds of rat ant slaves were torn apart, crushed, incinerated, electrocuted, frozen, petrified, etc., and the massive silvery golem showed no signs of stopping. With Old Ironsides now active, the defenders could breathe a sigh of relief. The worst of the fight was over. Bztsap, a broken bar. A massive bolt of emerald lightning flew from the darkness and slammed into the other side of the wall. It was followed by several dozen more green bolts of electricity that sped across the subterranean air and made another set of sizable dents in the wall's foundations. Far removed from the line of sight of the dwarves, the rat ant siege weapons began to fire. First were, of course, the longest ranged weapons, which fired weaponized magical lightning infused with ruin magic. Empowered by pure entropic might, these bolts of jade lightning made far more of an impact than if they were pure lightning throwers, but these were not the only toys that had been brought to the field. While having less range and thus being put in the line of fire for the dwarven artillery, the rat ant also fielded catapults and trebuchets that launched industrial waste, among other things, towards the walls. With less accuracy than the ruin lightning throwers, the bane throwers were still effective at covering parts of the walls and gate with a powerful corrosive gunk that stuck to the stone and metal and slowly crept down its face, eating away at the works of art that had taken over 3,000 years to finish. The dwarven cannons and mortars fired again and again at the rat ant siege weapons, but a dome of green energy stopped each round mid-air. Thus, the barrage from the Rattan Under Empire continued unabated for a solid hour before they eventually slowed their fire to a stop. Old Ironsides was done disposing of the Rattan slaves by then, and with the sounding of a great horn the massive Wargolem charged towards the darkness. As Old Ironsides closed the distance, the siege weapons once again started to fire, this time directing everything at the more than 16-meter-tall metal death machine. The ruin-enhanced lightning was deflected by the Wargolem's shield generator, but the barrels full of corrosive goo smashed apart on its shield and thus the gunk fell right onto him. The acidic solution hissed and sputtered violently as it ate away at the Colossus' metal chassis and weapons, its rune-inscribed metal body and swords being worn away, slowly but surely. As the gunk ruined the exquisite exterior of the golem, its movements began to slow and become jerkier. The chemicals that had hit it had begun to eat away at the enchanted runes and the mess with the inner workings of the machine, gradually reducing its overall effectiveness. By the time the metal man reached the siege weapons, it was already jittering like a man with a heavy tremor with every action it took. Barely able to walk without shaking violently, the Rattan that beheld the oncoming machine could scarcely believe that this was the same monstrosity that had caused them so much grief. Just before Old Ironsides got into the darkness from which the siege machines had emerged and then slunk back into, a massive pillar of emerald energy shot out from deep in the shadows. The beam of green death smashed into Old Ironsides' shield, or what was left of it, for a while before eventually overloading it and impacting the golem itself. The beam was not powerful enough to destroy the ancient war machine, but it was enough to send it flying back into the light from which it had emerged. As it landed with a metallic thud, the grotesque and mad cackling of a massive and unholy monster could be heard from the inky blackness from which the beam originated. Two orbs of jade flame hung in that shadow, seemingly surrounded by 5 glowing, sparking and flaming horns that made it very clear that the worst was yet to come. From behind the ominous, shadow-cloaked form, a giant mechanical monstrosity built in the image of a rat-centaur hybrid trudged out from the gloom and pointed its massive, superheated, chainsaw-tipped warglaive at the twitching 6-armed supersized Terminator. From within the giant Rattan war machine came a high-pitched mad cackling and declaration of war. Hee 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 ha ha. Finally, get to test play with you now at last. Yes yes. Your stupid foolish beard think creators of your now cannot save you. Failed tool weapon. So geared towards one goal you were that see the threat incoming you could not. Yes yes. Hee ha hey hey here. Now you face true power. Join the scrap heap you will, until time it is that I dissect you to study your innards. Grimagrisks, Rapid Assault Tactical Behemoth Obliterator / Terminator, ready to break shatter you. He ha ha he ha. Old Ironside slowly got to his feet with jittery movements. Rather than engaging the rattan mesh in front of him, he took a kneeling position and a compartment in his back opened up, allowing a glowing blue canister to emerge. The glass on the canister fractured and then shattered and a blue substance flowed out and covered Old Ironsides. If Grimmer had attacked during this time, she may have been able to deal a fatal blow to the mechanical defender of dwarven kind, but she hesitated, thinking this was a self-defense maneuver. The solution seeped into every crevice of the six-armed supersized Terminator before slowly fading away. When the glowing blue gel covering the colossal automaton finally vanished, Grimmer cursed her own inaction. The blue gel had completely repaired Old Ironsides, even going so far as to replace the ruined runes and enchantments that had been worn away by the corrosive industrial waste. Old Ironsides rose to his feet as the shattered canister fell off his back and the hatch sealed up. The two giant killer death machines squared off, both of them now operating at 100% efficiency. From deep in the darkness, the large bell tolled another 5 times, followed by the collection of smaller bells, signaling to the rest of the Under Empire's forces that they should advance. Another 80,000 rattan slaves rushed out of the shadows just as Grimmer and Old Ironsides began to charge each other. As the two closed the distance, Grimmer's ratbutt's chest opened up and launched several rockets at Old Ironsides, but the now fully repaired murder machine easily dodged them. To respond to Ratbutt's attack, Old Ironsides swung his enchanted swords at his foe, unleashing blasts of magical power in Grimmer's direction. Heedless to the tide of bodies around her, Grima executed a number of sliding dodges aided by jet engine thrusters, sending blood and gore flying as Ratbut ran over the rat-ant slaves. While Old Ironsides had dodged the initial barrage of rockets, they continued onwards and impacted the dwarven ramparts, causing another of the already weakened sections of the wall to collapse under its own weight. Despite the danger that now faced the dwarves, Old Ironsides was too focused on completing one of his primary objectives to notice King Gilder Ironheart IX's repeated blowing of the Horn of Command. One of the 5 clawed paw was in front of him. He had no choice but to obey the final commands of his creators over the whining of one of their imperfect genetic derivatives. Ratbut continued to use its jet boosters to play keep away from Old Ironsides, firing rockets and Gatling guns at the Dwarven Colossus from farther away than Old Ironside's own ranged options could reach. From Ratbut's hindquarters emerged a turret that would not be out of place on a warship. This turret took aim at Old Ironsides, who quickly focused all excess power to his frontal shields. This slowed his movement to a crawl, something Grima has hoping to have happen. The single barrel of the turret began to fizzle and spark with emerald lightning that seemed to travel down the length of the weapon. The sound of machinery shifting into action preceded a large clacking sound and finally a broken bar. Kaboom! Ratbut trembled with the recoil of the shot that had been fired at seemingly the same time that Old Ironsides was sent reeling, his shield having not only overloaded but also having failed entirely. Only due to absolute dumb luck had Old Ironsides managed to withstand the impact from the Rattan Mad Genius prototype railgun, and only dumb luck had kept Grima from being able to store more than one round in her creation. As the ancient 6-armed automata rose to his feet, one of his arms hung limply at his side, hanging on by only a few cables, while another just fell off altogether as Old Ironsides tried to take a battle stance. Declaration IT, will take more than that to destroy me by their will of their makers. You, and all your kind, will be terminated. Resistance is futile. You will be eradicated. Exterminate. Exterminate. Grima's mad laughter was amplified from the voice projector built into Ratbut, allowing her to respond to her foe verbally, even as she made vulgar gestures towards him through her creation. He-aha, iha-ha. Your words, bold indeed they are. Yes, yes. He-he-ha-ha. Yet, also foolish Nitilda Macron they are. Lack the power strength to truly fight my creation. You do when you cannot. No. Delay the inevitable. All you are able to do that is ha-ha-ha. So, struggle fight all you like. Makes my time testing this weapon toy out more enjoyable. It does. Looking forward to taking your remains apart. I am. Yes. A broken bar. There was but one solace for the Dwarven defenders, that being that Old Ironside's fight with the massive centaur/rat mesh was causing most of the Rattan forces to be dead long before they could make it into the range of the mortars, cannons or even the crossbows and rifles. The king kept blowing into the Horn of Command, but Old Ironsides refused to respond. But in the defenders' minds that wasn't necessarily a bad thing. If those two giant killer machines fought it out in front of the walls, sure they could try and attack the Rattan mesh themselves, but the missed shots from the vermin machine would do far more damage than it already had done. The defenders could barely make out what was going on in the shadows beyond the line of sight, with only the flash of magic and technology illuminating the darkness, and only for brief moments at a time. The thunderous roar from earlier must have been Rattan's super weapon, a thought that was certainly true seeing as how the 50-meter-tall gate now had a huge hole in it from where the super weapon had deflected off of Old Ironsides and slammed into the doors. Old Ironsides was still being cheered on by the defenders despite being forced to deal with the onrushing tide of mangy rat people. Not that their cheering could even be heard through the snarling, hissing, explosions and more that rang out through the cavern. A broken bar. 4 of his arms now were either inoperable or were completely destroyed. Still, he had no other option than to attack. The regenerative near-metal gel had been used up, so there was no way to repair him. Even if he won against the foes in front of him, he would forever be crippled, as the modern dwarves lacked the means to undo the damage he had sustained. There was only one other option. A final solution if ever there was one. Diverting all of his power away from every other system save for his ability to stand, Old Ironsides began to overload his power core. Numerous warnings blared out in his mechanical mind as he pushed more and more power into a single spot. As his detection systems went down one by one, his world went black. Finally his legs gave out and he began to slump to the floor. Death comes for all. May none find me wanting a broken bar. The core of Old Ironsides had reached its limit and was about to explode with enough force to collapse the mountain above it. Warning: core critical failure in 5A broken bar, 4A broken bar, 3A broken bar, 2A broken bar, 1A broken bar. There was no explosion, only the sound of metal being torn to shreds as Grima's ratbird shoved its superheated chainsaw-tipped warglaive through Old Ironsides' chest in just the right place. Old Ironsides' processors had been severed from the core and were now unable to keep said cow from entering safe mode. The air rippled wildly as a core dump commenced, with the air around the two mesh superheating to nearly 3 times the boiling point of water. Grima's mesh didn't stop with simply cutting off Old Ironsides from his limbs and core, and with a twist and yank but ripped the ancient death machine's head off to the sound of tearing metal and sparking cables. Advancing past the darkness beyond the dwarves' line of sight, Grima held aloft the head of the great defender of the dwarves before dropping it to the ground and crushing it beneath one of Ratbird's massive feet. A massive blow to the morale of the dwarves had been struck, and the Rattan were poised to capitalize on it. Fucking shitty SS son of a bitch flavored cunt waffle motherfucking goddamned piece of crap. Move, damn you. Grima screamed a near-endless stream of imaginative obscenities as she slammed her fists and kicked her feet inside Ratbird's cockpit. It seemed that Ratbird had used up all the power in its batteries as well as having overmaxed its core's capabilities, leaving the colossal rat/centaur war machine stuck in one place. The dwarves had no idea that the machine that had just crushed the decapitated head of Old Ironsides was unable to even disgorge its pilot. Therefore, rather than risk having to face it, they had retreated to the second wall, which was equally as defensible, if not more so. Rag, stupid scrap bucket, waste of metal, moving dumpster on legs. When I get out of here I am gonna melt you down to slag. You shitty little tin man. Let me out. Let me out. A crack of light appeared in the cockpit as the cockpit opened. Snickty has managed to climb up to Ratbird's chest and open up the cockpit via an emergency external escape hatch. It appeared that Grima, while a certifiably insane mad scientist, had not forgotten that sometimes people get trapped inside things and need others to get them out. This was a lesson learned vicariously after watching several 100,000 test subjects starve, asphyxiate and generally die of neglect while trapped inside her constructs. Of course, the lives of those test subjects had meant nothing to her, but she was not about to let herself be condemned due to her own lack of foresight. With great effort from both sides, the cockpit opened up and Grima crawled out and onto the back of a massive, mutated, patchwork abomination of flesh and bone. Just joking, you weren't when you said that you had something as impressive amazing as my shinier broken bar still. Lacks enough sparky burny bits. It does. Yes. Let me fix that issue, you will. The towering monstrosity was something out of Howard Phillips Lovecraft's twisted imagination, or at least it looked like something out of his expanded mythos. It was in a similar form to Ratbird, but its main body scraped across the ground on its belly, propelled along by more legs than any mammalian being should rightly have. Its skull-like head was conventionally blind and near-deaf, but somehow its sense of smell was heightened to an absurd degree and it could see in electromagnetic, thermal and mana vision from every corner of its grotesque body. All over its body were the heads of mutated rats and rattan slaves who had been surgically implanted to act as backup neural processors as well as grant the abomination the sense of conventional sight and hearing that its massive main head lacked. Every part of its hairless body seemed to ooze out a slimy substance that even Grima found irritating to the touch, and normal rattan and dwarves would find as painful as raw capsaicin in poison ivy-infused skin cream. What made it even more horrible were the numerous tails and arms that had been grafted on in various points, all of them either tipped with metal or tweaked so that they could never release the weapon that they carried. Tee-hee-ee. My masterpiece this is. Yes. Ages it took to finish. Still more did it take to get it tamed, controlled and ready for war combat. Locked away for a good long while it was, now free. It is to kill the beard things. Most impressive it is. No. Grima didn't answer and jumped down from the abomination's back, picking up the remains of a long-dead rattan slave and using it to wipe the creature's funk off of her body. Still prefer metal over flesh, I do. No offense, insult, but this thing creature gives me the creeps. Too many limbs and heads it has, needs more metal it does. Snickty snorted and the abomination crawled forwards. Suit yourself. Off I go. Move to destroy the beard things. Have fun getting that kill murder toy of yours to run again. Time to waste we do not have. No number. All around them the more experienced rattan warriors had begun to rush forwards. With the first wall and gate having been abandoned by the dwarves, the rattan military had begun to make a concerted push, attempting to be right on the heels of the retreating dwarves. Although the ones going forward were a free and a more experienced than the previous 160,000 rattan slaves, they still were individually less trained and had poorer equipment than the dwarves. This didn't matter to the rattan military, however, due to the sizable numerical advantage that they held, which meant that the individual life of the average rattan warrior was valued the same as or less than the former Soviet Union or the former People's Republic of China had valued their own troops. The loss of a few 100,000 or so was like a drop in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, utterly undeserving of attention, concern and notice. After all, in the rattan under Empire life was cheaper than cheap. A broken bar. Hold the line. Your countrymen are behind you. Do you want these vermin to destroy our kind? Line number 2, relieve line number 1. Dragon breath flamethrowers, project the fires of the primordial forge over the heads of the front line. Be careful not to aim low. Crossbowmen, arc your shots over the lines, not between them. Riflemen, take aim a broken bar and a broken bar fire volley. Now, move to the back. Next line, move forward. Riflemen, take aim a broken bar and a broken bar fire volley. The gap between the first and second wall and gate was set up like a concentrated scene out of the western front of the First World War mixed with a snapshot of the eastern front of the same war. The massive line of trenches on one side and the massive barrier of barbed wire, landmines and pitfall traps in the middle prevented the rattan military from advancing too quickly. They now were stuck in the same position that the Entente had been in, wanting to advance but only able to do so at extreme cost. Unlike the Entente of Earth, the rattan under Empire couldn't care less about the loss of life and limb, as they had more bodies to throw at the problem than the dwarves had ammunition to deal with them. Still, even Ripper Steelwhiskers, the leader of the rattan military, was unwilling to throw so many into the meat grinder for so little gain, and had called on Snickty and Grima to lend a hand in the endeavor. From the breaches in the first wall and the now torn down first gate came the whirring and screeching of Grima's war machines and Snickty's creatures respectively. Thousands of wolf rats rushed ahead to soak up fire and eliminate traps, while siege weapons and motorized balls covered in spinning blades and drilling spikes rolled forward, carrying the batshit insane, surgically implanted brains of rattan slaves inside. While the wolf rats threw themselves at barbed wire and minefields in suicidal rushes, the shredder bulls sped forward, their two hemispheres separated by a car-tire-wide metal cylinder that let the two halves of the metal bull rotate like semi-spherical wheels. Only the glowing green photoreceptor in the center of the shredder balls let the disembodied brain know what was going on and allowed the completely unhinged cyborgs know where the foe was. The spinning blades on their sides spun like a mix of a weed whacker and a lawnmower, while the drill-shaped spikes along the parts not covered by the rotating blades twirled with an endless whirring sound. Even being in front of the shredder balls was not a good idea due to the numerous spears that jutted out in uneven spaces and lengths from around the AI of the machine. The tire-sized cylindrical space between the two hemispheres was its weakest part, but that didn't mean it was undefended. Behind the tide of metal and flesh came even larger constructs of meat and mineral, followed closely by the abomination itself, with Snikti herself riding it like an oddly shaped mount. As soon as the musk of the abomination began to roll into the lines of the dwarves, many of them began to dry heave. A few managed to catch themselves and stop the vomit from coming up. They looked up at what could be causing the horrible stench, only to immediately regret that decision and empty their guts onto the ground. Slowly but surely the no man's land between the first and second wall was crossed by the unrelenting tide of rat people. Although the dwarves could outrange the rattan military, they lacked the amount of ammunition needed to deal with what was assaulting them. To make matters worse, most of the barbed wire, landmines and pitfall traps that occupied no man's land had been rendered useless by the tide of bodies that had been sacrificed to open a path. The rattan siege weapons did not outrange those of the dwarves, but they did outdo them in terms of destructive potential. When a cask of corrosive fluid was lobbed towards the dwarven lines, it would explode on impact and send toxic fumes and dangerous liquids flying everywhere. Sustained fire from this type of ammunition created localized clouds of poisonous vapors that hung in the air and rendered anyone inside the area a dead man. With each section of their trenches denied to them by the toxic cloud of corrosive gas and liquid, the dwarves were forced to come together in tighter and tighter groups, giving their rattan artillery a juicier target than before. Each cloud of vapor concentrated the dwarves into more and more pockets as the industrial waste split them apart. Sure, they could have fallen back, but at this point they were effectively up against a wall, both figuratively and literally. Those vermin men who were sent forward took advantage of the gaps in the lines and they heroically braved the caustic hell they had created for the good of the Under Empire, or, in a more realistic manner of speaking, they threw themselves into a suicidal rush to outflank their foes, knowing fully that they would die soon after. The rat men could waste lives using this tactic because they did have the numbers and the cruelty needed to expend thousands of lives to take a single meter of ground. There were other entities besides the rattan warriors that were braving the corroding fog that hung over parts of the battlefield. Grima's shredder balls were more durable than the flesh and blood that made up the bulk of the rattan military, and, in their deranged state of mind, it made perfect sense for them to rush headlong into the caustic fog to get a chance to strike the beard things from behind. Would this result in permanent damage to their metal presence? Certainly. Would it be a good way to avoid being trapped in their torment for a while longer? Definitely. Was it an opportunity to indulge in their psychopathic urge to murder and butcher their ancient foe? Absolutely. Was it really a good idea in the long run? That would be arguable. When the shredder balls and the surviving rattan warriors emerged from the smog and began to wreak havoc in the dwarven lines, a horn sounded and those not in active combat retreated back inside the second wall. This was where they would make one last effort to keep the rats from getting into their kingdom. If they fell here or were pushed out, then the whole of the Ironheart Kingdom would be at the mercy of the Under Empire. The chemical mist that hung in the subterranean air kept those who were supposed to fire from behind cover from seeing their foes, but it was painfully obvious that they only needed to shoot into the haze. They would hit something, and at this point accuracy did not matter. There were so many bodies rushing towards them, heedless of the cost and danger to themselves, that firing wildly and at will was the only sensible option that they could come up with. The artillery on the ramparts let loose cannonball after cannonball and mortar shell after mortar shell in a desperate bid to whittle down the number of vermin people from overrunning them, but by now they were running low on ammunition. They only had about a dozen more shots total left for each cannon and about 6 shots total left for each mortar. They did not stop firing until their last round was fired and they had nothing left to use. It was at this point that the caustic fog began to dissipate and the true scope of the damage they had wrought was revealed. Every single shell and every single cannonball had been wasted. Every single bullet fired had been useless. This was not because they missed the rattan military. No, this was because the fog had obscured the fact that the forces of the Under Empire had fallen back beyond the range of the dwarven cannons and mortars. Thus, the sustained barrage that had depleted their munitions had hit nothing and no one because their targets were out of their range. As if on cue, the assembled tide of ratmen surged forward, metal and flesh pushing together in the direction of the last major obstacle in their way. Now was when the dwarves of the Ironheart Kingdom knew that here was little to no hope left for them. The horn of King Gilder sounded out and the dwarves pulled back from the wall and prepared for their last desperate stand against the Under Empire. It was time for urban warfare, or as the Waymarked had so eloquently put it, a rat warfare. A broken bar. The forces of the Vermin Queen advanced through the gaping holes in the second wall of the Beard Things. They had been told that the Beard Things had captured the Vermin King and they were now on a sacred mission to take him back. This was one of the reasons why they had shown far less cowardice than they usually did. Another one was the fact that the Vermin Queen herself was at their backs, along with the other members of the Five-Clawed Paw. If those reasons were not enough to keep them motivated and their morale high, nothing would. Based on the reports available, given by the Rattan assassins themselves, the kingdom of the Beard Things should have been a sight to behold. Gleaming marble and granite were supposed to complement gold and platinum as chandeliers hung overhead and rained in eternal daylight over the whole land. This could not have been farther than the sight that they could see. Every building had been heavily damaged, and the wide streets and towering monuments had been reduced to a broken state. Rubble filled every path, and where once was an easily navigable city grid now stood only a maze of debris and danger. The Beard Things had likely done this all themselves in a desperate bid to put the righteous Under Empire on the back foot. There were now many places to hide and only the Beard Things would know for sure how to navigate this ruined nation. This was supposed to be a death trap that would help the Beard Things whittle away at the numerically superior Rattan military. However, all that their effort did was make the Rattan who gazed on it laugh at the idiocy that the Beard Things had shown. This ruined landscape was nothing to them, for they had grown up in nest cities that were even more chaotically organized than this place. For a Rattan, there was always a chance that every corner and dark space held someone trying to kill you. So they had long since become accustomed to being always on edge, and they had senses sharp enough to pick up the scent of others and had ears that could tell if someone was breathing from behind a corner. Ripper herself marched forward, followed by her personal retinue that she herself had drilled from birth. She shook her head at the feeble attempt made by the Beard Things and barked out her orders to all that could hear. Find the Beard Things in their hidey holes and kill them with all the anger fury you can muster. Make them bleed and bring them suffer pain the likes of which they have never seen. Take their heads and bring a ruin end to their nation. For the Under Empire, for the Vermin Queen, we will take back what is rightfully ours. Go, for the glory of our race and the safety of the Vermin King. Advance. The Rattan elites advanced behind the onrushing tide of fur-covered, stinky, homicidally insane bodies. The Rattan rank and file fanned out through the rubble-strewn streets that once made up the Dwarven Fortress city, moving with intent and purpose that was heavily laced with blind fury and genocidal anger. The best of each clan had gathered for this onslaught, and even the rank and file were the best of the best from their clans. Only the ones that marched in an orderly fashion behind them were the true elites, the ones taken from each individual clan at birth to be drilled and trained to serve as Ripper's personal army. Fighting raged through the ruined city. Even though the city stretched for just less than 100 miles in all directions, this did not mean that there were too few ratmen to scour everything. Instead, the massive size of the city meant that the dwarves had more ground to worry about holding, for they were far fewer in number than the Rattan menace. The dwarves had reasoned that creating rubble, even at the cost of their own glorious structures, would slow their foe. They were horribly wrong. Dwarves were built like shorter but more burly humans, but the Rattan were their same size but far nimbler and lither. Like the rats they were so similar to, they found the debris-strewn streets and shattered structures to be an ideal playground of destruction. Indeed, the dwarves had only done them a favor and themselves a disservice in turning their own home field into one that favored their foe. Like the rats they were so very similar to, a Rattan, even when fully grown, could just about slip through any crack they could fit their head through. Therefore, even the rubble designed to block off the dwarven flanks could potentially be bypassed, given enough time and effort. Even if the Under Empire deemed it necessary to rush headlong into the front of a steady and near unbreakable dwarven shield wall, Ripper had her own idea about how to break the nearly unbreakable. The time to try out her new tactic was approaching sooner than either side realized. A broken bar, a tavern on the outskirts of a major human city, was the host to an old dwarf. He was an exile, an outcast and a traitor to his people, but he took solace that he had been able to escape the apocalypse that occurred in his homeland. Every night he would come to this tavern, which had a constantly rotating host of travelers and mercenaries, and every night he would tell the tale of the fall of the Ironheart Kingdom and earn a bit of money to keep him from being homeless, hungry and naked. There was always at least one person who wanted to hear the tale of how he became ostracized and why someone who was once a legendary smith and warrior would never again be viewed as anything other than trash by his own kind. A young man who had arrived in town with his elderly father was interested in his story, and for a few copper coins the old dwarf now had enough to pay for a drink, another day at the tavern's inn and a day of food. He turned to the people who were itching for the story and began. A few minutes later, and after much urging, he was finally getting to the good part. The rats were sweeping every pocket of our resistance away one by one. Our holdouts in the city fell to the tide of hideous mockeries of the form of the races. It made no difference to the monster whether someone was a warrior or a civilian, and knowing that ahead of time was all that was needed to press every single dwarf, both young and old, into service. Still, the sheer barbarity that the vermin showed them was beyond cruel. The rats normally took slaves when it was possible, as they would likely be used for both labor and rations. But these a broken bar. This was a level of cruelty and evil beyond anything that had ever been seen before. The survivors of the two kingdoms that had fallen had told tales of brutal slaughters and torture, but what was happening just beyond the range of our great and powerful rifles and crossbows was truly horrific. Dwarves that had been captured would be brought forward, and then they would be eaten alive in front of the eyes of our brave men. It was like a scene out of a nightmare, and yet we knew we were awake. Maniacal laughter and horrible screaming accompanied the sounds of flesh and bone being ripped and crunched, and some of our number began to lose their cool. But that was what they wanted. Those monsters. They wanted us to give in to rage and righteous fury. They wanted us to break ranks and charge them, for they knew they could not best a mighty dwarven shield wall. After hours of the terror and torment continued on and on, with rage building in our hearts and our eyes being nearly clouded by red, the monstrous ratmen stopped their twisted feast. The tide of vermin began to move, and we prepared for their rush. What we did not expect was that they would part and let a procession of rat people unlike any we had ever seen come forth to face us. The rats we had been facing were certainly well disciplined, armed and armored, at least for a rat, but these were something else. Their armor was polished to a brilliant sheen and had numerous runic etchings that glowed a bright green covering them. They were armed with weapons that were unlike those that the rats have normally used. These were purpose-made, not improvised at all. What fur we did see peeking out from under the armor was a deep black, and their eyes were ones that belonged to a seasoned warrior who had killed many without the slightest remorse. They did not speak, they did not even make a single noise as they advanced, their shields down and their blades aimed straight at us. They stopped just beyond the range of our marksmen, and as if they were a single organism, they began to beat their shields with their blades. Slowly the noise built up. Slowly the tempo rose, and then, as if on cue, they charged, still as silent as death. Even as they ran towards us, they moved in lockstep, their feet all hitting the ground at the same time. So stunned by this were we that we did not react fast enough. They had already reached the middle of the range of our crossbows before the shock of it wore off. Fire! The command was given, and bolt and bullet flew towards the silvery tide of rat men. Despite the fire they took, they continued moving forward as if there had been nothing sent their way. Fire! Another volley managed to connect before they reached us, but the bullets and bolts seemingly did nothing to them. Their shields and ours impacted each other, and the shoving match began. That is, it began, and then was immediately disrupted. With shit-eating grins on their twisted faces, the line behind the rats that had been pushing crawled onto the shoulders of their fellows and leapt into the midst of our formations. Then the third line of ratmen did the same, followed by the fourth and the fifth, and so on. Soon enough the rats were in and amongst us, tearing through us with strength that would not be out of place if we were fighting our fellow dwarves instead. These monsters continued to jump directly into the middle of our formations, and some even clambered up onto the ruined buildings that were helping us funnel the rats, before jumping into the fray with blades swinging. Eventually, one of the dwarves keeping the shield wall in place fell to a blade in his kidney and one in his liver. Then another one fell as he was stabbed in the back by the blade of a rat man. One by one the brothers and sisters that made up the shield wall fell, until at last there were too few dwarves left to keep it up. A single small breach was all it took for the dam to burst. The single small gap in the lines allowed the rats to surge through, making the gap wider and wider as more and more of the vermin pushed in. It was absolute pandemonium as the silent, silver-covered rat men carved a bloody swathe through our forces. It was in the middle of that carnage that I spotted it. A rat man that towered above both its own kind and our own, clad in armor and swinging a pair of poison-covered falchions like a murderous whirlwind. The roughly human-sized monster sent limbs, heads and body parts flying as it silently carved the noble defenders of our kingdom to bits and pieces. I did my best to hold out as long as I could up till that point, but when its eyes locked with mine, I was overcome with a fear far greater than any I had ever faced. I knew then and there that there was no hope for the under-kingdoms of our kind. I knew that to try and fight that thing and its forces was beyond suicidal, and so, I ran. I ran knowing full well that I would forever be a traitor in the eyes of my people, but I did not care. And truth be told, I still do not. I survived and am one of the few dwarves from that doomed land to do so. I can survive, even though I am forever disgraced and forever despised by my own kind, but survival is all that matters. I am not one of those who fell in that hellhole, and I did not fill the belly of some twisted mockery of the races. I am not enslaved to the will of twisted and cruel rat people, and I am not being used to breed another generation of slaves and livestock for the monsters down there in the dark. That is my tale of the last days I spent in the Ironheart Kingdom, the last days I spent in the underground, for that matter. The old dwarf downed his mead and looked at the rest of the people in the tavern. He had been out on the surface for a few years since the fall of the Ironheart Kingdom, since his flight from oblivion. Every day had been spent looking over his shoulder, paranoid that the rats would come for him. Only in places where there were so many people did he feel safe. After what felt like a lot longer than it actually was, he managed to find his niche and live in a place that allowed him to live without fear. Mostly. Seriously? Rat people the size of dwarves, what do you take us for, you charlatan? Gimme back my meat that I bought for you. The old dwarf tossed the empty mug to the young human man and walked out of the tavern, its door swinging closed behind him. As he walked, the familiar feeling of someone or something following him was ever present in his mind. Damn, even after all this time, I can't help but be afeared that those monsters will come and silence me. A broken bar still, after telling that tale so many times over those long years. I should be long dead by now if they were after me. A broken bar. All of a sudden, he was pulled into an alleyway, only to see the face of the young man who had bought him some booze in exchange for his story. Give me back my money, old man. The dwarf sighed. This kind of thing happened more often than he cared to know. There were always those who did not believe his story, even though it was 100% true. I don't have a single copper, so just beat me black and blue and be done with it. No, you wrinkled shit. If I don't get my money, a broken bar. The man pulled a dagger out of his cloak and drove it towards the old dwarf's heart. Then you don't get to leave. The man stopped mid-movement with a look of horror on his face. Pa? The dwarf looked back and saw a figure cloaked in a leather outfit made of tanned faces. Covering the hooded person's face was the freshly removed skin of an older human man, complete with beard and eyebrow hair. The young man dropped the dwarf and lunged at the figure, but to shock and horror of both the human and the dwarf, the tail of a large rodent sped out from under the cloak of face and seized the young man's sword hand. This a single motion, the hooded figure severed the young human man's head from his neck and used its tail to truss the body aside like it was a piece of trash. The figure walked up to the dwarf, and as he waited for the end, a feminine yet monstrous voice came from under the human face that adorned that of a human-sized rat person. Can't have you dying yet. So many more need to hear. Listen to what happened. You live and die when we want you to, so don't bother attempt trying to kill die before it is time. A puff of horribly stinky black smoke later, and the monster was gone, leaving the old dwarf alone with his thoughts and the realization that he had never escaped that hell of his own power. He had never escaped that hell to begin with. He was still at their mercy, and not even suicide would be enough to free him, not that they would even allow him to do so. Despite all his attempts to control and escape his fate, despite his suffering and PTSD, despite the fact that the hell he had witnessed was his only way to earn any money or food, he ultimately was nothing more than a rat in a cage, to be toyed with and abused by the monsters that kept him entrapped. King Gilder Ironheart IX looked over a magical map of the city. He could see the blue, dwarf-controlled areas shrinking and the red, rat-hand-controlled areas growing in real time, and it made him curse aloud. He would not let his kingdom fall, and he would not let the last great wall protecting his kind from the vicious rat-men be taken. He needed reinforcements, the sooner the better. As it stood, however, he had no expectations of a grand rescue. The ambassadors from the other under-kingdoms had long since fled, promising much but delivering nothing. They had fled months prior, mere days after the hellish scream echoed through the whole of the underground. Anyone with even a lick of common sense could tell that it meant trouble, and any dwarf worth his ale would know that such a shriek meant that the rats were going to hit hard. He had expected that some of his people would come to aid him and his, but not a soul showed up, even at this late stage of the conflict. If we somehow manage to endure this, I will have dozens of grudges to settle. The Dwarven King grumbled as he saw another line of defense buckle and cave, a streak of red quickly punching a bulge into a blue zone. His attention switched from the map to a slip of paper in his hand, a letter from a certain Morgram No Beard. I certainly hope you can deal with this. We have all our hopes riding on you, so by the grace of the ancestors and by the power of the gods, succeed. If you fail, if you fall, then all is truly lost. A broken bar. Ripper's attention was focused on the reports coming in. An entire force of her elite troops had been one-sidedly butchered by what seemed to be a beardless beard thing. Said beard thing had simply appeared from nowhere, bypassing the senses of those around it, and then proceeded to effortlessly rip a detachment of her personal army to shreds. Needless to say, she was livid. She stopped swinging a armored beard thing around and into its own kind like a fleshy flail and tossed the broken being aside. She began to dash towards the sounds of her own personal army in trouble. She knew every one of their voices, and the sounds she heard made it clear that they were in far over their heads. Just as she arrived, she saw the fading form of a beardless beard thing looking back at her with a mix of contempt and satisfaction on its face. As she slammed into the place where the beardless beard thing was, she swore she could hear a snicker in a voice that seemed familiar. She couldn't place where she had heard it before, only that she had heard it a very long time ago. Squeak! She bellowed, only for the rattan in question to appear, locked in battle with the beardless dwarf. The two of them popped in and out of various places, connecting their blows with the blocks of the other. It was, to put it in a way a comic book fan might understand, like seeing two far more murderous copies of Nightcrawler trying desperately to kill each other. The two of them bam-fed in and out of place through the entire war zone, with neither of them getting the upper hand. Ripper tried to follow the random teleportations, but to no avail, and she ultimately consigned herself to not being able to kill the beardless wonder. She was not wanting revenge for the slain, but merely wanting to vent the frustration and anger she felt over having her pawns killed so easily. She would have to up the training regimen and work with Snickty to get more powerful pups. It was nothing a bit of selective breeding and copious amounts of magicite-infused steroids couldn't solve. A broken bar. Grimmer had managed to get Ratbot working again, and he piloted the mesh towards the battlefield. She was very late to the party, and this angered her greatly. Sure, she had dealt with the Colossus, but since that point she had been unable to participate as her attention was focused on getting her machine up and running again. She could feel the burning gaze of the Vermin Queen on her as she worked, which stressed her out and inspired her to work faster. Ratbot was now moving at top speed towards the ruined Dwarven Fortress city, and anything that got in its way was crushed underfoot or smashed aside by the chainsaw-tipped warglaive it carried. Must reach fighting. Can't risk her rage wrath. Have to distinguish myself or face destruction. Yes, yes. With every other glance being over her shoulder, Grima pushed Ratbit's movement abilities to their absolute limits. She knew better than to let other, weak rattan outdo her in terms of accomplishments. She could not permit anyone other than another member of the five-clawed paw to outshine her. No time. Must move, go faster. As Ratbit reached the front lines and smashed a bloody swathe through both ally and enemy alike, Grima continued to panic as she drove the massive mechanical rat centaur construct towards the central dwarven keep. Killing the rank and file was not enough to keep her from oblivion, or so she thought. No, she needed to take a bigger prize with much more valuable heads to hope and stave off the wrath of the Vermin Queen. A broken bar. Snickty stood on the top of a spire that was in less of a destroyed state than the other structures around it. She was at the highest point for miles around, and she could see the fighting raging around her for quite a distance. She giggled to herself and opened a bag made out of a leather and removed something that she and Grima had worked on. It was a tiara-like piece of headwear that would only be usable by someone or something with the head of a rattan, and one the size of those of the members of the five-clawed paw. She placed the device onto her head and felt the pain of needles jabbing into her flesh and connecting to her nerves. She closed her eyes and opened them. Her beady red eyes were now glazed over and she held her hands aloft. The macabre constructs of flesh, bone and sinew that she had brought to the fight suddenly stopped moving, only to start again as Snickty began to wave her arms like a conductor of an orchestra. Her fingers twitched as she swung her arms and hands about and her tail twitched as it too danced in the air, undulating in seemingly random motions. Snickty was directing the movement of every creature she had brought to the fight. The wolf rats, the rat trolls, the abomination and more became nothing more than an extension of her will, utterly subservient and acting as just another limb, eye, ear, mouth or nose. Snickty's pseudo-hive mind let her control the uncontrollable and steer the mad monsters she had formed into whatever direction she saw fit. With a unified mind and purpose, the savage monsters that had been brought to bear against the beard things hit harder, more accurately and with more cunning and brutality than ever before. A broken bar. At the edge of the dwarven fortress city a hulking figure strode through the hole in the last wall. With every step it took, the area around it began to twist and reshape. The very air became corrupted and sickening as emerald sparks and flames popped in and out of existence and the very architecture around the creature began to alter itself. As the rag-covered figure with 5 glowing, sparking and burning crystal horns entered the ruined city, its gaze swept over the destroyed monuments and icons of a once great nation. Under its hood, its emerald-colored flames for eyes were filled with glee as its mouth twisted into a sinister smile. It pointed its right claw out towards where the fighting was taking place and from behind it strode 4 10-meter-tall rattan warriors that seemed to have come from the smaller one's shadow. The 4 massive rattan colossi sped off towards the fighting as the rag-covered smaller one merely walked forward at a leisurely pace, opening portals along its path to help it traverse the vast distances. The 4 towering summoned monsters reached the front line just before the Vermin Queen did, and as they went about smashing any resistance that the dwarves could offer with a mix of rogue, mage and warrior abilities, the Vermin Queen merely walked through the ongoing carnage as if nothing was happening around her. Any dwarf that managed to approach her was killed in excruciating agony as emerald flames and electricity danced over their bodies and glowing green cracks ran through their flesh. No one could get close, not even her own subjects. All who tried had fallen, and no one had managed to step foot within 30 feet of her without paying the terrible price. She had said not a single word as she silently strode through the parting sea of combatants, making her way towards the very edge of the city where the keep stood defiant. That structure was the last thing keeping her and her subjects from overrunning the underground and both slaughtering/enslaving the savages who had taken her most prized and precious object of her affection from her. She would not let them get away with it. She would hunt their leaders and rulers down, one by one, and force them to reveal the location of her precious husband king. And if they could not give her what she wanted, then she would torture them until they did. She and her kind knew both how to prolong life and how to make it unbearable. They knew how to keep someone just shy of breaking irreversibly for decades and even centuries on end. Such torments were too lenient for these bastards, but they would have to suffice until she found her beloved Vaile, the one whom she and the rest of her kind adored so much. Her flames for eyes condensed into the size of a dime as she focused her sight to allow her to see all the way to her goal, and with a single gesture a massive bolt of green entropic lighting flew towards the walls that protected her foe. As it impacted and sent trouble flying, her hideous visage once again contorted into an insidious grin, and she kept walking towards the keep, unfazed by anything happening around her. Deep inside the keep it was a scene out of a fantasy war movie. Dust and the occasional rock or two fell down from the high ceilings and the chandeliers swayed with each impact that shook the massive stone structure. The keep had been made with a method brought to the dwarves by the hero gods who had saved them. A mixture of mortar, random stones, pottery shards and more were formed around a mesh of woven metal rods. The hero gods called it a reinforced concrete and it had served as the ultimate building material for ages. It was only the most venerable structures that would be made of this, then lovingly masked with other types of stone and further covered in runes, statues and other decorative pieces. It was said that a keep made with reinforced concrete was unassailable, that even if the exterior decorations were blown away the material of the hero gods would remain unscathed. The runes inscribed on the random stones and shards of earthwork that were embedded within the mixture would protect from anything, or so it was said. And yet, this did not seem to be anything remotely close to the truth. The rag-cloaked five-horned monster leveled blast after blast of entropic lightning and emerald flame at the walls of the keep, and with each strike the structure shook from the impact. Each strike carved out not only the decorations and far A section aid, but also chunks of the inner material as well. Even as the defenders tried to fire bolts and bullets at the rat monster, the creature just stood there and ignored the rounds that disintegrated before even reaching it. Seemingly bored of using its free hand to heft its magical projectiles, the towering monstrosity lifted its staff high above itself and then rammed it down to the ground. A glowing green fissure formed from where the staff impacted and formed a erratic zigzag line across the surface, quickly climbing up the wall of the keep and stopping just shy of the roof. From that point, yet more fissures branched out from the main one like a glowing, leafless tree of destruction, and with barely 5 seconds having passed since the spell began, the fissures expanded, and the wall came tumbling down. An entire side of the keep was now open to the outside, and if that was not bad enough, the fissures had also spread inside as well, causing entire rooms to collapse and condemn dozens of dwarves to death by various means. However, while the massive gash in the keep was indeed a huge breach in the defensiveness of the structure, the Rattan forces were still preoccupied with dealing with the stubborn dwarven resistance. If the towering cloaked horned rat person would be content to simply chuck spells at them from a distance, Gildanine thought, then maybe they could devise a way to. Before he could finish his thought, a pair of figures appeared in his command center. One of them familiar and the other not so much. Morgrim No Beard was now on the back foot against the human-sized Rattan female he was fighting. As the royal guards rushed to aid their fellow dwarf, Morgrim took the opportunity their sacrifice provided him to chug a few health and stamina potions. The royal guards were easily dispatched by the Rattan assassin who wore an outfit made of faces, which did not surprise Morgrim in the least. Fucking mobs. Seems even elite mobs like these ones are still just trash at best. With a derisive sneer, Morgrim waited for his cooldowns to finish before slinking off into the shadows. Morgrim, what are you doing? Help them. You are a hero god, are you not? Save your people from destruction like in the days of legend. Gilda cried out, trying to bring dwarf kind's last hope to bear. Instead all he heard was mocking laughter and words that chilled him to the bone. Why should I? Fighting them was suicidal. Why else do you think I didn't go with my guild to try and face them? Sure, I felt guilty for a bit, after they died and all and didn't raise. But why should I die in a pointless waste to buy this doomed civilization a bit more time on the clock? You didn't bother to check their levels, did you? When I started fighting Face Stealer, I didn't think it would be a problem. I mean, I could solo it in the game. But these are broken bar. Well, take this. My final present to a doomed man. Have to say, it was fun playing this game, but I am not about to get a permanent game over just yet. Ciao. Gilda. Tell my old buddies that I said hi. A monocle dropped down from above and landed squarely in between the gaps in Gilda's helmet. His vision blurred for a moment, but then he saw things far more clearly. Everyone in the room had both their level and their name visible for him to see. His gaze followed one person after the next, before he opened his own status to see his own level. He was stronger than all of them. Yes, all save the rodent assassin that was carving his people to shreds. His level was over 200. Hers was simply put as a question mark. From what he knew about levels, he knew that he was fucked. In the world Morgrim had come from, that designation meant that a being was over 5100 levels above you. In this world, Morgrim had determined that it meant that the foe was over 500 levels above you. Unbeknownst to Gilda 9, Morgrim had been played like a fiddle, toyed round with by a force far beyond his meager level of 967. When he finally had bothered to check Squeak's level, he realized how deep a hole he was in and wisely decided to flee, even if it meant that the legacy of his guildmates would be lost to that of a group of raid bosses he should have been able to wipe single-handedly. Your Highness. Gilda was shaken out of his mix of abject terror, disbelief and despair by one of his advisors. Your Highness, you must flee. Take the express line, it will. One of the walls blew apart and a massive, skull-like imitated rat head took the advisor in its jaws and proceeded to crush and eat him even as he screamed bloody murder. If that wasn't bad enough, another wall was broken down as a huge mechanical rat centaur thing wielding a chainsaw-tipped warglaive busted in like the goddamn Kool-Aid Man. From the back of said mechanical monstrosity jumped a rattan female that stood high above him, clad in a shiny, albeit blood and bile-covered suit of spiked armor with twin falchions at her hips. Said armored rat woman was Princess carrying another rattan female of similar size to herself. Once she landed, she dropped the rat woman in her arms to the ground, who then proceeded to pull a tiara from her head and cuss out the one that dropped her. There were now 4 dangerously nasty female rat people occupying his command center, but their bickering turned to silence as the tapping of a staff echoed through the now deathly quiet keep. The tapping seemed both far away and dangerously close, and every time it grew louder the pressure and sense of dread in the air heavier. The tapping stopped, and Gilda realized it had been coming from behind the massive set of doors that should have blocked the zoo. The doors blew off their hinges and flew through the air, barely missing both the hideous abomination of flesh and bone and the ungodly machine next to it. In the opening where the doors once stood was a female rattan. She was a broken bar. Gilda smacked himself in his crotch to keep himself sane. There was no way in hell that he was going to fall for a fucking rat. Even with its massive bust and womanly curves and sultry walk and a broken bar, he smacked himself again and again, much to the visible disgust of the 5-clawed paw. The horned rattan female walked up to the self-harming Gilda and gave him a kick to the face, dislodging the monocle and sending him reeling. A commanding feminine voice that did not sound anything similar to the normal speech patterns of rattan boomed out from the one who kicked him. Seriously? You find us attractive? Are you really that a broken bar? Wait. Now I see the reason for your lustful gaze. Let me fix that. No one but our vermin king was meant to see that, so you and your kin should bear witness to the truth. In all honesty, he would have despised us if he saw us without this glamour. Now gaze upon us and tremble, brat. His gaze once again fell on the leader of the rattan race, but now he saw something truly horrific. Each one of the rattan females was shifting between what they had looked like mere moments earlier and their true forms. The sight that Vaile and so many dwarves had borne witness to was not the truth. The 5-clawed paw had long since grown to be able to use a glamour spell to hide their true appearances, and the dwarf king now saw what Vaile had not, but the rattan race did. His eyes filled with a mixture of horror, disgust, despair and dread as the utterly monstrous creatures in front of him approached. Their faces were once something that only a certain type of person would find hot, but now they looked like something out of a horror movie. There were no breasts of any great size, no feminine curves, no attractive and sultry movements. Just monsters preparing to pounce on their prey. Gilda's thoughts raced as his mind began to enter panic mode. There was no way something that hideous, the disgusting could possibly exist. The stench, the matter, mangy fur and skin covered in our broken bar by the ancestor and hero gods. What was he seeing? They should not be. They could not be. This was a broken bar. Guild 9 fainted as they drew too near, his mind unable to process the sheer hideousness of what was in front of him. The leader of the five-clawed paw, Chasnofa, reached out with her gnarled and mangy arm and grasped the dwarf king in her twisted and bony fingers. Guild 9's eyes shifted under his closed lids before his eyes opened wide and glowed a sickening green. Emerald wisps of mist flowed from Gilda's eyes, ears, nose and mouth and fused into the matted and mangy fur-covered flesh of the Vermin Queen. Every memory and thought that filled the dwarf was being gobbled up by the ravenous monstrosity that held him in its grasp. After what seemed like hours, the towering and hideous rat woman crushed the head of her prey and swallowed the soul of the last king of the Ironheart Kingdom. Guild 9's body fell to the ground with a thud and his fluids spilled out from the shattered remnants of his head. Was he here? The raspy and twisted voice from Snicty asked. Number. This one did not know anything. A useless beard thing, ruling over yet more useless beard things. To not even know of something so momentous, a broken bar, disappointing. The Vermin Queen hissed in anger as she contemplated which dwarven kingdom would have her beloved in its clutches. She was sure that it had to be one of the ones further away. It was what she would do, keep the prize as far away as possible to buy time for a broken bar something. She kicked the dead man as if he could feel the pain and then cast a spell to deal with the mess. She had already taken the impotent king's family alive and unharmed, but that would not be for long. She had plans for the royal family, and they would be given the same treatment as their patriarch in the end. Of course, she intended for them to be alive as it happened. A portal appeared under the fallen monarch and whisked him away to a fate that was unbefitting of his stature. The five monsters in the room licked their lips in anticipation of what was to come. After all, it wasn't every day they got to eat royalty, both dead and alive. MN. Guild 9 floated in a blacker than black abyss. Yes, a voice he could not recognize and yet was so calming and familiar echoed in the nothingness that surrounded him. Who was talking to him in this place of infinite nothingness? My son, who was there? My son, a broken bar. Father, my son, your work is not yet done. But I am dead. How can I do anything? You have the blood of gods in your veins. It is a part of you. Even as the monster tried to devour you, you have the strength to resist it. But how? There was nothing here. Remember your lessons. Reach out for the gift given to us by our ancestors. Escape your fate and overcome oblivion. How? How am I supposed to? Remember who you are. Remember what you are. Father. There was only silence. The voice of his sire had left him, and he was alone in the darkness. Still, he held on to his father's words. He tried to reach out and feel around in the void. It seemed that an eternity passed before he managed to find a minuscule light shining in the abyss. It was a single pinprick, but it was there, nonetheless. He reached out towards the light and felt himself being pulled towards it, into it. His formless body flowed through the pinprick of light and then he saw only darkness. He felt pain enough to open his eyes and bolt upright. Looking around at the other members of his kind, he soon realized what the pain was from. He took his first breath since his resurrection and looked down at his naked form. He felt weak. Weaker than he had been before when facing those monsters. No, in reality he had not faced them. They crushed him utterly and without the slightest care. He had been less than a gnat to them, and they treated him as such. Oi, oi, oi. What are you doing? Appearing naked as the day you were born in our hall. You had better explain this, you fool. The faces at the table he appeared on were familiar and annoying. These were the other kings, the ones he had died trying to protect. They seemed not to know of what was coming, and if they did not take it seriously. I died and was reborn. The blood of the gods in my veins saved me. The Rattan overran my kingdom, led by their 5 twisted masters. The other kings laughed. Seriously? You expect us to believe a bunch of rats with pointy sticks overran your kingdom? If you want to make a joke, at least make it funny. Just admit it, you tried a new teleporter. They were fools, the lot of them. But no matter, he had told them of his and his kingdom's fate, and now that he had done so he was going to. A dwarf barged in at a breakneck pace, almost tripping over himself as he ran to deliver a scroll to one of the kings. "What is it now? What do you want?" Grabbing the scroll from the hands of the messenger, he popped off its seal and read it in silence. Gilder 9 stared at the face of the king in question, whose countenance slowly shifted from one of annoyance to one of denial, then anger and finally a mix of sorrow and shock. He let the scroll fall from his shaking hands as he looked at the naked king who formerly ruled the last wall between them and oblivion. "We are doomed." He spoke the truth. The other king stirred. "What do you mean, Stonehammer?" "He could not possibly be." "My kingdom is gone." King Bronny Stonehammer wailed. "My family, my line, my treasures, everything is gone. Lost to the monsters that rampaged through my home like the savages they are." "Oh, my poor Svetlana." "Oh, Thorin, you were so young. You barely had a beard, and now a broken bar." King Stonehammer collapsed as he lost himself in sorrow and anguish. "If you had only sent your warriors to fight and hold back the rat men, you would not have lost so much. We barely had the time to try and hold them back with our numbers and technology. If you all had sent your men to fight, we could have bought enough time for an exodus. You may have lost your kingdoms, but you would still yet live." Gilder tried to comfort the despairing king in the most dwarven way possible. This did nothing to ease his pain, but it made the other kings realize the gravity of the situation. His only courtesy was that he did not tell them about the true mind-shatteringly disgusting visages of the 5 rulers of the ancient enemy. He knew that they had problems of their own, such as trying to re-establish contact with the dwarven kingdoms on the other side of the great abyssal ravine that separated the 2 coalitions of kingdoms from each other. He had heard rumors that something may have happened to the children of the stone that were across the crevasse, but right now there were bigger issues than contacting their brethren in another kingly coalition. "I too have lost almost everything to the tide of vermin that took my kingdom, your last shield against the rats. But so long as the dwarven race exists, we can grow stronger and more numerous. We can gather allies and war materials. With our survival, the chance to take by the world beneath the mountains is, while small, not zero." I saw how powerful the 5 monsters that lead the rats were. They were at the very least 500 levels above me, possibly even more than Morgrim No Beard, the traitor who fled in my kingdom's time of need. Morgrim fled? But he was a hero god. How could he simply flee before an enemy? He was never a true hero, just someone who felt a small tinge of guilt that he did not follow the others to their deaths. He said that he simply did not want to die, and rather than face beings that were above his level, he ran after realizing his foe was far stronger than him. He was a coward from beginning to end, not worthy of being called either a hero or a god. The revelation that Gilder dropped on them was almost too much for them to take in. Gilder stood up and ripped a banner from the ceiling and draped himself with it before walking to the door. "Where are you going? What do you intend to do?" Gilder 9, the last king of his damned nation, looked back and, in a voice filled with determination and righteous fury, he told them of his intent. "Going to get armor and weapons. After that I am going to the front lines to buy some time for you to decide on a plan. We either face extinction, or we escape to the surface, but I am not going to run while my kind are in danger. So, you can deny the truth like you did with my now destroyed kingdom, or you can face the facts." With a huff, the former king, Gilder Ironheart 9, walked out of the room, leaving the stunned and scared, and in one person's case, despair-filled, kings to try and formulate a plan of some kind. Even as those fools deliberated, the Rattan Millers would continue its crusade of carnage and torture, and Gilder refused to simply sit back and wait for oblivion to claim him again. If he was going to die, it would not be in exile or by old age. He would go down fighting, and now that he knew how to escape the clutches of the soul-eating monster, he could do so. A pain filled his heart and he fell to the ground. He heard something, a mocking laughter in a twisted and guttural mockery of the voices of the races. He could feel his strength being sapped from him and pulled off towards the place where the 5-horned monster likely dwelt. But he would not let it claim him so easily. He struggled to his feet and focused his mind to a razor's edge. He fought with all the might he could muster to sever his connection to the wicked and unnatural abomination. But no matter how hard he fought, he could not keep his life force from seeming out. No, a broken bar. I cannot fall like these. A broken bar. I refuse. I must. A broken bar. Then he felt a hand on his shoulder. Then more hands, and as he looked back, he saw what he could swear were the ancestor spirits of all the previous kings of Ironheart save for the first. They smiled at him and he saw their forms being pulled towards the distant monster instead of his own. No, you don't have to do this for me. You deserve your rest. You can't sacrifice yourselves for me. The spirits looked at him and said as one, "It's all right. You stay, we go. Let our line live on and save our race. You are, and will always be, a true hero." Then he felt it. A surge of power unlike anything he had ever felt before in his life filled him and began to alter him on the fundamental level. As the ancestral spirits faded and were swallowed by the distant monstrosity, Gilda's eyes opened to reveal a blinding light that faded to reveal his irises had turned golden. He was taller, stronger and more powerful than any dwarf had ever been in an age, and he felt as though he could take on the world. He was now clad in ornate yet durable armor, and floating before him was a massive double-headed battle axe which had a head the size of a dwarven teenager. He effortlessly gripped and swung the massive weapon as though it were a cardboard tube, and with each swing he could feel shockwaves speeding out before him. He smiled a painful smile filled with sadness and rage and sped off down the halls at a speed no man, dwarf or elf, could hope to match. With each step he took, the ground quaked and cracked, and he just kept going faster and faster. Whenever he reached a corner he kept going at his new speed, turning on a dime despite going at over 190 miles per hour. Even the Underway Express tram line could go this fast, and no dwarf could withstand the G-forces he was experiencing. But he merely felt as though he was standing still, and his speed only increased. 200 miles per hour, 210 miles per hour, 230 miles per hour. Finally, he capped out 260 miles per hour and easily left the kingdom his was in and rocketed along the underways at a ludicrous speed. Time was of the essence, and he could not risk another kingdom falling by the filth-ridden paws of the Rattan menace. He finally reached the outskirts of one of the kingdoms he had sworn to protect since childhood and crashed into the oblivious horde of vicious rat men that surrounded it. He tore through all in his path like a bloody and rage-fueled dervish, and with each swing of his mighty weapon hundreds of rats lost their lives. By the end of the 4th hour since his arrival, the entire Rattan siege force had been wiped out down to the last slave. Gilda looked out towards the darkness and began to run once again. There were yet more kingdoms in mortal danger, and now he was strong enough to fight the 5 monsters that led this twisted race. It would be simple with his new power, or so he thought. He sped off into the dark, completely unaware of how impotent his power truly was compared to the monsters he would be facing. Monsters that would not give him a third chance to fight them. Monsters that were still hundreds of levels higher than him. Monsters whose hands he was playing into. Monsters that would relish the taste of the flesh and blood. A true dwarven hero god as he lay helpless, as they would eat him alive, with his mind fully conscious of what was happening. But that was yet to happen, and with every step he took, Gilda Ironheart 9 moved ever closer to his terrible, painful, horrifying and unavoidable fate. The sounds of metal objects clashing echoed through the darkness. 2 foes matched each other blow for blow, neither willing to let a single scratch be laid upon their bodies. On one side was the risen dwarf king Gilda Ironheart the 9th, reborn via the sacrifice of his ancestors into the form of a dwarven hero god. The other side was held by a monstrous mockery of both animal and man. Ripper Steel Whiskers fought like a demon, her hideous face twisted in a mix of delight and satisfaction. "How lucky, fortunate that you would come to us. Now I get to kill you myself." Gilda said nothing in return, merely speeding up his swings and dishing out more rune magic to try and defeat the twisted abomination in front of him. It was strange he should be so much more powerful now, yet he was unable to make a single mark on the damned rat bitch's armor, let alone its flesh. He was growing restless. The rat bitch was countering his double-headed battle axe by dual-wielding twin halberds, each of them covered in what he assumed to be a mixture of gore, hazardous chemicals and foul plagues. He had managed to keep this hideous monster from landing a blow on him so far, but he could feel that the tide was slowly turning in the rat bitch's favor. It seemingly had an unlimited amount of stamina, and unlike himself it seemed to be able to unleash martial skills without verbal commands. If that wasn't bad enough, its tail was tipped with a long, curved and serrated blade that was obviously treated in the same manner as the monster's halberds. He could only imagine and dream of having watched the monster before him wince and scream in pain as the weapon was bolted and fused to the flesh of its worm-like tail. Still, he could not let his mind wander, for if he did the rat ore would take first blood. Ripper, stop toying with the fool and end it. The tallest of the 5 monsters lounged on a chair built from the bones of Gilda's own people. As it had watched the fight, it ripped off and consumed the flesh from the fried leg of a dwarven woman, mumbling to itself about how it needed to get some decent oil, salt, pepper, various other seasonings, eggs and wheat flour to make a decent deep-fried drumstick. Fucking savages. To view his people as mere food, he was going to enjoy gutting the lot of them. He was concerned by what the biggest monster bitch had said, but he was sure that it was just trying to make him panic. After all, he was now a hero god, the same as the first of his line. He had the power, the speed, the stamina, the equipment and the size. He should be able to dominate these mangy, disgusting monstrosities before long. All he had to do was focus a little more of his power on killing the armored shitstain in front of him and then move on to the next one, and he would. Lost in his own internal monologue, Gilda let his guard slip for a moment. Ripper took full advantage of that lapse in concentration, and her tail whipped out from behind her or sliced between the openings in Gilda's helmet. Gilda snapped out of his internal thoughts and back to the world around him, barely pulling back enough to keep the tail blade from gouging out his right eye. The blade still struck him and cut across his face, leaving a bloody gash that ran from what little of his brow could be seen to his cheek, which was mostly defended as well. Gilda grunted in frustration as he swept his hand across the wound, reciting a bit of rune magic to mend the cut. He then made a few signs in the air and boosted his immune systems while drawing the contaminants through his body and into his mouth. He spat up a glob of saliva, mucus and the stuff that got into his wound before once again charging in to fight the armored monster bitch. A broken bar. The beard thing hero a god was quite enjoyable. Weak as he was managing to give Ripper a treat. None had ever been able to come remotely close to harming her, and this young little brat of a beard thing was a welcome distraction from her boredom. She would yank it around for a bit, giving it hope that it might do anything to her, but then she would tear that hope to bits and pieces and leave the stupid beard thing in a bottomless abyss of despair. Only then would she allow it to die, and only after she and her fellow council members began to gorge themselves on his meat. The stupid dwarf was filled with blind rage after Ripper had managed to catch it during a momentary lapse. As it charged forwards, Ripper's face contorted into sneer as she gave out a hideous and mocking laugh. "First blood is mine," she said as she cackled with glee. The dwarf king thing had escaped from his fate earlier that month. He had managed to free his soul from the stomach of Cho, and now was far more powerful than ever before. Still, he had left his original body behind when he resurrected, and Ripper and the rest of the 5-clawed paw salivated as they looked at the being before them. He had tasted good before. His blood, flesh, organs, eyes, what was left of them, brain, what was left of it, and marrow were exquisite. He was delicious before, and now that he was bigger, stronger and definitely juicier as a hero god, they could barely begin to think of how to prepare his meat. A bit of salt, some other seasonings, maybe a bit of slow roast over the burning corpses of his own kin. They had nearly forgotten the taste of a dwarven hero god. Nearly, but not totally. The last time they had one was a broken bar. How long ago was that? Ripper accidentally let her own mind wander as she dreamed of the mouth-watering taste of Gilda's meat, and, in that momentary lapse in concentration, Gilda almost repaid her for the earlier blow. His axe nearly slammed into her side, but just as it connected, she regained her focus and leapt out of the way. Still, there was a slight mark on her otherwise pristine armor, save for the blood and gore. The mark was too small to be easily noticeable, and even with a good look it would have been hard to make it out unless it was highlighted. Nevertheless, Ripper was furious and decided to waste no more time in dealing with the bastard before her. She launched herself towards Gilda, who swung his axe with all the force he could muster. But, as the axe nearly reached her, Ripper seemed to meld her body with the very air itself, bending her form around the two-handed weapon in a twisting motion as she closed in for the kill. Luckily for Gilda, his distress led him to take a wrong step and he slipped to the ground and out of the way of the twin halberds aimed at his face. Ripper rocketed over the falling dwarf before using yet more aerial acrobatics to plant her halberds in the floor and use her motion to slingshot herself back towards the now prone dwarf. Now missing her halberds, she pulled out her twin falchions and lunged at the dwarven hero god with a look of fury and mindless bloodlust in her eyes. Gilda managed to get to his feet and raise his battle axe to block the falchions as they fell, but the force of the blow sent shockwaves through his body and forced him to his knees. Ripper put more and more force into his shoving match as her falchions began to push through the metal handle of the axe, much to Gilda's shock and horror. "Damn monster!" Gilda shouted as he began to chant a rune magic spell that would teleport him back to the Hall of Kings. "Not letting you do that," Ripper screamed. She would not let this bastard escape her, not after he had managed to do what no other dwarf, hero god or not, had managed to do. She would never let him run from her. He would die, here and now. Screw torturing him to madness, fuck eating him alive and relishing his screams. He would die today, here and now, and by her paw. She would tear out his throat with a single swipe from her razor-tipped tail, or better yet a broken bar. Ripper's head lunged towards Gilda's, who thought she was moving in for a headbutt. Instead, at the last moment, Ripper opened her mouth wide and sunk her teeth into Gilda's neck. Her incisors tore through the chainmail that guarded his throat and she bit down with ever-increasing force, slowly ripping his throat open as her teeth shredded his flesh. "Just a bit more and I'll reach his jugular and he will die." "See now, you little shit. You will die no matter what you do," Ripper thought as she savored the taste of the dwarf hero god's meat, sweat and blood. She could feel the pulsing of his heart through each spurt of blood that came from his ever-widening wound. It was so rich, so delicious, so absurdly amazing. She almost lost herself in the sensational flavor for a moment before snapping back and pulling her jaws and head back. With a single motion, the front of Gilda's throat was torn off and blood spewed from his opened neck. He tried to gasp for air and complete his spell, but he could not even keep the blood he was losing from pouring down his exposed windpipe and flooding his lungs. He sputtered and dropped his axe as his hands desperately grasped at his torn throat, trying in vain to do something, anything to stop his encroaching demise. "No, I must survive. For my people. For my line. My ancestors put such faith in me, made me into this. It can't end this way. I have to broken bar. I have to win." As his eyes rose towards the ceiling, they locked with those of Ripper, who gleefully licked Gilda's blood and flesh from her stained muzzle. Her eyes were filled with nothing but malicious mockery and sadistic contempt as she raised her falchions to the air and brought them down again and again as she cackled with twisted and depraved glee. Gilda stayed alive for far longer than either of them had expected, and even as Ripper hacked away at their defenseless dwarf hero god, Gilda still managed to hold on to life. Each blow cut another chunk of his body away, and each one brought him closer to death. After what seemed to both of them to be an egregiously long period of time, Gilda's mind sank into blackness once again as the light left his eyes. His last thought to himself was something along the lines of, "I know how to escape death now. Even if I am killed, I can come back, and next time I will be more careful. They will still die by my hand. I just need some time to prepare." However, he would not be given another chance to flee his fate. Just before he died, Ripper tossed his body over to Cho, who once again wrung the soul from his body and swallowed it. This time, she focused her full concentration of digesting the soul of the former king of the Ironheart Kingdom, rather than letting it be digested slowly like last time. She could feel the spirit of the foolish beard thing squirm inside her and struggle to resist the process that not only gave her and her fellow council members more power, but also extended their lifespan as well. He was a fool to challenge them, his actions able to be viewed as suicidal and insane to anyone who knew the vast gulf of power between him and his quarry. But now he was gone, and the sacrifice of his ancestors was for nothing. It was painfully ironic that the one whom his ancestors placed all their hopes fell and was consumed by the same monster they gave their eternal rest away to in order to save their line. Even more ironic was the fact that he had effectively offered himself up on a silver platter. The five of them felt their strength surge and their bodies do age. They were overjoyed. Normally they would need to have Cho consume hundreds of thousands of rat-ant souls a day for a year to get this kind of boost to their power and their youth, but this one beard thing had managed to give them a whole year's worth of sacrifices in a single sitting. A broken bar. As the rush from the surge of power died down, Cho looked down at the dead beard thing and spoke up. Maybe we should breed these hero gods into existence. Would certainly allow our kind to flourish a bit more. The other four looked at their leader, who chuckled to herself. Just a joke. We need to keep the population down somehow and the weak don't cull themselves. Still, we should at least try breeding these beard things. Even if they take ages to reach the maturity where their meat is most delectable and it takes generations to make them submissive and compliant, we five have long enough left to make it worthwhile. At the very least, I believe that the broken bar, what do the man things call it? Veal? Yes, that is at our broken bar that the veal would be good. It would take time and effort, but we have time and we have the facilities needed to make prime meat-producing material. It may take centuries of trial and error, but as long as we don't eat the lot of them it should be fine. With a sinister laugh, Cho tore off the armor covering Gilda's right leg before ripping his leg off and beginning to gnaw on his now detached limb. She had to admit, it tasted divine. A shame she could not have tasted her beloved Vaile before the damnable beard things stole him from her. She was so looking forward to getting to know every nook and cranny of his body in a quite personal and sensual manner. She was really looking forward to actually bearing children for the first time in her life. No doubt that Vaile would thank her and the others with his body after they rescued him from whatever terrible situation that he was more than likely in. Still, she was certain her beloved Vermin King would have hated her true appearance and those of her fellow council members. She knew how man-things would nearly lose their lunch when faced with a normal rattan, and she knew that she and the others were certainly in a similar position to the lesser ones when it came to what man-things viewed as attractive. The fact that she and the others had long since been using a powerful glamour in the event they ever found him proved how little they thought their beloved would think of them if he ever saw their true appearance. Nevertheless, she was in a position where if she and the others kept the glamour up their foes would be attracted to them, and they were not going to let these insufferable beard things fap to them. They had taken their veil from them, and they would never be forgiven for that. The beard things would pay. She would kill and slash or enslave the lot of them. They deserved only the most horrible of treatments for crossing her and her kind in such a manner. As she cracked open Gilda's femur and sucked out the marrow within, she contemplated just how she could bring the most pain and the misery to the damnable beard things that had wronged her so. As for how breeding them will work out, well, you know what they say, she mused aloud through her stuffed mouth, as she enjoyed the flavorful meat, blood, nerves, sinew and marrow from Gilda's leg. Practice makes perfect and nothing good comes without effort. Don't the man-things have a saying along the lines of, a good food doesn't just come without hard work? The Dwarven Kings had heard scattered reports regarding the sightings of what was believed to be an ascended dwarf. One of their race had become a hero god, something unprecedented and worthy of celebration. They knew who it was, only that whoever it was had a raging hate boner for the rattan millers and had intervened in their assaults on several fortress cities, turning the tide single-handedly and either pushing the damnable rats away or wiping them all out. In the past few days the sightings had ceased, but so had the bulk of the assaults from the rat men. It was widely assumed by the surviving Dwarven Kings and nobility that the new hero god had successfully beaten back the rat men and possibly even exterminated their leaders. Maybe he was bringing the fight to the rat people even now, tearing up their evil lairs. With righteous zeal, the calm that preceded the unknown hero god's disappearance seemed too good to be true, and all thoughts of fleeing to the surface were quickly forgotten in the days afterwards. Even as a week passed with no other sightings of the anonymous hero god, the children of the stone felt that things were turning around. Then came the sighting of a mass movement of rat people, whose numbers seemed to turn entire sections of the underway into massive undulating carpets made of sadistic and homicidal rat folk. They once again were back and were ready for round 2. It boggled the minds of the gyrocopter crews to see so many bodies all moving, mostly as one. The sight of all of the monsters moving together and completely in sync with each other was enough to cause even hardened veterans to question if what they saw was reality or not, but the sounds and smells that emanated from the writhing mass of fur and hate could not be made up. When the Dwarven Kings, who had begun to go back to a business-as-usual mode after a week of relative quiet, saw the recorded images, they nearly passed out from shock and fear. They called an emergency session and finally decided to begin the evacuation of the Dwarven Underkingdoms on their side of the massive crevasse that separated the underground. Unfortunately, this evacuation was not going to be easy. The massive horde of ratmen descended on every Dwarven fortress city at once, their numbers being so massive that they could afford to split into so many tendrils of destruction. There were only a handful of fortress cities that had access to the surface, and thus the rest of the fortress cities had to make a choice. Should they hold out for as long as possible and allow the few places with access to the surface to empty? Should they try and break out and rush to the few escape routes, or should they use the expensive and few gyrocopters that existed to airlift the VIPs to safety and leave the rest to their fate? Each fortress city came to its own conclusion, with many choosing to either try and break out or to simply abandon the masses and evacuate the VIPs. Needless to say, both of those choices were not very good ones. There were too many rat ants surrounding the fortress cities to break through without taking crippling losses, and the rat ant had their own ways of dealing with airborne enemies. The breakouts were hastily planned and only a handful of dwarfs managed to escape the sieges, if any at all, and the gyrocopters were shot down one by one as they attempted to flee. Normally capable of flying too high for the rat ant to shoot, they were now burdened by large numbers of people and possessions, forcing them to fly low and well within the firing arcs of the rat ant weapons. The Dwarven Kings and their families, those that survived, anyways, did manage to make it to the surface, and after a day and a half had passed and the vast majority of the people who could escape did, the exits/entrances to the surface were sealed with explosives. Needless to say, there were still some who did not manage to get out in time, but that was due to several factors, one of which included the unwillingness of the Dwarf Kings to wait and potentially let the rat ant follow them. Only 180 dwarves native to the Underkingdoms managed to escape the hell that was to come, all of them being the wealthiest, most influential and blue-blooded of the Dwarven people. While they lamented the loss of their homes and the much of their belongings, they were glad that they managed to escape. They could start over, rebuild what they could, and eventually they or their descendants could retake their ancestral homes from the vermin. They would have their revenge, for a dwarf never forgets a single slight against them. A broken bar. Vaile sat in a cart as the scenery rolled on past him. He had been safely on the surface for some time now, finding that even level 1040 junk items that he had hoarded were considered extremely expensive in this new world. This meant that he had been able to build a sizable bank account in a relatively short period of time. The problem with gaining so much money so fast was that it raised eyebrows in the local and national levels of government. There were more than a few people who had tried to get Vaile to confess to fraud or other crimes, but Vaile had managed to sweet-talk his way out of said situations. He was glad that his current equipment effectively reversed his curse/blessing. Without it he would have found himself up shit creek without a paddle. Sure, he had trained his fishing, gathering, processing and cooking abilities to peak perfection when the game was just a game, but there was something to be said about just buying the food already made. While staying in one of the human kingdoms had been enjoyable, he was sick of people coming after him and wanting some of his finances for themselves. Too many people knew he was now loaded, and he was looking forward to traveling across the border and using his massive bank account to live a comfortable, peaceful lifestyle. Yes, he would have to be careful not to let anyone see him without his current outfit, but he had that down to pat by now. After all, He did not need to relieve himself due to Agame logic still applying to him in some odd way, and he technically did not sweat at all even in the hottest conditions, and wearing his current get-up, he could fall asleep in his outfit and no one would be any the wiser about his status as the most repulsive tamer in existence. "Hey, what is that?" The question posed by another person on the cart led Vaile to pop his head out from one of the openings in the covered wagon. What he saw was a parade of rich and well-to-do dwarves pouring out of a massive gate that was embedded in the side of a mountain. With the sight that was before them rendering many in the caravan quite confused, the passengers and guards alike began to talk amongst themselves. Was that gate always there? No, it wasn't. Couldn't have been made recently either. Too much detail work. Then rune magic hid it? Yeah, probably. What do you think they are coming out for? Dunno. Heard a rumor that some kind of beastman horde is running roughshod over their lands. Seems that the dwarves finally met their match. Wait, beastmen? When were the beastmen in the underground? They should have steered clear of that place for several reasons. Nah, man, old drinking buddy of mine said that it ain't beastmen but some kind of rat people. Vaile now had a sinking feeling that he had, in his haste to be free from his house arrest, had caused something very, very bad to happen. A dwarf in very regal clothing approached stopped caravan and told the leader something that Vaile could not hear. The caravan leader nodded, and as the convoy continued on its way, the massive gates the dwarves had emerged from swung shut, followed shortly thereafter by the sound of a massive explosion being muffled by said massive metal doors. "So, what happened?" Vaile asked the caravan leader with growing dread. "Apparently a race of vicious, dwarf-sized rat people overran the underground. Those are some of the few that escaped. I find the existence of dwarf-sized rat people hard to believe. But if a king tells me they are real, then who am I to question it? And a broken bar, were the rats looking for anything in particular or did they just want to cause chaos?" Vaile asked with ever-increasing trepidation. "No clue." "Didn't ask." "Why do you want to know?" "No reason," Vaile said as he felt butterflies churn in his stomach. "Just wondered if there was a reason for it all." "You are a weird guy, you know that? Monsters don't do things for reasons. They act purely based on their destructive urges with no rhyme or reason for anything. If there are monsters that look like dwarf-sized rat men down there, then they would be acting that way because they are built that way. The evil god of chaos and destruction made them that way, or so says the church, and I am not paid nearly enough to question the doctrines of the church. Now, go back and sit down. We are almost to the Trelawney Kingdom." Vaile went back to his seat and stewed in his thoughts. Surely the five-clawed paw wouldn't just try and wipe out the dwarves because he ran away, right? How would they even know where he escaped to, let alone a broken bar? Oh, fudgy muppets, a broken bar. He forgot just how twisted they could be and how much more powerful they were compared to himself. If they did manage to trace where he landed, then it stood to reason they could make the leap to the assumption that the dwarves have kidnapped him. Vaile looked back at the shrinking group of dwarves in the distance as he cursed himself for not writing a note to explain his escape. Well, there was nothing he could do about it now. Besides, it was not like the Rattan would just wipe out every dwarf in existence that had been left behind. Surely some would live, and a broken bar. Fuck a broken bar. I forgot that they do that to people and even each other. Yeah. He had made a world-changing mistake. With the evacuation, and in some cases, failed evacuation, of the dwarven upper class having been completed, those that remained behind were now without a leader of any substantial merit to rally them. The heads of state, the generals, the higher rune priests and more had fled the underground, leaving the rest of their kind to face the Rattan scourge by their lonesome. There were cases where the Rattan did not even face a decent resistance once they entered the fortress cities due to the utter chaos caused by the lack of leadership. The dwarves were stubborn, durable and strong-willed, but these were as much bad traits as they were good. Each dwarf had ambition seemingly hard-coded into their being, whether that be the ambition to rise to the top of the social ladder or merely the ambition to become the greatest smith of his/her age. Combine that ambitious nature with their stubbornness, strong will and general thin skin for insults and slights, and you got a race that was always teetering on the brink of civil war over the most minor of slights that happened generations ago. Without the rulers to mete out justice and judgment and keep people from enacting their revenge for crimes, real or perceived, that happened hundreds of years ago or more. There was no one to stop any dwarf left from claiming vengeance for the most minor of grudges. The Rattan forces capitalized on this disunity and made sure to help nudge the dwarves that were not interested in violently killing their neighbors over minor inconveniences towards the path of self-destruction. Even as their fortress cities were sieged, Rattan assassins and saboteurs defaced structures, posted graffiti and tossed firebombs into stores during the dead of a night. Soon enough even those that tried to keep themselves above the conflict were at each other's throats, just as was planned. With neighbor against neighbor and brother against brother, the defenses that kept the dwarves safe became nothing more than cages that kept them uncomfortably close together. It was a simple matter of simply letting them kill each other off while the horde waited for their numbers to dwindle. Every day that the dwarves lasted was another day for more Rattan to come of age and be sent to the front. Every day that the dwarves endured added another few thousand bodies to the growing hordes outside their sturdy walls. Their walls kept them safe, mostly, but they also kept them trapped. They were caged beasts that were slowly going crazy, turning on each other over increasingly escalating resentments. One dwarf would make a minor slight, real or perceived, which would cause the slighted dwarf to retaliate, which in turn caused the first dwarf to do so, and on and on and on it would continue until it came to blows and finally to death. But death was not the end for a grudge. The family would demand blood, which made the other family demand it, and this would continue to escalate unless some authority figure stepped in to mediate. There were no such figures left in any dwarven fortress city, and so the cycle of violence spun ever faster and ever more brutally. At this point the Rattan needed to do nothing save wait for the death spiral that was dwarven vengeance to render each city defenseless. Sure, every moment that they waited was another that brought them closer to starvation. But that was why slaves existed, among other reasons. They could afford to bide their time just a while longer. Not too long, though, for the desire to destroy their hated foe burned like a white-hot star in their bodies. They just needed to hold out a bit longer. A broken bar. Squeak. Yes, she sat on a mountain of bones as she gazed out towards a dwarven fortress city that was off in the distance. Where are the Beard Thing Kings? What do you mean? She pointed towards the fortress city and, more specifically, towards the massive structure that reached to the roof of the underground. Go there and tell me what you see. Squeak nodded and bamfed out of the immediate area. A few moments later, she returned with a look that mixed fear, anger and despair covering her face. Well, what did you see? They collapsed the exit entrance, a broken bar. Now, go to the other places that are similar to that in their nest lairs. Why yes, a broken bar. Again, Squeaks bamfed away, this time returning after several minutes and with her countenance being even worse. Well, what did you see? A broken bar. They are all a broken bar. I know, she said as her voice filled with frustration and rage. The four other members of the Rattan ruling council began to exchange looks of fear and anger. They knew that this meant one of two things. Either the Beard Things had taken their beloved Vaile to the surface and sealed the path behind them, or that Vaile was still down here somewhere, likely already dead by now. Squeak. Chu's voice was colder than dry ice and laced with such vile hatred and malice that it made the normal Rattan around them soil themselves in fear. Go to the surface and find our vermin king. Now. Yes. Going now. Squeak managed to get her words out and bamf away before Chu's wrath grew any more intense. Still seething with what to her and her kind was righteous rage, Chu conjured up a massive emerald lightning bolt that was wreathed in green flames and hurled it at the dwarven fortress city in the distance. The massive bolt of magic hit somewhere in the middle of the armory that was embedded in the walls and set off the stored gunpowder within. An earth-shattering kaboom echoed through the caverns that made up the world beneath the mountains and killed not only a great number of dwarves but also a massive amount of Rattan who were too close to the initial impact point and the pressure wave that came from the secondary explosion. Chu's wrath was not yet sated, and she directed her four summoned monsters to advance on the now exposed fortress city. Without even getting an order, the hordes of Rattan surged forwards like a tide of furry death, not making way fast enough for the colossal summoned monsters to pass and being run over in the process. This did not stop them from advancing, though. and they pushed forwards through the breach despite never getting orders to do so. After this, teach them that they should not advance without the order to do so being given, and teach them that lesson slowly and painfully. Do I make myself clear, Ripper? Ripper shivered in fear as Cho indirectly chastised her for not controlling the hordes. They both knew it would have been nigh impossible to have kept them from advancing, but the anger Cho was feeling needed an outlet, and Ripper was the leader of the military, so broken bar. Of course, your greatness. It shall be done. Yes, yes. Ripper gazed into the mass of teeming bodies with a hate-filled gaze. How dare they make her look bad, even if indirectly? To make Cho get angry at her was a crime she was not willing to let slide. Snickety, Grimmer. Yes, yes. What? Turning back to the other two, Ripper let a sinister and ominous grin cross her face. Any who live survive are yours to play toy with. Be they beard things or rattan makes no difference, no number. Take them, mess with them. Do whatever you want to them. No one survives intact. The two mad geniuses looked at each other, then back to Ripper, then back to each other and finally at Cho. With gazes filled with anticipation, they silently prayed that they would be given the go-ahead. Cho narrowed her eyes and uttered one word that sealed the fate of countless thousands. Fine. The mad doctors squealed with glee and began to imagine what kind of experiments and creations they could make with the fresh influx of test subjects at their disposal. Ripper smirked at the unknowing masses off in the distance as she monologued internally about how they were getting a fitting punishment for making Cho mad at her. Cho merely continued to lounge on her throne of bones as she searched high and low in the underground with her magic, trying to find even a single scrap of cloth that belonged to her beloved Vaile. Squeak, on the other hand, was frantically bamfing around above ground looking for the one person that she believed would keep her from a painful and drawn-out death. She checked every city, town, village, hamlet, fortress and keep but kept coming up empty-handed. As she bamfed away from the easternmost village in the Man-Thing kingdom of Trelawney, she noticed a caravan heading off down the road deeper into the kingdom. She wanted to search it for a moment, but then decided against it. She would have to silence them after they saw her, and she did not believe that there was anyone amongst the caravan's number worth claiming a trophy off of. She fearfully ended her search and returned to face her leader with her fear being palpable to all who were nearby. The thing was, had she only searched that caravan she saw before giving up, she would have found her prize. A simple decision made by a single being caused a ripple that would be felt for years to come, if not decades to come. Vaile shivered as he felt Squeak bamf away. He narrowly missed being found by her and dragged back to face whatever she and the others were going to do to him. He took off a ring from his finger and let his power once again return to what it was before. He was lucky that he put it on mere moments before, when he suddenly had a very bad feeling wash over him. He checked his minimap for any other potential threats before letting out a sigh of relief. He was safe. For now, he just needed a few more days of travel before he got to the first major city. Then he could take it easy and rest on his laurels. Yeah, things were looking up for him. All he had to do was keep a low profile and everything would be peachy. One by one, the last great strongholds of the Dwarven people were overrun by the teeming hordes of the Rattan Empire. As their cities burned and their people were either butchered or enslaved, hope fled from the Children of the Stone. With each fortress city that fell, the odds of the culture of the Dwarven people surviving diminished, and eventually there were but a comparative handful of fortress cities left untaken. Out of the nearly 250 bastions of Dwarven might that existed before the invasion, only 36 still remained in Dwarven hands. While these 36 strongholds remained intact, the only reason they had managed to do so up to this point was that they were all interconnected. Rather than being truly independent from each other, the cities were attached to each other via elevated pathways and winding walls. The 36 cities were therefore less like independent settlements and more like individual districts in a much, much larger settlement. They all still, mostly, identified as being independent from each other, but in truth they were more like incredibly small states in a larger nation. As they were filled with prideful and arrogant dwarves, they knew they were better than everyone else. However, against the horde that was growing in scale outside its walls, There was no denying that things were grim. Each day that passed saw the massive fortress city face ever more perilous odds, and eventually those that remained began to give up. Thankfully for them, the Dwarven kings and their elite has made a crucial error in their actions during their evacuation. They had taken only the hidden escape routes, not the public ones. This fortress city that yet remained unclaimed could still access the surface. But there was a catch. The kings had forced any non-dwarf to vacate all of the fortress cities long ago. In their haughty pride and inflated view of themselves, anyone who was not a dwarf could never step foot in the Underkingdoms. This decree had lasted for generations and was so ingrained in Dwarven tradition that almost no one questioned if bringing surface dwellers down to aid them would be wise, let alone using the entrances/exits to escape their doom. Almost no one. But not everyone. The merchants who had routinely ventured outside of their underground homes to trade with the towns of men and other races that sprung up outside the gates knew that the people outside were strong and always looking for a bit of coin. It would be child's play to spend a bit of said coin in the Adventurers Guild to post an urgent quest. They only needed a few more bodies to keep the rats busy while they managed to convince everyone to flee to the surface. And wild dwarves would indeed be irritated that they had to break a royal decree. The more pragmatic of them realized it was either that or extinction. So, after much wheeling and dealing, the bargain was struck and an urgent quest unlike any other was posted in every guild hall on the surface. A broken bar. "Do you think this is legit?" a warrior with 2 axes at his hips asked. It was commissioned by the Longbeard Brothers International Bank, the Ironbreakers Mining Company, the Gold Standard Merchant Conglomerate, the Bugman Brewing Corporation and nearly every other dwarf-run company in the world. You would never be able to put that on a quest without it being 100% true. If you did try it otherwise, you would be laughed out at best and wind up dead in an alley at worst. A paladin armed with a great maul responded with a general lack of emotion, as if he was merely reading facts from a report. A party of adventurers were looking over a quest that had been posted just a few hours ago. A few of the members seemed to be thrilled with the idea of taking it, while others were not. The group comprised of a male swordsman, a male spearman, a male twin axe-wielding warrior, a female archer, a female generalist mage and their leader, the healer/great maul-wielding male paladin. They had managed to hold their own and the total rank of the party was mid-B rank at their worst and low A rank at their best. Due to guild regulations they were not an A rank party, but if they joined this quest, they would easily make it to said rank. But seriously, look at the reward offered. 1 gold coin for D ranks to participate, 10 gold for C ranks, 50 gold for B ranks, 300 for A ranks and a whole 5 platinum coins for S ranks. Plus, you get the bragging rights from having seen the Underkingdoms firsthand. Who wouldn't take this? The Rian archer pointed her finger ecstatically at the part of the quest where it stated the reward, her vulpine tail twitching in anticipation. Any sane man. They are offering this because they are in deep shit. It would be best if we ignored this. Even if it knocked us down a peg in the rankings, it is better to live than die pointlessly. The swordsman, answered the archer in a gruff voice. He had seen quests similar to this one, posted by the doomed and the damned to try and keep themselves afloat at the cost of others. Still, we could do a lot with that money. Depending on the outcome, we could each walk away with quite the hefty sum. We are just a single quest away from A rank, and this would not only get us there but count as more than a quarter of the quests needed to push us into S rank. The mage countered, her perfectly cared for golden hair barely able to hide her long, pointed, elven ears. Come on, guys. We are so close to getting a promotion. Besides, it's not like they would just send us to die, right? They have to keep their reputation intact and sending the best of the best to die would make them look really bad. The spearman tried to bend backwards and look at ease, but his massive metal-rimmed wooden tower shield prevented him from taking the pose he wanted and forced the dwarf/Rian half-breed to adjust his position or risk falling over. Then we'll put it to a vote. All in favor of accepting the urgent quest, raise your right hand. All in favor of rejecting it, keep your hands down. As usual I will belong to whichever side has more votes. Now, vote. The axeman, spearman, Archer and mage raised their hands while the swordsman kept his down. Then it is decided we go and accept the quest. Anyone who wants out can leave the party at this moment. Anyone want to leave? No one left or said that they would. Then we fight as one, just as we always have. Come hell or high water, come death or destruction, the heroes of Hogansville will always come out on top. The paladin raised his massive great maul in his hand and the rest of his party did the same with their weapons. They and so many other adventurers had no idea what they were about to throw themselves into. A broken bar. In a dark, smoke-filled room, the heads of numerous dwarf-run conglomerates were discussing the quest they had posted. So, how many have signed up? About 3,680 D ranks. 1,230 C ranks, 490 ranks and 19 S ranks. The number is individuals, not parties. If it were just parties, then the number would be quite a bit lower. Thankfully, the number of individual sign-ups isn't that much of a threat to our finances. The fact that roughly 70% of the number of adventurers that signed up are in parties of 4 or more means that we only need to pay a substantially smaller amount. They are just stupid adventurers and did not even bother to check that we did not specify that we would be paying based on party rank, not individual rank. And the number of mercenaries? We managed to get about 3 companies to sign on, totaling roughly 5,000 people of various races. We managed to get fairly good contracts with the biggest groups, and add in the fact that all their members are being sent. Then I have faith that even if they manage to secure a victory we will be able to pay quite a bit less than expected. They will likely lose anywhere between 80 to 100% of their number, mercenaries and adventurers alike. This means that we will be facing far less of a financial loss than even the most pessimistic of estimates. If they try to get their just due they will lack the numbers and resources to do so, hence we may simply be able to alter the quest rewards at the last moment. Good. The less we lose in this whole endeavor the better. They all laughed as they realized how much money they would be saving by sending these humans, elves and Rian to their deaths. It was a pity that some dwarves would be sent as well, but they had made their choice and sided with the other races rather than siding with their own kind. So, what are the projected earnings from our new ventures? Quite high. But what else is new? A single dwarf amongst them let out a chuckle and passed a sheet of paper around. Are you serious? How the ever-loving stone did you manage to do that? The lone dwarf grinned in the hazy room and leaned back in his seat. I have connections. Connections to the tyrant of Red Mountain? Are you serious? I pulled a lot of strings to get them to answer this call. Lost a lot of favors in the process too. But if they do come, which they will, we will be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The more Red Mountain bandits that die down there, the fewer that are left to bother us. I see this as a total win for all of us, no matter how you shake it. Can they be trusted? Of course not. But they will die against the rats all the same. 15,000 bandits dying in the depths means 15,000 less problems to worry about. Maybe we can even seize the Red Mountain after this. Then so be it. This will certainly help our people, and our wallets. The figures in the room laughed for a while before resuming the meeting. Then let us move on to the next item on the agenda, broken bar. With that, the meeting continued, with none save one of them realizing the truth of the situation they were now in. A broken bar. Vaile, damned gullible fools. One of the figures in the dark, smoke-filled room thought to himself. No one can move the tyrant of Red Mountain save the tyrant himself. He clutched a signet ring that was on his right pinky finger. No idea why we of Red Mountain are moving like this, but there is surely a good reason behind it. The tyrant never acts in a manner like this without reason. And who am I to know the reasons that the boss comes up with for things? He had been captured at a young age, for a dwarf, and held prisoner for several years as his father and mother had scrambled to get him back. Later, due to his connections to the Red Mountain bandits, he learned that the same people who he now shared a room with were the ones responsible for him being captured. They intended to use that to gain control of his family's business and fortunes as well as use it as a reason to invade Red Mountain itself. They failed utterly in all of their objectives, but he never forgot his grudge against them. The stupid bastards had no idea that he knew of their actions. As for why the tyrant, the boss of the Red Mountain bandits, was sending people to fight? All he knew was that the boss had a hell of a beef with the Underkingdoms that had started quite recently. Unfortunately for him, or perhaps quite fortunately for him, he was neither high enough in the ranks nor was he senior enough to be privy to such information, so all he could do was speculate. What in the world could make the boss so mad that they would send 15,000 of his most powerful elites to make sure that no one escaped? Well, I won't be able to know anytime soon, so I might as well not even care, as was the code for the Red Mountain Bandits. Loyalty to the tyrant and their savior comes before all others. He knew better than to openly question the boss, lest he be seen as a traitor to the group and eliminated. After many years of reeducation following his capture at their hands, he now couldn't care less if his ancestral homeland was facing oblivion. All that mattered was making sure he was not on the hit list and was rising in the ranks. That and getting revenge on the Vaile damned pieces of slag that tried to ruin him and his family. He would survive, thrive and rise through the ranks, and those fools that stood in the way of his tyrant's ambitions would crumble. He could almost taste the tears that would be shed by the kingdom of Trelawney. The pieces were moving into place, and the tyrant had waited patiently for them to do so. Only a few more weeks of this nonsense and the conquest could begin. That xenophobic and inhumanly cruel kingdom would be crushed from within and from without. How long had the tyrant been planning it? Decades? Centuries? Millennia? Perhaps longer? It did not matter. All that did was that there was no one and nothing that could throw a wrench into the works. The tyrant had set the stage, and now nothing could ruin the performance that was to come. After all, what was the loss of 15,000, no matter how powerful, to an organization that had over 1,800,000 members? This takes place just after the urgent quest from the previous chapter was posted. A lone human ran through the dark and gloomy underground. In his hands he clutched a letter from his boss. It was a letter that had a powerful curse placed on it that, if opened by anyone other than the intended reader, would cause a massive explosion that could demolish a sizable village. He panted heavily as he stumbled over a rock and fell flat on his face. Despite the pain, he got back up and kept running. He could feel the glare, their beady red eyes burrowing into his back, their horrible breath on his neck, and hear their maddening cackle in his ears. He needed to reach his destination, activate a specific device that he carried, put down the letter and then somehow get back to the surface. Why me? He yelled to himself inside his own mind. Why would the boss send me to this god's-forsaken place? What the fuck were those things? Oh, gods, I think they are close. Thankfully, he reached his destination not a moment too soon and threw down a crystal ball infused with an unknown spell. The boss had told him that it would end his mission and relieve him of duty. As the crystal orb smashed into the floor, he dropped the letter and waited for the teleportation spell to kick in. Nothing. No teleportation, no escape, just the sound of something monstrous in front of him. Thankfully his eyes were closed, so he could not see the thing or things in front of him, and he wanted to keep it that way. He knew something or multiple somethings were standing tall before him, and he did not want to. Why are we here, man-thing? How and why did you bring us here? Oh, by the gods! That voice nearly made him hurl. What is this? A letter? Oh fuck. Oh shit. If the thing in front of him opened that letter he would certainly Wait a minute. I know this seal. You sly dog, sending us a missive after all this silence. What do you have to say to me, or rather, us? Please don't open that letter. He heard the sound of the seal being broken and waited for the inevitable explosion, but it never came. All that came was the sweet release of death. Cho opened the letter she had found on the ground with both hands while using her tail to smash open the head of the man-thing in front of her. The letter bore a familiar mark, one from a man-thing, or rather, a human servant of her beloved Vaile. As the envelope popped open, a small disc-shaped object fell out and into her paws. Clever. No way of this kind of communication being intercepted. Add in the obvious curse on the letter and no one in their right mind would try and mess with this. Cha placed the disc-like object on the ground and stepped back, the rest of the five-clawed paw helping her form a semicircle around the object. A cone of light shot out from the upwards-facing side and coalesced into the form of a very old human man. He looked to be in his late 120s by modern Earth standards, old, wrinkly and obviously in poor health. He looked mere weeks away from death at best. Still, the man addressed the five-clawed paw as if they were old friends and with a smile on his ancient face. "It has been quite a long time, has it not? You all certainly seem rather youthful, but I guess that is what happens when you suck the vitality out of hundreds of thousands of your own kind every day or so. And you old fart, look quite well for your age. You are even older than we are and are our senior in service to our beloved Vaile, but you still have not surrendered to the Reaper just yet. How goes the criminal underworld?" "Ah, you know how it is. Same old, same old." Cha had a smile on her twisted face, and it was not one of sadism or malice. Rather it was one just like the human who was talking with them, one of friendship and camaraderie, something foreign to her kind. "So, what is going on? You would not have sent this if you did not have something urgent to talk about." The old man chuckled. "You know exactly what I am talking to you about. Lord Vaile was brought here to this world and Squick saved him from certain death. It took a lot of string pulling to get that man down there with this and even longer to get him in position without alerting any of your kind. But he did alert them." "Yes, but that doesn't matter." "Where is he? Where is our master?" Cho and the rest looked downcast at the old man's question. "You can't have gone and gotten him killed, can you? You are all more than capable of fighting off any threat to him." "He was kidnapped by the beard things." The jolly face of the old man fell and was replaced with one of anger. "They did what?" "We had our husband king in our suite, but as we came to him one day a bright flash of light took him away. I traced his position with my magic and found he wound up in a beard thing kingdom that currently is long since destroyed. We never found any other trace of his existence anywhere else in the underground, so we have no idea as to what happened to him afterwards." The old man growled and slammed his fist on his chair. "So, he could be dead for all you know?" "If he is dead, he had to have been reduced to ash and vapor down to the last bit of clothing, but such a thing is unlikely at worst. As such, we have reason to believe that he is still alive somewhere out in the world, but we do not believe that he is still in the underground. If he is down here, then he is in one of the remaining beard thing nest lairs. But that is quite an improbable situation." The old man calmed down at Cho's words. "Then you should know that the dwarven merchants and bankers have posted an urgent quest and hired a great many mercenaries to try and either beat you back or hold the line until the rest of their kind can evacuate. Based on what you have told me, it seems that I need to act. So, Savel Trodrick Trelawney, the crusty, old and exiled tyrant who rules Red Mountain is finally moving? I thought you were too busy playing the long game to take over the Trelawney kingdom." "I am," the old man said with a laugh, "but I can spare a decent number of bodies. Trustworthy and elite bodies, but bodies nonetheless. I do believe we here at Red Mountain need to repay the kindness that the Underkingdoms showed our lord. Expect some of my people to be among the masses that will be trying to fight you." Cho was confused, as were the other four who were listening in. "Don't get me wrong, old friends," the old man said with a wink, "you should know all too well that when facing an enemy, one of the worst things you can get from your allies is a stab in the back." The old man began to laugh, followed by the hideous laughter of the Rattan ruling council. "Just try and keep from killing my boys, all right? Then we will expect your boys to be smart enough to know whose side they are really on." The old man's face contorted into a sinister-looking grin. "Oh, don't you worry, I will only send the best and the most loyal, those who know who their allies are and what they look like. They know how to play the game and which side their toast is buttered on. They also have been taught about our Lord and His chosen. They are as devoted to our Lord as you and I are after all. To a Red Mountain bandit, loyalty to the tyrant and our savior supersedes all other loyalties. More specifically, loyalty to the savior, our Lord, supersedes all else. I will arrange for everyone in my little family to be on the lookout for our Lord. If he is up here, we will find him." But as for the Underkingdom Dwarvus a broken bar, well, these midget bastards did something unforgivable, and we will pay them back 1,000-fold. Red Mountain never forgets, and Red Mountain never forgive us. A broken bar, a small army comprised of adventurers and mercenaries gathered outside the massive gates that separated the last remaining underground stronghold of the dwarves from the surface. As the people milled about, A hush quickly spread over them as they began to turn their heads one by one to see the 15,000-strong force that walked up to them. These newcomers had decent equipment fit for a D-rank adventurer, but there was something off about their attire and weapons. It was almost like the equipment they wore was too normal, as though it was a far section 8 that hid the true nature of what the newcomers had on their person. What made things even more bizarre was the fact that they all had a single signet ring on their right pinky finger, one that had a red gemstone that was surprisingly mundane in appearance. By any logical and sane reasoning, the ring would be seen as exorbitantly expensive in value, yet the ring itself just looked cheap for some reason, just like their wearer's belongings. The newcomers had all manner of various equipment and were from every one of the 4 races. There were dwarves, elves, humans and Rian of every variety, skin color, gender, height, age and more. They all looked remarkably shabby and worse for wear, but somehow that just did not sit right with the adventurers and mercenaries. The newcomers began to spread themselves out amongst the people who had already gathered and struck up conversations and generally tried to make themselves fit in. Some of them even went so far as to offer their services to lone adventurers as a free support and a extra backup. Oddly enough, no one was able to find a reason to turn down their offers, and eventually the 15,000 newcomers were spread out among the adventurers and mercenaries after promising to let the rest of their new group have their share of the reward. By all rights, no one should have been willing to accept such a deal. It was too good to be true, which usually mean that it was. But these people were just so gosh darn persuasive that even the S-rank adventurers accepted their offers. The Red Mountain Bandit elites had successfully charmed their way into a good position. Now they just needed to wait for the right moment to plunge their daggers into the heart of their foe. A broken bar. The gates that kept the improvised army out finally opened and the motley band of personages descended into the last surviving dwarven fortress city. Over the past few weeks the merchants, bankers and other economic powerhouses that still had ties to the remaining 36 undercities has managed to dissolve the independence of the multiple cities and formed a single supercity in its stead. Nothing had changed geography-wise. It was more of a name and identity change than anything else. The more than 20,000 strong force that descended into the last dwarven stronghold was passed by a seemingly endless parade of dwarves carrying their belongings on carts and pack animals, all of them fleeing the area that the makeshift army was going to fight for. "I've got a bad feeling about these a broken bar." This statement was said over and over as the expedition followed the passage into the city. When they finally reached their destination, they marveled at the exquisite architecture and decorations that were on full display. Truly, the wealth of the world flowed from and into the dwarven underkingdoms. The mob of various races were escorted to a section of the doodle-like walls that connected the 36 formerly independent cities, and as they got to their posts they realized how fucked they were. The first thing that hit them was the stench. It was a horrible mix of animal odors, raw sewage, festering waste, decaying meat and much, much more. Those not accustomed to horrible smells immediately either threw up or passed out due to the infernal stink that hung in the air. Those that endured looked over the edge to see what in the name of the gods was making such a wretched smell. They saw a floor that seemed to continuously undulate and change. Upon closer inspection, the floor was covered in hair. Even closer inspection revealed that they were not looking at the floor of the caves, but at a writhing mass of rats that were the size of dwarves. By the gods, a broken bar, we need to get out of here. The realization that the writhing mass of bodies stretched out farther than the eye could see was the impetus. As soon as those words were said, all hell broke loose. The sound of bells both large and small echoed through the darkness. The ominous noise carried over the megacity like a banshee's wail, announcing that the end had come. Lights in the distance drew closer and revealed themselves to be large bolts of emerald lightning that crashed against the walls, gouged out holes in their edifice. Barrels filled with horribly corrosive gunk impacted the walls and let their contents ooze down the sides, eating away the magnificent stonework and leaving the ramparts weakened even further. As the artillery fire continued, a rumble announced the imminent collapse of several dozen sections of the squiggly wall as the undermined sections well down and into even more barrels of the terrible substances launched by the catapults. As if that was not enough, thousands of ladders docked onto the walls just as the shock of the prior events wore off. There were too few defenders to man every section, and the vermin scurried up and began to take the unguarded and mostly unguarded parts with ease. The higher-day army realized that the situation was hopeless and tried to flee, but their path was blocked by an unexpected foe. The people with the signet rings had withdrawn ahead of time to protect the civilians, but as the fleeing adventurers and mercenaries reached their fallback line, they were horrified to see the people who they thought had their backs standing side by side with the very same monsters that were attacking. "Red Mountain sends its regards," shouted one of the traitors as the mass of rat people and Red Mountain bandits descended on the unprepared adventurers and mercenaries. As the fighting commenced, the city continued to be overrun. The forces of Good began to be flanked by the ever-growing numbers of angry rat men, all while the damned race traitors kept them from being able to escape. "You are a dwarf. Why do you side with these things?" "I am a Red Mountain bandit first, a dwarf second. Besides, you people fucked up big time and made the boss damn mad. We know the sins you committed, so don't bother trying to lecture us on morality. You took something that should never have been taken, so now you will have to pay for it with your lives." "What the hell are you talking about? What did we take?" The Red Mountain dwarf sliced his opponent's throat open with a backhanded dagger slice. "If you don't know, then that's too fucking bad. But don't worry. Your wife won't be a widow for long, and after that your kids won't be orphans for long either. The Rattan are gonna feast tonight, and Red Mountain is gonna party hard once this place is reduced to ruins. Hey hey hey." The Rattan swarmed through the Undercity, and on every corner of every street scenes one could easily call a grime dark could be seen. It only took a day and a half for the last city of the dwarves to be all but taken. The only survivors of the tragedy that took place being the 15,000 people with signet rings. No one questioned why they alone managed to survive. These people just seemed to be too mundane to ask questions about. A broken bar. The dwarves that managed to make it to the surface were now without a home to call their own and no one to rely upon for assistance or guidance. They were not permitted to set up a shantytown in the area they emerged in, and as they had no place in the societies on the surface, they were seen as refugees at best and illegal immigrants at worst. They were kicked out of the city that they emerged in and made to wander down the roads that led away from the major population centers. As the multi-mile-long train of hopeless dwarves moved through the wilds, they seemingly vanished off the face of the map. No one had any idea of where they ended up, and no one cared. Even those that spent money to hire disposable troops to aid their escape did not care, for they had already gained what they wanted. They had purchased all the heirlooms and priceless possessions that the refugees had at rock-bottom prices, and now that they were of no use, it did not matter to them whether they lived or died. The only trace of their fate was lost to the wilderness, their bodies either taken alive and intact or perhaps disposed of so thoroughly that not even a speck of blood remained. Their belongings, or at least those that they still kept, were taken or looted by professionals, or perhaps some kind of massive portal opened up and swallowed the lot of them. Actually, there were traces of a powerful magic spell in that area, and a lot of wildlife had suddenly gone missing. But no one was willing to fund an investigation, and the truth died then and there. No one managed to find out that the Rattan Under Empire had conspired with the Red Mountain bandits to teleport the fleeing dwarves back underground and into the eternally hungry embrace of the vicious and malicious rat people. Although there were people who tried to engage in their own private investigations, these ended in disaster, as those doing the investigations ended up dead or missing. Eventually the road became known as the A Path of the Vanished and fell into disrepair. It was said that if you walked down the now overgrown and unmaintained road at night on the anniversary of the Exodus, you could hear the mournful cries of the disappeared dwarves as they wailed in whatever hell dimension they were spirited away to. This ghost story quickly became a profitable tourist attraction, and small villages and towns popped up along the accursed road to cater to the foolish and suicidal who had at risk vanishing just like the dwarven refugees before them. Despite taking the last dwarven stronghold, the Rattan were still no closer to finding their beloved vermin king. In fact, The whole endeavor to raise the dwarven under-kingdoms that they could reach in order to find their prized Vaile had proven to be more or less a waste of resources and possibly done more harm than good. When the dwarves were around, it was far simpler to cull the rapidly expanding population, but now with them gone, who was left to oppose them in the underground? Who was left to help them deplete their own number and keep them from a massive food riot? They now had no opposition, no walls of death to run into for a quick solution to numbers and depleted food stocks, no foe to rally against, none of that and more. The gravity of their situation was beginning to set in. They had no threats left to oppose their rule, let alone expansion, save for those above ground. How were they to keep their population in check and keep food stocks from being reduced to nil in mere weeks? This is Bada Broken Bar. She looked over the destroyed dwarven fortress city in front of her. She fully realized that, at this point, finding Vaile would do nothing to stop the civil war that was coming. It would be a civil war brought about not by cultural, religious, economic or political divides, but rather by the ever-present hunger that gnawed at every member of the Rattan race. It would be quite unlikely that it would just split their nation in two. Either numerous camps, all out for the food of the others, would form and inevitably shatter the already fragile unity of the Under-Empire to bits and pieces. The various clans would start plotting and scheming, and the Five-Clawed Paw would be forced to throw its support behind one of them. Doing so would irreversibly shift the balance of power and give one clan the God-given right to take what they wanted. They needed an outlet for their cruelty, a source of food and a way to deplete their numbers, and they needed it fast. It was at this point that a miracle happened. Sort of. Squick. What is it? Squick had appeared behind her leader, kneeling and keeping her eyes towards the ground. Having failed to locate Vaile above ground, she had been frantically searching for some way to keep Cha from getting angrier with her than she already was. She had now what she thought was her way out of the doghouse. I have located a document that might be worth your interest. Cha said nothing and snatched the scroll from Squick's paws like an angry parent swiping something from their annoying child. She opened it and began to read through it, her demeanor lightening and lifting with each line she read. This could solve some problems. A broken bar? Yes, indeed, it certainly could. A broken bar. Squick's tail and ears twitched at Cha's words. Hopefully this helped her get off the hook a bit. What she had given to her vermin queen was a letter from one of the dwarven kings. Not one of the kings on their side of the Great Abyss, but the other side. Apparently, there were still some weird things left under the surface. Finally, there was a way to solve the problems that were cropping up. It would take time to cross the massive underground canyon that separated the caves into two areas, but if there was one thing that the Under-Empire had in spades, it was bodies that could be thrown at any problem, great or small. Good work, Squeak. Now, go scout their lands. If there is even the slightest trace of our beloved being there, past or present, report back immediately. I will get Grimmer to start working on a way to cross the gap. It should not be too hard. A broken bar. Once again, Squick's ears and tail twitched, this time in joy. At once, your most glorious greatness. It will be done. Not interested in new brownersing, Squick. Just get it done. Squick stood, bowed and then bamfed away. Cha looked out beyond the smoldering ruins of the once great dwarven settlement before her. All over.